Oh, how based. Was there no music this entire time? What a good stream. What a good start to a I don't fucking know. Was there? No. Oh, no. Yes? Oh, for fuck's sake, really? Yeah, because I just noticed that the stream track wasn't actually on. It was still from the recording track. Very cool. Very awesome. Okay, well, sorry for 10 minutes of silence. That's more like 7 minutes. It's fine. I thought it was a feature. Yeah. We now feature zero audio on stream. In fact, it actually improves the quality by like 700%. It's crazy. It's like people like when I don't speak. That's insane. I don't even know how that's possible. But welcome back, everybody, to another viewing stream. It's true, a month has already passed. It was kind of a crazy month. And I'm in good spirits. Weather is beautiful. I got double pay. I got my fucking energy drink. My throat hurts from eating mini pizzas because I couldn't wait for 5 minutes for them to cool. It's all around a success. I'd love to blame Pain for not having audio at the start because we were recording, and when I record I often change settings, but I literally had a post-it on my monitor that said change stream audio track, and then I didn't do that, so I can't blame Pain even though I really want to. Not real. But, it is my fault. So I'm sorry. But either way, we're gonna continue with the playlist that I put together. We still have like 50 videos in there. Apparently one of them got removed. I don't know which. I suppose we'll see that in a second. Just swap over. I'm also really comfy because as I mentioned on the last Doom stream, I actually have a new chair, and it's got like a footrest, and now I'm sitting in my chair. I'm leaned back. I hope that the mic still picks me up the same way, and got a nice little. I hope the camera also. But we've got a nice little thing going on here. So we're just gonna do one of these. Steam slop. That's good. Like I said, I don't know. There are some videos in here that you might have already watched. Yeah, apparently. Apparently I didn't remove these. Oh, did we actually watch the worst ninja game? Or did I just leave that on at some point? Well, whatever. Yeah, I don't remember either. I feel like we didn't watch that, so I'll just leave it in there. Yeah. Yeah, obviously, if you guys have videos that you want to share, we can watch those as well, as usual. Let's see. Steam Slop 3, bad Steam games.
Guys, welcome in. Today, we are back at my bullshit. We are on Steam. We got like a good dozen games that we need to get through. They're pretty
Okay.
So without further ado, are your
Oh,
seatbelts
cool.
on?
This is a video that was made from a stream. My favorite content.
Buckle your seatbelts right now, okay? This shit is gonna open and you're gonna... Guys, before we start, let's take a quick look at today's video game selection. I only get the best games for you guys, okay? We got anti-terrorist shooting game, lawnmower game 2024.
Oh, nice.
Like a cat's cookie clicker game.
Oh, shit.
Fest
T-Door. Game of the year. Game of the T-Door.
guests. banana monkeys, okay? In case this game busts my balls, we get to do AI monkey games. Are you fucking ready?
I don't even see the issue.
Viewing simulator. Do you know kimchi? And we got Brazilian drug dealer 3. I open a portal to hell in favela trying to revive Mitaya. I need to close it. So without further...
Right.
Oh yeah, I forgot to say that the viewing simulator is made by someone called Skibidi Toilet Games.
Based.
So it's only the best.
Sounds like some good quality.
Without further ado, let us begin. Anti-terrorist shooting game. Oh, it's a mobile game. You know it's good when you can tell from the fucking logo that it's a mobile game. What countries do we have? Oh, every country, okay.
How would you know that it's...
What the fuck is... Oh, it's a mobile game.
What do you mean mobile game? That could just be a low-res logo. What do you... Huh? Mobile game. I mean, maybe it is.
You know it's good when you can tell from the fucking logo that it's a mobile game. What countries do we have? Oh, every country, okay.
I want to be...
What the fuck is South Georgia and the South Sandwich? Okay,
nice.
So we got Sin City.
Oh, cool.
Looks deceivingly much like Dust 2, but
no,
that's
no, that's the it's the sequel
mode,
of the movie
no
or the book. I'm not sure.
Survival mode, tank mode, and of course a zombie mode. We need to play 4 levels of Sin City to unlock the fuse.
Well, then go do it. Come on now.
Tell me they didn't just jack a picture from fucking CS:GO. Tell me you haven't seen these gloves like a million times. They're stealing shit from like CS. But they're putting like these lock images, so you can't tell it's stolen.
I feel like you can
gun. Bicycle, Bryson 800, Burning Horns.
Oh
that's
fuck
not even
yeah!
a gun name. That's just like a description of.
No,
what it looks like.
that's I have that at home. Shut up.
Siberia. Is this stolen from? These actually look kind of creative. There has to be like some like South Korean mobile MMO isekai gacha game that has like guns that looks like this. There's no fucking way this developer came up with this. Every other asset in this game is stolen, but then they were like, no, I need to make something creative. Bunny Blitz.
Maybe, I mean, who knows? Maybe they had the guns and then they built the game around that. You don't know. Come on.
Get the fuck... This is the kind of gun that you get in like Valorant, and it's like 50 euros. AK-47. They
Fortnite.
Out of names, so they were like, fuck it. I like the.
Well, to be fair, it is what it is.
They got the. This is my CS rank. This is the logo of CS. They got the CS logo.
I mean, that's a dude shooting. They definitely stole assets, but like that's just a guy shooting. I don't know if that's the CS logo.
Get the fuck out.
Oh hell yeah!
You see, like South American drug lords.
Fortnite.
Look at me aiming down sights. I can't see for shit. Yo, this shit's realistic as fuck, man. Wait a minute. Does this place seem familiar? Is this not middle?
I've never seen this.
Yo, guys, I'm gonna go plant B. I'm gonna go plant B. What the fuck? And then I'm gonna clip out of bounds because they didn't put the whole map here. They stole like stock pictures for the skybox. Holy fucking shit. We need to find out exactly like how much they like remake this map.
Dude, I'm getting flashbacks to Streamer Life Simulator. I'm so sad I finished that game. You guys don't know this. That's in the future, but I am done with that game. Oh, that's right. I just remembered. I still have to do something for the final episode for that.
This is a different map. Is this Dust 1? No, this is
Dust 2.
Guys,
it's Dust 2.
We are still in Dust 2. They just put us in a different part of the same map and they were like, yes, the players will never figure this out. They realized to close these doors so people wouldn't immediately clip out. But
to be fair though, I feel like, and this is just, this is me, let's put on our tinfoil hats, okay? I don't have one. But let's put on our tinfoil hats and say, I'm assuming that a lot of these games are being made because there are YouTubers that like, you know, that make videos about these games, and then stupid idiot fucking losers who watch these YouTubers, they will like, oh, I spent $15 for funny game, and then, you know, instead of making like $12, they make 120 because you just advertised for them, basically. I understand that it's like ragging on it, but that won't stop people from buying Anyway, my point is, this game sucks.
Watch this. So close. That looks so
Yeah, well.
ass. I'd like to see you do better. Oh, now you can jump. Okay.
I think he meant the game looks ass. Also, is that's just fucking, that's just Egypt. It's just Egypt in the background. Very cool.
Never model in A sides. They tried. I can kind of see long. Oh, get the fuck out. Guys, fucking airstrike. Call of Duty who?
Nice. What?
Nice kill cam. Nice kill cam, man. I like how you can clearly tell that the menu screen is missing like 15 buttons that say like, hey, click here for the store. Yo, Sectas DC, thanks for the 5 community subs. This helps me buy more of these shit games. Let's check out the defuse.
Okay, it was part of the joke. I was about to say, very professional to keep in the alerts in your video.
I want to see. Come on, come on. You're telling me you couldn't make your own, like, you know, beep 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 animation? Nah, you got. I can see the background is literally CS. They didn't even try to use their like.
Well, the
own,
foreground
like,
is too.
CS,
It's just
background.
CS.
That's straight up CS. Okay, let's go defusing, shall we? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Defuse the bomb. Enemy remain. No, what the fuck? There's no fucking way that was the entire level. Holy shit.
Okay, this might actually be a phone game.
No shame? Can I just
Now
put
that I
as,
think
like,
about it.
Emotional supports. This is not Photoshop, by the way. Haters will say it's fake. Haters will say it's fake. Is this this looks like something you'd see like Daggerfall? It's got that Bethesda stank. You see that mountain? You can climb it. You see that building? You can clip through it. Watch me clip out of this, and there's gonna be another like watermark at the end of this. There's no way I can just like walk out of the map. Oh,
Based.
please let me clip. Please. Oh, so
Is it
close.
just?
I can see the fucking photographer in the skybox. You see that mountain? It's a JPEG. You can't climb it.
That's really good.
Who the fuck are you?
Oh.
Guys, these aiming downsides, whoever made this,
I wanna
needs to be
sneeze.
fucking sued. This
I'm
looks
gonna-
like
hold
one of
on.
those, like, you guys know like this? This is like the gun equivalent of this. Like, why the fuck would you need this? Like
No,
gun
it's for those like phone apps. You guys remember? Maybe some of you are too young for this. But when smartphone, some of you are definitely too young for this. But when smartphones like first started being released, and like there were like a ton of different ones, right? You nowadays you still have a couple different ones, but it's like back in the day every fucking company tried to make their own smartphone and they all sucked. And only Samsung and like Apple kind of really stuck. Nowadays it's like, I don't know, you have other brands, but really, generally speaking, you really only have two brands. But like I remember my first smartphone was some shitty fucking Nokia phone. It wasn't Android or Apple, right? It was a fucking Windows phone. And I remember, and I know that this is also the case for like Samsung phones and whatever, but like some of the first apps that you had, they weren't really there for like data mining or whatever. They weren't just there to steal your shit. But it was just like, here, have gun, and when you tap screen, the gun shoot, and that was the app, and that's all that that's all you got. You could also pay like $5 for a Jetpack Joyride. But if you wanted a free app, that was what you got. And there were no ads, I don't think. There was also one with beer, where your phone could be a glass of beer, and you would tilt it, and it would empty. And you would go like, hey, check it out, I'm drinking a beer. And then you would tilt your phone into your mouth, and you would pretend to drink a beer, and your friends would think that you're a fucking loser. Because that's what they were thinking. They weren't any better, though, because they didn't have any better fucking apps either. Pepperidge Farm remembers? Exactly. You're old. So am I, but... Anyway, my point being, that gun thing that he just showed,
It's like the
that's what you need that for. That's the thing you need for that app. For making it feel real. Alcoholism cope mechanism. You say that, but then you're the only alcoholic here, so...
gun equivalent of this. Like, why the fuck would you need this?
It's based.
Like, the gun
That's why you
works
need
by
it.
itself,
What do you mean?
Like, alright. The moment you aim down the sight, it's like, oh, look at all this like extra shit you put on your gun. It's literally clipping through the gun. There is no sights. Wait for the right moment and shoot. Oh, thanks. I really needed this 8 levels deep into the game. We are back at fucking Dust 2. I'll do 1 tank level. Make a safe distance from bombers. Yeah, thanks. Fuck. What the fuck?
Why are you at the Heathrow Airport?
That was a game. That was a game. I can leave a review.
What do you mean you can leave a review? Obviously you can.
Our next game of the day is called
Not funny.
Lawnmower Game 2024. These are the same developers as like the weed cutting game from like the last stream. You could have put a steering wheel in your lawnmower, but that's neither here or there.
Ooh. Ooh.
Right.
Ooh. Oh.
Lord of the Rings ass music. Angelic music.
I love that this is... Why is it candy level? This is also very relevant because yesterday we were playing Split Fiction and we got to the candy level.
Music. Hold on guys, I'm gonna do funny joke that totally pays off and doesn't take 1 million years to set up. Welcome to the future of video gaming. They could have had the first level have like something to do with like cutting grass, but no, they just straight up went to like, you know, The Simpsons Homer's Daydream map.3D. And believe it or not, we are currently at more viewers than the last game. I like how I got like the heavenly filter on my Steam UI. Find gold grass, find brown donuts, find green lawnmower body, find hot dog, play game 20 minutes in row,
Wow.
play game 30 minutes in row. Guys, should we look for golden grass? Or should we look for a good game to play, because this one kinda sucks. Yo,
No
guys,
way.
it's the green lawnmower body. Achievement unlocked. Guys, we are not quitting until we find the golden grass. Our forefathers told us about the great legend of the golden grass. If you obtain the golden grass, no blade or weapon will harm you. You shall kill men and horses alike, and all who stand before you will die that day. You guys think they put the golden grass like in like some like hidden ass place?
Yeah, like they're right
No,
there.
because I just found it. Accidentally drove over it. I got this glass
Accident.
filter on top of this, so I can't even see it. We gotta find the hot dog, and then we are done with this game, guys. We need to find 1 hot dog. Bro's blind. What? What color is you mean these? These are not, guys, these are not hot dogs. These are donuts. Where the fuck are you guys leading me?
I think that's a cake, but... Oh.
We did it! We have achieved completionist in Lawnmower Game 2024.
No, you haven't. You didn't get the other
Can I
2
just, like,
achievements.
There we go. Now, when this timer goes off, we will get a notification when we're about to unlock the final achievement in the fucking Lawnmower Game. Guys, they know what I look like. They know what I look like.
Damn.
Yeah, guys, next game of the day is called... Aha. Please tell me I can run like multiple games at once. Yes!
What do you mean? Of course you can. That's a setting.
Yes!
In Steam mail.
I
Oh
need
fuck, Jesus.
128,000 to get like the next one. Super Puss DLC. You guys wanna check out the Super Puss DLC?
No.
Random achievement. Just play and you will get me. The moment I alt tab out of the game, it's gonna give me an achievement to like lure me back in. And it works. All income is multiplied by... guys.
Oh,
guys,
it's
they got
just...
fucking,
okay.
to win. Cool crowns and glasses for kittens. Take my money. Guys, the terrorists are sending me more pictures. Oh my god. Guys, the terrorists got cats. They're ripping them apart. Okay,
No, it's
our next game is called
mitosis.
Best Guests. Open world one-man survival game in a highly interactive city. You can point at any object in this game, and I could tell you like 7 games where I've seen the same objects, okay? Highly interactive city. You can't even interact yourself some custom assets. Waking up in your bedroom. Stand up, please.
That was like a
Okay,
joke
highly
that I would
interactable
make.
world. Can I interact with the guitar? No. Teddy bear?
I am Pepper, your bear.
I am Patrick, your bear.
I am Pepper, your bear.
Oh, you're also Patrick. Oh, that's cool. I am Patrick, your trash bag. I am Patrick, your Yeezy 400. A singular shoe. Alright guys, do not fuck this up because the Huz on the other end of the call.
Hi, come to the Central Park before your fest starts.
Sure. You know, for an alien invasion, there's an awfully lot of like, not aliens around. Meet Renata in Central Park. It doesn't show me like an arrow of where I need to go, it just shows me like how close I am to it. I like how the minimap isn't even loading. Look at the bottom left. Look at this shit. Oh yeah, go to the Central Park. It's right here in the endless fucking black void. Hello, Renata. Which one of you is Renata? Oh, this is okay.
My hero, here is a gift for you.
My name is
Oh,
Hero.
nice. Oh. Why she's getting bungeed.
Oh my
Very
god, it's
nice.
Patrick, my teddy bear.
I am Pepper, your bear.
Fuck's sake.
Did I like do something, or is this like a cutscene? City hero. Okay, I guess this is like a subtle way of telling like, yo, I need to do something about this. Duh!
Is that just
Is that a
like...
bomb?
Is that an untextured...
Oi! Scan me. Oh, my penis. Oh, my penis. Eliminated by alien fire. How do I reload this shit? Why does your face look... You got a dildo in your face. I can fairly say this game is fucking ass.
No.
10 aliens
Get out of
destroyed.
here.
Didn't even get an achievement. Whatever I paid for this game, it wasn't worth it. 2 euros. I had literally anything to do. Our next game of today is called Banana Monkeys. That's right. If you were disappointed at the quality of the previous game,
I like the Discord
fucking
logo.
Banana Monkey AI
Discord
generated
approved.
pictures. Welcome to Banana Monkeys. Click the monkey on the right to earn a banana.
Oh, it's another
Use these bananas
clicker.
to increase your bananas per second or... This is a fucking... Remember that like cat cookie clicker we just played? Yeah, this is the same game, but objectively cooler pictures. Oh shit, we got a Chivo. Get 100 bananas!
Yo.
How is this a golden achievement? How many people have gotten this? 7% of players have clicked 100 times on the screen. The sad thing is that
Wait,
people...
so that means that 93% of people like bought this game, opened it once, clicked on the images, and then closed it again. Or they were playing it offline because they were so fucking embarrassed by what they were doing. I understand.
People are earning money from making shit like this. Oh yeah, also I'm one of the people who paid for this
Yeah,
game.
I was gonna say.
This was a clean 0 euros. I paid
Oh,
0
okay,
euros
never
for this.
mind.
But guys, you can buy items for this game. Uncommon Crate 5x bundle, 940. Alright,
I love when my cookie clicker game has microtransactions. It's like you can put you can hit on the monkey. I mean, you can't tell me that there are like actually people who buy these games unironically. That doesn't happen.
let's check out my Steam inventory. No fucking guys, I got the AI generated
Pensive monkey.
Let's fucking go! I can trade it in. They actually put fucking gambling elements in this game.
Based.
Buy the Chinese monkeys, I beg you. How much are the Chinese monkeys? 25 cents. Guys, I have enough money for a Chinese monkey. The community market starts at 3 cents. This is the most like NFT shit.
Yo,
1,000
shit.
of these for sale. Guys, we have just uncovered like the biggest fucking money laundering operation in the history of Steam. This adds up to like 20 euros.
Yeah.
Captain Monkey. Jokester Monkey. Is this Joker?
Joker.
There's 1,000 of these for sale. There's 15,000 of the normal banana monkey. How the fuck do you got 15,000 monkey pictures for sale? What is this, 2022? I'm gonna buy these like after the stream.
Not funny.
And I'm gonna open up tomorrow's stream by like setting up my profile, okay? Lawnmower game racing 2 drunken. While
Hell
we're
yeah.
fighting for the achievements in the first game, we're playing the second
Wait,
one.
was that
yeah.
even? Oh no.
Racing music.
Also, they're going the wrong way. I think, right? Isn't the line here normally meant to be at the front? Also, that doesn't look like a lawnmower. I don't know what to tell you.
See ya later, losers. Oh shit!
Oh no, it is. Never mind.
This is a pushable lawnmower. Why do I have a steering wheel? Wheels of fire! You can see like the shadow of my fucking steering wheel. Oh fuck!
Nice.
Is this really the game? We're gonna go for completionist at least then. There's 15 trucks! Get the fuck out. Get the fuck out. I got 100. Is the fucking banana game still? How many games am I running? I'm running 3 games at once. This shit doesn't even turn. Even the AI cannot turn properly in this game. Move! This is not 50.
God, this is so cringe. I remember there were so many better like shitty fucking racing games back in the day. It's like they don't even care anymore. Do you guys remember? I think JonTron made a video on that one too. Fucking Zoo Race. You guys remember that one? That one wasn't even on Steam. That just existed on the internet, and it sucked dick. But it was like funny at least. This is just, I don't know. This is miserable. Also, this looks like another fucking stolen asset flip. Speaking of asset flips, one of the I've been obviously, you know, because I'm such a huge fan of Elden Ring. I bought Night Rain, and the reason why I was late today a little bit is also because I was still in a run in Night Rain, and they're very long. It's very hard to get out of them. And what I find funny is that the number one criticism that I've heard from people is that, oh, it's an asset flip. And here's the thing. Elden Ring was an asset flip of itself anyway, so I don't know, that seems fitting. Yeah, no, I just saw people like complaining about the fact that, oh, they're just reusing assets from the original. I'm like, well, it's a fucking spin-off of the original. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, yeah, no shit. Oh wow, the game that's a spin-off of another game is using assets from that game. But in truth, I'm enjoying it a lot. I've gotten up to the second, or one of the second bosses, I guess. Haven't been able to beat that guy yet, but I think it's cool. It's also like very easily playable randoms. I'm surprised. I thought it was going to be worse. There are like a lot of people who don't know how to play Elden Ring or Dark Souls very clearly, but it's cool. It's cool.
50 kilometers an hour.
And also for like $40, it's not bad at all.
Like, yeah, that's
it's definitely worth the money.
What's up, dudes? I'm new to the channel. Welcome in. My name is Cusack. I stream over here on Twitch. I make videos on YouTube, and we only play the best games ever made. These people didn't even get to the fucking finish line. You guys want to check out Short Empty Race?
Nice.
Developer map just put into the game like, oh yeah, we got 15 levels. I have no idea where I'm supposed to go, so I'm just gonna
no, it is a feature.
There's a finish line. There's a boost bottle in the middle of the finish line. I like how 0% of the players have the achievement finish track 1. I guess 40 seconds.
The fact that there are even like how many players are there even, honestly? 0% seems accurate.
It's happening. Wank time. It's not wank timers. It's my achievement timer to get my final achievement. Play 30 minutes in a row. It's gonna happen anytime now.
Nice.
We did it! We did it! Speaking of lawnmower game, I like how there's like no lawns to be mowed. Look at these dudes following the road.
This is ridiculous.
I like how even the AI can't follow the fucking road. I like how some of these maps have like no fucking indicator of where you're supposed to go. So you just gonna go like wherever there's like least amount of shit in your way. Oh shit, guys, look at this spicy 7 FPS. How is this the map with like the worst FPS? What is this Irish ass music? Bro is fucking hammered off the Guinness, yo.
That's racist.
Look at this dude trying to go to the finish line before me, Brad. 2 more levels! 2 more levels, guys! Today's objective, find where the road goes. 1 more level.
It's so beautiful. I haven't played a good racing game in a while. I have like Need for Speed installed, one of the newer ones, but they suck. And I'm like, I don't want to play fucking... This has nothing to do with the video, by the way, so whatever, but I don't want to play fucking Crash Team Racing for the 5 billionth time. I'm still waiting for Mario Kart. And I'm hoping that my fucking Switch 2 arrives next week. It's like, fuck, man. I gotta race. But yeah, just seeing racing games always makes me like, fucking Jesus Christ. What the fuck did I just do? God damn. God damn! I'm breaking everything. Just dropped my fucking... Oh yeah, well maybe don't try to fucking pull yourself forward by the goddamn desk. That's... Bro, this is the most ratchet ass fucking setup, by the way. I just want to tell you guys. The way I fixed fucking light the wall is by just fucking against the wall with, and then obviously I move. If I wasn't such a fucking moron, I would have like gotten the better light or something, or like stuck it to the wall. But no, I just decided, you know what? If I just like pin it against the wall, it's. And I mean, it does. But then I go and like try and pull my fucking desk. So Elden Ring GOTY, I don't know, maybe. I've seen people say like they hope it won't be. And I mean, I also agree, but just because it's Elden Ring and we don't need it to be like Game of the Year like 3 times. Especially when the last time it was it was Game of the Year, it was just the DLC and not even like the actual game. All right. You know what I mean? No, I'm doing it again. What the fuck? Why am I pulling myself by my fucking desk? How dumb can you be? Alright, let's keep going.
Are you ready? We did it! Completion is number 2. We have done it. Now it's time for me to go offline and pimp out my Steam account. Guys, I thank you all for tuning into the stream. I'll see you all tomorrow with even more shitty Steam games. Thank you.
That wasn't a great video.
Go check out your favorites.
It was fantastic, actually.
I'm your favorite. Go check.
Very nice. Alright, what do we got? 100 men versus 1 gorilla. Everything you need to know. My assumption is going to be that this the end is gonna be, yeah, 100 dudes could easily beat a gorilla because they're not built for long fights. Their endurance isn't great. So yeah.
Versus 1 gorilla is just the newest online debate brought to you by people that have way too much time on their hands. And I'm no better, because here I am making a video about it. Because it's quickly gone.
Nice AI image.
And I'm no
Nice, well, no, that's definitely AI. Look at this guy's face. This dude's face is like round and flat at the same time. I don't know why is this guy pushing that guy's head into the... You know what, we're just gonna...
better, because here I am making a video about it. Because it's quickly gone from silly Twitter talk to what has to be a massive joke that I'm not in on. What's clear is one side is getting drastically overrated, while people obviously aren't taking the other side seriously. Plus, I love animals and arguments, so if you're looking for a video to eat your lunch with, or to be the soundtrack of your commute home, I'm going to break down the question.
This is a 12-minute video. My commute home.
Probably didn't care about in the first place, and by the end, you'll wonder how this was ever even a question. So here's the full truth of whether 100 unarmed men could beat one prime silverback gorilla. But first, we gotta understand what force of nature we're up against. Now, I do have a couple recent videos on gorillas.
Hell
so
yeah.
to not repeat myself too much, I do advise that you check those out for further context.
We watched the one on the
Basically,
left.
everything we thought about gorillas back in the day was wrong. They're giant, non-violent, fart-happy pacifists, and the most dangerous thing about them is they can misunderstand regular human actions as an act of war. So while, yeah, if you smile at a silverback enough times, he eventually will put beats on you like a Cherokee drum, most times a gorilla is just worried about the 6,000 calories he eats a day. And thank the stars for that. Gorillas are built like the developer had something to prove. They took a human model and said, drag to resize. The result is an alpha ape with a stronger bite force than a grizzly, allegedly, hands that can crush a crocodile's skull, allegedly, and just strength that we really have no way to truly comprehend. That man fully didn't plan to get casually ragdolled, but plans are always subject to change when you're around the prime ape. Gorillas might default to peace, but life is
prime
a
ape.
choice. The question is, what kind of carnage comes when they choose violence? It's hard to imagine what a fully malice-motivated gorilla can do because it takes a lot for them to get to that point.
Yeah, but chimpanzees though, those motherfuckers are always out to kill. Gorillas are based though. I like gorillas, they're cool.
First phase of conflict involves using body language and gestures to send a message before hands even have to be thrown. Because for an animal that can spend over 12 hours a day eating, wasting calories on fights is poor resource management. The second phase of escalation usually involves pushing, grappling, and screaming in really short bursts. Gorillas fight the way they fuck. What I mean is, the phase they run are like how they hum. Not long at all. Because again, most times gorillas don't actually want to fight. But what about when they do? Yeah, that would be phase 3, and that usually happens when two silverbacks throw down for control of a group. Losing such would mean losing the 3 Fs: food, family, and the FCC won't let me finish, but stakes can take these fights to the death, and here's where we can see what gorillas are truly capable of. I found a research paper that detailed the injuries sustained in gorilla-on-gorilla fights, and based on that, you see a pattern. Those teeth are for more than just undressing trees, and losers are often found with lacerations and wounds all over the body. And unlike a leopard,
So they bite too, that's crazy.
The canines of a gorilla cause large gaping tears in victims. Even if the gorilla's bite strength has been exaggerated, which we will get into, even lowballing them puts them at the level of a hyena.
Damn.
One gorilla named Inshuti had his foot completely crushed with the tips of his fingers and ear bitten off. Gorillas
Inshuti not pictured, I
really
just
to
saw.
punch, but to use as battering rams, and they've also been known to pull chunks of hair out with their hands.
Damn.
So safe to say, a gorilla's stiff arm to the back would crack your constitution like a glow stick, and could dislocate or break human bones by accident. And with many victims
By
also
accident,
reported with
yeah, I mean-
to the face, you'd probably be able to unlock your iPhone from 20 feet away after a gorilla puts jaws on you. So what chance would an army of humans have against a 500-pound berserker? Well, hot take. Gorillas have been drastically overrated in many ways.
Yeah, for real.
Versus fighters. Gorillas aren't efficient fighters, they're more physical brawlers and grapplers, and with everything I've said, most fights last anywhere from a couple seconds to 1 to 2 minutes at the most. Also, as strong as gorillas are, their strength has been overrated. There are some animals that just get more and more OP the more people talk about them. Chimps have been said to have the strength of 8 men, when really it's closer to 1.5. It's just that they're stronger in all the ways that can kill you. And grizzly bears are already big enough, but then you got people claiming they could decapitate a full-grown moose with one swipe. What idiot would say that? And this debate has people swearing a gorilla would rip a whole man in half like a phone book with nary a sweat. I knew the gorilla propaganda peaked when this was an actual debate. Dr. Strange could conjure up 14 million realities. You won't find one where a plus-size protein-packing primate can do anything to a full-strength grizzly bear taking him seriously. Especially since there's a much smaller predator known to give gorillas problems. Gorillas have been documented getting preyed on by African leopards.
Damn.
Even with jungle
Get
leopards
fucked.
being bulkier due to less competition, that's still an at most 180.
It's that Tarzan shit.
Prime.
Wasn't it? I think in Tarzan it was a there was a
Usually go for
leopard.
hoofed animals, wild pigs, and monkeys. Gorillas are actually too big and too social to be a regular on the grocery list, so it sounds like my whole point is trash. But that same paper listing gorilla-on-gorilla violence also showed the aftermath of leopard attacks. In those reports, all leopard victims took bite wounds to the head and most of the arms, with lacerations localized about the neck and claw marks on the trunk. So even though it is rare and a one-on-one between a silverback and a leopard might murk both, if a gorilla can struggle with less than 200 pounds of predator, a 900-pound duration would give Harambe a bunkmate. Also, against 100 men, there are some very real issues that could be game over for the gorilla.
It's the same guy 100 times.
Gorillas are dangerous.
See, there you
close
go.
to being hot girl fit. They're best using explosive bursts of energy, not sustained strain over a long period of time, and a fight against 100 humans would likely last hours. Which is really bad considering compared to us, gorillas have poor temperature control. Gorillas don't have as many sweat glands as humans, and if we're talking about mountain gorillas, the thick fur would make it a 1-on-1 versus 1. The men, and the risk of heat stroke. That is if the ape doesn't just have a heart attack. Cardiovascular disease is the leading cause of death in gorillas and
Damn, really? Okay.
70% of male gorillas in zoos suffer from heart disease that'll past tense them prematurely.
That's
Now,
crazy.
That might just apply to zoo gorillas, but it's still a factor. Another is the very temperament of the gorilla is highly non-confrontational. They're more likely to run away than run a fade. But most importantly, the brawling, grappling build is not a
Casual
combat style
combat.
against multiple enemies. We know that because there's another African predator that's been giving gorillas hell, and you may not have even realized it. And it's weird because for a while, gorillas and chimpanzees seemed like they were on good terms. They've been recorded foraging together.
Oh, really?
They'll even have their version of primate playdates. That all changed when the chimp started chimping. A couple years ago in Luongo National Park, scientists witnessed a gang of 18 chimps jump a gorilla family of 5.
Damn.
4 females, 1 baby, and a silverback. The turf war lasted an hour, and even with the silverback apparently testing ragdoll physics, throwing chimps in the air, and even managing to injure 3, eventually he was surrounded and chased off by 9 chimps. The adults got away, but the chimps managed to snatch the baby gorilla,
Oh no.
which was promptly eaten. The second
That's
attack involved 20
that's why I'm saying fucking chimpanzee. That's the ones you really gotta be afraid of. Like a gorilla's chill, right? You just don't fuck with them. Chimps, they're like they don't give a fuck. They're ready to kill.
7 chimpanzees and 7 gorillas, and this time the silverback made a business decision and immediately climbed out of the trees and fled the scene. Yes, comparing chimps to humans is comparing durians to jackfruit. The moral here is the one gorilla can not only be overwhelmed, but neutralized by numbers. Because if there's one thing that's being dangerously underrated, it's the power of friendship. Don't laugh, it's serious. If you remember this picture, then you know this was the 100 Men 1 Gorilla of 2018. It's pretty self-explanatory. Everything here is coming for your life, except the 2 you picked to run defense for you. And I'm just gonna kill the suspense. If one of those picks isn't the 10,000 rats, you have no idea how big 10,000 is. Add eagles for aerial support, and the rest of the field would have over 200 rats to deal with each. And it's cause the power of plurality is one of the most broken strategies in nature.
Hell yeah.
Refers to an anti-predator behavior where prey animals approach,
Mogging?
harass, and sometimes attack the
What?
predator. It's how one animal can shift an almost impossible matchup in their favor. One hyena to a lion is a chew toy. Add 20 and it's a life lesson. Pilot
Yeah.
whales have been on record chasing orcas out of high
I think that's like I think people are severely underestimating what it means because like let's just say we're doing this experiment for real. Do you think the gorilla's gonna be able to focus on like 5 dudes at once even? And even if you can, you've got 95 more. I don't know. I've always thought in my mind that like the 100 dudes would always win. But I mean it's also just a fucking fantasy conversation, so
competition areas, and even actively following the sounds of orca hunts. There's plenty of examples of weaponized unity in nature, but probably my favorite case of what's akin to a mob happens off the coast of South Africa, where fur seals have to risk their spot on the census every time they check the fridge, cause the seals can't go out for groceries without the chance of running into the biggest predatory fish on earth. Every year,
Yahoo!
great white sharks will gather around fur seal
I love
nurseries
sharks.
and snatch any inexperienced pups. The problem is so many sharks show up that a seal can dodge one great white right into the jaws of another. You've seen this movie before, but there's an alternate ending. Scientists have recorded fur seals squatting up into one giant group and using their numbers to turn on the sharks closing in. And as the mob gets bigger, the seal force gets more confident, leading to them escorting the 20-foot assault submarines back out to sea. So with all this, now it doesn't seem like a stretch to favor 100 men over just one gorilla. You could argue that the CEOs and the other mob merchants aren't actually
The
getting
CEOs.
physical with their final boss. That's true. Everyone's asking if 100 men could off a gorilla. No one's asking how. Well, that's why I'm here. But first, obligatory, don't try this on a gorilla, or at least don't blame me for the consequences. In a fight
Don't
against a
try
simian
this
weighing
at
a
home.
shack and a half, it's all about attacking the weak points, and a gorilla's weak points are the same as ours. Eyes, throat, mouth, and for measure, the jewels of the south. It's all about delivering damage that actually matters, and to do that, someone would have to perform the Draymond Green special and go for the eyes and blind him. Someone else would have to suffocate the supersized simian, either by bear hugging his windpipe,
I mean,
which only Tarzan
yeah.
backpacking plot armor can do, or by shoving your entire arm down his throat. And since you're already negotiating your arm elbow deep in esophagus, you'd also have to pull the gorilla's tongue out. I call that the leopard method, because a 73-year-old once soloed an attacking leopard by reaching into its mouth and ripping out the leopard's liquor. And
Jesus.
Someone would have to be elected to perform Draymond's final smash and go for the gorilla's unmentionables. Hey, this is war. The rest would have to use their combined strength to pin the primate down, with the remainder delivering kicks to the gorilla's flank, the most powerful natural attack to the gorilla's most vulnerable area. That would probably be the best way to chip away at a gorilla. One problem though, this is still a gorilla we're talking about. Even with everything I said about their strength being overrated, a gorilla fighting for its life would show you destruction like you've never seen. It doesn't matter how many men, the method, or the facet, for those first few, their only outcome is a closed casket. Even if numbers eventually win, those first dozen or so men would be horrifically maimed, mutilated, or straight up murked. You can argue—
Well, yeah, I mean, but that's not the question, right? It's like, it's not, the question isn't could 100 dudes do it unscathed, like, it's just could 100 dudes do it. And frankly, yeah, easily. Well, not easily, but you know what I mean.
That if I can mention that 100 men running over the hill would intimidate even a gorilla, witnessing men getting mauled and disfigured would inflict psychological damage. There's an argument that witnessing the sheer carnage would weaken the resolve of the others, destabilizing the army. And you have to remember, if mobbing is natural, doing so in a way that guarantees a portion of your team sees Tupac live isn't. Even animals like hyenas will fall back if they sense they don't have enough of an advantage in a clan fight. But there's a catch. The tweet that started all this said, "Dedicated to that shit. Surely if men can watch bunkmates get blown to bits in a war, then you can find 100 willing to die about a gorilla. If they can withstand the visceral reaction of seeing jaws getting detached, limbs getting dislocated, and a field of open fractures, 100 men would definitely beat a gorilla." And moral of the story—
Yeah, there you go.
we have strayed so far from the halo of Harambe. But this is the part where I do the annoying thing and turn a tweet made by someone who definitely wouldn't pass a P test into a lecture. But like I said in the other video, gorillas have already been getting the middle finger from humanity, either in the wild or in zoos. Whether it's trophy hunting or bush meat, habitat loss, or an unsupervised minor, humans have the highest KD ratio against our green machine cousins.
Well,
A gorilla has never
I mean—
been on record life depriving a person, even when they may have had a reason. Yet the mountain gorilla is nearly in bed with extinction mostly because of humans.
Damn.
But not all humans. Some dedicate their entire lives to the welfare of this giga ape, which is why I will be donating to Virunga National Park.
Nice.
Not only do they treat and protect the gorillas there as family, they often have to risk their lives regularly going against poachers.
Hell yeah.
The fact that I made a—
I think, and this is I don't know, you feel free to disagree. Feel free to say it's inhumane. I think that hunting poachers should be legal. I think if you can 100% prove that somebody's a poacher, you're free to fucking you can take the kill. I don't give a shit. I think it's only fair. They're doing something illegal. Two wrongs don't make a right, but I think one less bad person in the world makes a bit of a difference.
video detailing how to murk an endangered species makes my soul itch, so link down below if you'd like to donate as well. I'm not kidding when I say they're family. This man was seen comforting one of his young gorillas after his mother died. And fun fact, Virunga National is where we got this gem. But yeah, that's gonna do it for this video. Fun little video that nobody should take seriously. Nah, but I think I'm gonna start doing the animal versus animal face-off videos again, so let me know what animal matchup you'd like to see me yap about. There's one I've been wanting to get into for a while. Friendly reminder that I have a book, 100 Animals That'll Bleeping End You. I'd say more, but the name's no marketing. Also, I have a Patreon, but reminder that your money's probably just gonna buy me lunch, so don't spend a check unless you've always wanted to indirectly feed me Wendy's. Or you might just fund my next trip. I mean, all this talk about gorillas, who knows? Maybe I'll go see one.
Nice.
Oh, shit. But yeah, drink water, hug your mother. Please don't gang up on a gorilla. They've been through enough. And I'm gonna see y'all in the next one.
Cool. That was a cool video. All right, let's see what else we got.
Your second favorite streamers.
Oh, nice. Meat Canyon.
No, don't cry, don't cry. No, it's okay.
What's the issue? You got yourself a crying baby?
Oh, yeah.
By the way, this is the many faces of JD Vance.
He's been having a bit of a fit all morning.
Let me take a look. I'm really good with babies. May I?
Well, I
Thank
don't.
you.
Oh, okay. I don't agree with anything you're saying.
Shut up, dog. Shut up. Is that a baby crying? Oh, God. Oh, is this your baby? Let me help.
Damn, why
Oh, God. Oh,
are the moms so fucking thick though?
is this your baby? Let me help.
What the fuck?
Is it your baby, ma'am? Let me take a look. Let me take. Gucci goo. Are you autistic, little boy? Do you have a peanut allergy? Here, eat this peanut and tell me how you feel. Oh.
Oh god damn it, what is it doing again now? Fuck off with the stupid ass stream. Why are we dropping frames on? I'm not even using the funny. Maybe I will have to do the thing that Floof said. Not right now, but general, where I'll stream at a higher bitrate and a higher quality, so that it uses the better encoder. Because maybe that's the issue. I mean, I wouldn't know, but we'll have to see.
His throat's closed. He's definitely autistic.
What? No wait, I forgot to activate the. Oh, okay, well. That's horrible. I hate that. Oh, nice. This reminds me of the face stealer from
Oh my God.
Avatar.
Thank you so much. Oh, wow, thanks. Thanks again. You're welcome.
What the fuck? I love Meat Canyon. Sometimes it I can get it, but sometimes it confuses even me. Oh, very nice. Oh yes, chamomile. It's been so long. The schoolboy. Oh, is this about that fucking weirdo who was pretending to be a schoolboy? I believe so. Hold on, let's get the subtitles in here. Ah, yeah, it is. Oh, that's so gross. I don't know why, but I'm so fascinated with, like, fucked up or looking bullshit. I don't know. It's so good. That's why I love Meat Canyon and this guy so much. It's just like, it just tickles a weird part of my brain that I just love to watch. And also because it's just really high quality. Uh-oh. Don't you hate it when that happens? Every day when I was going home to school in Britain. What the weather would suggest anyway. He's right in front of the door, I can see him. This, by the way, this, I don't know if this is an American thing, the whole mail slot in the door. I've never in my entire life seen this. Right? Never in my entire life have I seen this shit at anybody's house that I've ever been at. And I think it's an American thing, but like, I don't know. It just seems like the weirdest. Isn't this like, I don't know, is it super unsafe? I mean, we don't have like rubber people that could like reach in and open the door from the inside, but I don't know. It's the same with like dog doors and shit. I don't know. I don't like it. It seems so unsafe. Some houses have the mail slot, some don't. Okay. Yeah, like over here, usually it's mailboxes. Mine doesn't, but my mother-in-law's does. And like, I know that it's like a small slot. You can barely reach your hand through, I'm assuming. But I don't fucking know. To me, especially nowadays, it seems like it would invite somebody to like, I don't fucking know, somehow like sneak a bomb in your home or some shit like that, right? I'd be worried, honestly. Anyway, right. Schoolboy. I don't know if... Do I actually have that dude's video? We'll have to see. Nice. He's already in the closet. Oh no. Oh no, he turned him into one of his... I love this guy's video.
Did you know that by pressing this little button, you are helping this video to get more views and motivate me? So please, push it. Mwah.
So good. So good. Freaky alien! Who's that? What? What is this from? Oh, also chamomile. Okay. Oh, it's not... Hold on. Why aren't you... Ugh. What the fuck? Oh no, freaky alien! I love that, like, chamomile is either fucked up gross horror or, like, also that, but with cool anime fight. It's so good. I think she's dead. Oh, what? Oh no, freaky Yeah, like I said, it's also that still.
Hey, you! Did you know that by pressing this little button, you are helping this video to get more views and motivate me? So please, push it. Mwah.
So good. So good. Always.
So, this is not a video.
Okay. I was not expecting purple furry dog. What is this video? The Cuphead rip-off. I mean, I read the title. Right. Well, Cuphead rip-off.
I expected to be making, like, ever. 2023 has truly been the year of twists and turns for this silly little YouTube channel.
Right.
And that looks like it isn't stopping anytime soon with today's video topic.
Right. Yo, Cuphead!
Ever heard of something called Cuphead before?
No, never in
Cuphead
my entire life. What is that? Please tell me, Purple Dog.
is genuinely one of my favorite games of all time. It easily
Wow, what an NPC take.
cracks my top 10 and maybe
No, it's
even
great.
cracks my top
I love
5.
it.
It's that good. The fast-paced, beautifully animated boss rush / run and gun hybrid released back in 2017 and seriously took the internet by storm for a long period of time.
God, has it really been 8 years since Cuphead? That's so fucking crazy. Did we ever get, I know we got the DLC, I think, with the lady. But I don't think, has there ever been like info on a sequel or something?
It's even a prime subject for content farms to milk, believe it or not.
What?
If you remember my 3-lane video
Oh, no.
earlier in the year, he was obsessed with making Cuphead animations. But this video really doesn't have anything to do with that. In fact, we aren't even going to be talking about Cuphead specifically.
Oh, well then I'm turning it off.
This time, we're going to be taking an in-depth look at a game I legitimately never thought would see the light of day, ever since it was announced back in 2019, and quietly stayed in production for almost 4 years. That game is Enchanted Portals.
Ooh.
And if you don't recognize the name, you might recognize what it looks like. Yep.
Nope,
this is
never
the
seen it.
infamous Cuphead copy, ripoff, whatever you want to call it. When this thing was
Genuinely, I've never heard of this.
announced all those years ago, it was torn to shreds by the community for very obvious reasons. I mean, just look at this damn thing. It screams Cuphead from pretty much every single angle.
Okay, okay. I understand that it's probably plagiarizing. Here's my take. Cuphead didn't invent the art style. Like I said, I'm willing to believe that this is a plagiarism or whatever. Absolutely fair. Cuphead did not invent the art style or the animation style. So, like, I think it's a little bit unfair to say, like, what if they just got inspired? Again, I'm not saying that that's the case. What if they just got inspired by Cuphead and then wanted to make a similar game? Where's the issue with that? But again, I'll happily believe that it's a ripoff.
Pretty heavily into Cuphead when this game was announced, so I actually remember what it was like to see this thing get destroyed.
It also
by the
looks
internet in
slow
real
as fuck.
time. Truthfully though, I was actually kind of pumped for this game. Like, even if it's just Cuphead at home, it's still essentially just more
Oh shit, is that a fucking Rockadoodle reference?
time would have nicely filled a gap in content that Cuphead's own DLC would fill up later. I was really hoping Enchanted Portals would be a smash hit and would prove all the naysayers wrong. But that is far from what actually ended up happening. All of a sudden, almost like a shadow drop, but not actually, the game was released on Steam for the world to play. By the time I finally noticed it was out, it had a majority.
This is a Chinese game studio. Because then I can easily believe that this is a ripoff. Extreme battles versus crazy bosses in this capitalized intense 2D platform. That's actually the genre, is intense 2D platformer.
Majority negative reviews already. Maybe people were
Well,
just
okay, I mean, right, but that's 124. That's not that much. Not a lot of people played this.
By the time I finally noticed it was out, it had a majority negative reviews already. Maybe people were just blindly hating on it though. I had to play for myself to truly find out. So I did.
It looks
I bought the
extremely slow. I'll say that. It looks like it doesn't really capture the whole, like, because that was the whole thing about Cuphead, right? Is that it was like quick, very fast, like high action. This one seems like, I don't know. They took a couple of fucking Advils and no, not Advil. What's the one? What's the ADHD medication? They took a couple of that and
the game,
you know,
which cost the same amount of money as Cuphead, by the way,
well,
and jumped into the world of Enchanted Portals. So, what are my thoughts? Surprise, surprise, it's garbage. But the full story here is a lot more complicated than
I mean,
what
that witch can
probably
get it,
seems
though.
like on a surface level. So strap in, everyone, as I take you through a look at the entire game. This is a story of controversy, poor decision making, failed Kickstarters, and two people trying to make the best Cuphead clone they could, and sadly failing miserably. This is a deep dive on Enchanted Portals.
okay.
Alright, to start off, we have to go all the way back to when this thing was announced. Enchanted Portals, created by the two-person team of Zizo Games,
Oh, never
was
mind.
officially revealed to the world on October 8th of 2019, almost 4 years ago at this point. Considering the amount of work done on this trailer, we can safely say this game had a minimum 4 years of total dev time from beginning to release, but
What?
it realistically could have been in development for 5 years or 6 years, and I wouldn't even be shocked. Looking back at this trailer now, I can see why I was personally so optimistic about it at the time. It doesn't even look that bad from everything shown off here. Animations, while very clearly done completely digitally unlike Cuphead, still look impressive and smooth.
I mean, yeah, thank you. I was gonna say, like, okay, right, Cuphead was hand-drawn, cool and all. Is that if you can make it look good digitally?
Sure, most of the bosses shown off look a little bare bones, but it's a Kickstarter trailer. Surely by the time the game is out, these will all be fixed
Yeah,
up
I mean,
better. Right?
Yeah.
Right? Since this is, well, a Kickstarter trailer...
It also,
probably get
like, the characters and everything don't look like they blend super well with the backgrounds. I kind of blame that on the fact that they, I don't know, it is kind of reminiscent of, like, old cartoons, right? Where you would have, like, the painted backgrounds, and then, you know, despite the fact that the characters were hand-drawn, they would always sort of stick out of the scenery, but I don't know, it's a little jarring in this game. And if I remember correctly, with Cuphead, it didn't feel like that.
correctly that there was indeed a Kickstarter page set up for Enchanted Portals. There are tons of extra details here about the game, and even some stretch goals. Were
Wow.
any of them met though? Nope. Not only that, they didn't even make it halfway to their goal.
Damn.
It was really just a bad mix of things that led to Enchanted Portals' Kickstarter failure. As I kinda said earlier, the internet had a serious hate boner for this project, and even if the stuff shown off here is kinda neat, most people probably hate boner for
Rebel Taxi, that's the only actual channel I know here, apparently. The worst Cuphead rip-offs. Why is awkward? Why is Master shaking there?
for this project. And even if the stuff shown off here is kinda neat, most people probably saw no use in funding something so controversial and
Honestly though, it's funny because I like some of the references and the jokes in the background, like the pictures, mom, dad, you know, like the whole, like, aliens abducting cows and whatever. I don't know, I think that's kind of funny. I feel like there's some amount of, like, effort and soul put into this. It's kind of shame that people just ripped it apart, even though I'm sure it's not that great.
and at this point, pretty repetitive. Why even play the game when you can just play Cuphead? Even if it turned out alright, at the end of the day, it still would have been a worse game than Cuphead most likely. So yeah, the Kickstarter
I wonder
of the day,
if this is a reference to the Thumbelina movie. I'm just, like, seeing a lot of references here. Maybe it's just in my head, but
it still would have been a
Could
worse
be,
game than
right?
Cuphead
They have
most
that
likely.
like Toad
So, yeah,
Lady,
the
and
Kickstarter
this has
flopped,
got
and
to
the
be
future
like
of Enchanted
Rockadoodle for
Portals
sure.
was uncertain to say the least. The devs stated they were going
This
to
is
find
just pirate
alternative
theme.
ways to fund the
There's nothing
project,
there.
and that was the last we heard about it until it was announced years later that the team had been given money by Epic Games
Okay.
through their Epic Mega Grant Recipient Program.
Okay.
Apparently, the amount of money given through these grants can range from $5,000 to $250,000. So it's hard to say how much money they really got to finish the game. Finally, just this year, it was announced that Perp Games would be publishing the project and bringing it to major consoles with a physical release as well. I find it very funny that on the Perp Games site they have an article about Enchanted Portals that says, Enchanted Portals, which has been favorably compared to Cuphead, as if 95% of the attention the game had gotten wasn't it being compared.
Well, you know what they
unfavorably to
say.
Cuphead. That's pretty
All
much the
publicity is
build-up
good
Enchanted
publicity.
Portals had from announcement to release. It was apparently shown off at some E3-like event earlier this year, but I don't remember seeing or hearing about that at all while it was going on. And just like that, after many years of troubled development, Enchanted Portals was finally released to the world. In the time between the game being announced and the game dropping, the Cuphead DLC had also come out, which just brought into question the purpose of Enchanted
Okay.
Portals even more.
Yeah, and see that's what I mean. Like, if you look at Cuphead, the backgrounds in a lot of levels, maybe this is like not a great example, but I think the backgrounds in a lot of levels are a lot simpler. But the assets that are like moving and everything, I don't know, it like all meshes a little bit better, right? Whereas with this game, I don't know, it feels like it clashes very hard, right? It's like the art style of the thing in the background really doesn't work with the stuff in the foreground. But then with Cuphead, it's like, I don't know, it kind of works. Also, I bet there's a lot of porn of this dog lady here.
DLC had also come out, which just brought into question the purpose of Enchanted Portal even
I'll get
more.
it. It's a dog fight. Get it? It's a dog fight. It's a dog fight. I understand. Thanks, Cuphead.
Because if you wanted more Cuphead, now you had it. Just go play the DLC. That DLC is insanely good. I highly recommend it. Anyway.
Yeah,
now
see,
to
like,
the
you can
better-
kind of see it
that
here, too.
DLC
Maybe it's the filters. It could be the filters, but it's like, I don't know. It looks a lot, and it feels a lot less clashing. Or maybe it's just because there's a lot going on. That could also be it.
insanely good. I highly recommend it. Anyway. Now that you have a better understanding
But yeah, like,
of the
looking
game
at this
and its
bothers me,
development
kind of. I don't
timeline,
know. It
it's
feels
finally time we dive head
stinky.
first into the final released version of the game. Enchanted Portals is different from Cuphead.
It's also kind
in
of
the way
like
you progress
almost
through
feels
the
like a
game. It
Flash
features no
game.
world map and instead uses a linear world system that is accessed through a menu. Unlike Cuphead,
I mean-
you can't choose the order you go to bosses in. So I'll be going over this game in the linear order that it's presented in. Enough yapping, let's get into it. Enchanted Portals starts with an intro cutscene showing off the plot of the game. These two wizard kids are dicking around in their laboratory or something and accidentally knock over a purple book that I guess is full of spells. The two come to an agreement that the only course of action in this situation is to sound off a random spell from the book, but whoops, it makes a big ass portal that sucks both the kids, their cat, and the book into it. Now Cuphead is a boss rush game first, with run and gun levels as an extra bonus. I enjoy the run
I
and gun
don't know if I agree with that. The platforming is like kind of heavy in the game. I don't know. I don't know if I agree with the idea that it's a boss rush game first.
levels in Cuphead for how creative the level designs and enemies are, but they're still probably my least favorite part of that entire game. Enchanted Portals is like if you took those run and gun stages from Cuphead, turned them into the main content of the game, and removed any unique aspects about them. That's how the game starts off, as you're
And like that's, I don't know. That's not a okay. Maybe he'll give an example.
content of the game, and removed any unique aspects about them. That's how the game starts.
That's such a non-argument. It's like, oh, it's like they took the thing and they did the thing and then they did the other thing. It's not.
Off as your player character falls out of the portal in the sky and onto the ground of the very first run and gun stage. The
Okay.
book also falls out and has a face now for some reason. I don't even know, don't even question it. The book, with a very surprised look on its new face, flies away into the level, and it's our job to chase after it. Since this game doesn't have any world map and follows a linear structure, this is the very first part of gameplay Enchanted Portals has to offer the player. Cuphead has kind of simple controls. but given the difficulty level of that game, the tutorial at the beginning is a great way to make sure the player is aware of the entire moveset and how to move around certain situations. Enchanted Portal says, fuck all that nonsense, here's 2 random PNGs in the first level that don't even say what buttons do what.
That's stupid. The book looks like P. Salty, the singing songbook, but not as Nightmare Fuel. Salty? Salty? I don't know what that is. You'll have to post what that is.
Good luck! There is an optional moveset sheet you can look at, but a good game should either tell the player how to play the damn game, or be simple enough that you can just figure it out on your own.
I mean, the game I will say, if they're gonna do a tutorial, they should do a proper tutorial. I agree with that. Or they should just give you a button prompt that says, like, hey, press this to see what the moves are. I mean, I don't know. This doesn't look crazy. Like, okay, I get the dash and the impulse or whatever, and the block and the dodge. Sure. I don't know. I've played enough video games to understand how video games work, I guess. Maybe that's
Maybe you're thinking I'm being a little harsh here. Most people who are playing this game have likely played Cuphead before.
Yeah, or just other video games.
That's where you're dead wrong. The main gimmick of this level, and many other levels in the game, is switching bullet types to kill certain colored enemies. Blue enemies need the blue bullets, green
Oh my god, what the fuck is that? Hold on, let me
ones need the green bullets, and
let me bring this up. Is this some sort of Christian thing? Is this some weird, like, kids Christian content? Okay. Okay, he doesn't look horrible in this, but then this is just cursed Sonic. This is just book Sonic. Sonic book. Songs for Lil Praisers. Volume 1, well, there you go. God Loves Me So Much. I wonder if we can find some shit of this on YouTube. Oh, Superbook is a different show? Okay. I wanna see what, I don't know, salty songs? Psalm, no. Okay, Salty the Singing Songbook. Oh, Volume 1, okay. Slight detour from the funny Cuphead rip. Sorry. We'll be here for a while anyway, we have the time. W word. Wumbo. Ernie Rettino and Debbie Kerner-Rettino. Always with the Italians.
Hey kids, it's time for Salty Songs for Lil Praisers.
No, hold on.
Kids, it's
This bothers the fuck out of me. These bother the fuck out of me. This is not how these cubes are supposed to work. It's supposed to be 1 letter per cube. I'm just gonna start dropping weird Christian. Yeah, no, you can do that. That's fine. I don't care. This is, first of all, this isn't even a fucking letter. So why is this on a fucking letter cube? And then this is just wrong. No. I hate this. This sucks.
time for Salty Songs for Lil Praisers.
I'm gonna go pray to Satan now. Oh dear Lord.
Come on, Josh.
It's giving Hulk Hogan. We do not have VeggieTales. I don't remember a lot of, like, Christian... Okay, here's the thing. The reason why I don't remember a lot of Christian shows is because I don't think that we had a lot of Christian TV shows. I think that's like a purely or a majorly American phenomenon. I've seen VeggieTales, like I know VeggieTales from the internet, but I don't remember seeing a lot of like Christian cartoons except, and this is the only one that I remember, and I think I have a VHS of this. I don't know where it is, but I would love to find it again. It was this cartoon show about like 5 angels helping people from the heavens, and I think it was Christian. I don't fucking know. I should ask ChatGPT if it knows what it is, and then maybe we can watch it. But no, like generally speaking, these shows didn't really exist over here because, or at least I wasn't exposed to them. I watched normal cartoons like Sonic Underground and like French cartoons with a lot of horny shit in them. This is mostly American evangelical thing, or evangelical thing. Back in college, one of my friends was Irish Catholic, and he was so confused by it. Yeah, no. Like, over here, you're not really exposed to a lot of this stuff. Most of the church things that happen over here are pretty much just ceremonial. There was never this idea of, like, oh, kids can't watch cartoons and also go to church. Because from what I understand, it's like, with you know, American Catholics, is they're usually, you know, like, very Puritan and very, like, why we can't let our kids watch the gosh darn TV, or they're gonna pray to Pokemon Satan. And so, like, a lot of these shows were kind of created by, at least this is the information I know, correct me if I'm wrong, a lot of these shows were just, like, created by, like, smaller, you know, Christian, or sorry, evangelical. You know what? Evangelicals over here are also kind of crazy, so that checks out. But basically, religious people got together in a couple of groups and created these fucking weird ass cartoons for their children, and that's why they were around, because they didn't want to let their kids watch devil Hollywood magic, which to a degree I suppose is fair. Anyway, for a reference, I think last viewing stream, or the one before, I don't remember, we watched the Life with Grandpa video, so I'm hoping that this isn't going to be that terrible. I don't think it will be. Sorry, what was that? First of all, I'm gonna need some... Yeah. I'm a hallelujah raiser, and I stand about 3 feet tall. Yeah, Salty, I don't think you're fucking 3 feet tall, my dude. In the picture on your fucking weird CD VHS thing, you're taller than a barn.
God loves me so much.
Alright. Whoa! This is progressive. How diverse. I love to let my praises out. I have a question. Couldn't you have just put a face on the book and not have a guy? I'm sure it would have been, like, way more expensive, but you could have just, like, because it's all ADR'd anyway. Why not just do a Barney and have a guy in the suit and have it, like, have a normal face? Why is there a dude's head poking up? And then it wouldn't be as scary, you know what I mean? Salty would have been Mike since his head is poking out. You think so? Because this still sounds... I mean, okay, it's the opening. This, like, park is beautiful, though. There's so much green. Making a costume and hiring an actor is cheaper than building a puppet. No, I don't mean like a puppet. I just mean like... I guess, okay, Barney was like a bad example, but like... It could just be like... I don't know, like a regular smiley face. And then, like, you don't have to have the mouth move, because it's just a fucking book anyway, right? Why dress up a guy in blueface?
Oh, kids, I'm so glad you could come to the worship workshop today, because...
The worship... Also keep in mind, evangelicals are weird as fuck. That is very true. The worship workshop... I don't know. It's always... It's a bad taste from the Life with Grandpa video. It's innocent. It's meant to be innocent.
I have
A cold?
No, Josh, I didn't sneeze. That was my new invention, the Nose-It-All. The Nose-It-All.
Okay. I'm willing to say, alright, you know what? Living songbook full of love God songs. Okay. Fair enough. Got it. Religion is all big about books. Figured it out. The wall knows. Don't think I can live with that, frankly. I don't... The fuck are evangelicals smoking, and can I have some? It's gotta be some good shit. I know what they're smoking. It's the Lord's love.
It's full of fun facts and important figures. And it's got...
Okay, so... You know what? Connecting to my previous statement. It's the knows-it-all. It's full of information and just has a bunch of shit that it knows. Here's the thing, Salty. Why the fuck not just have it be another book? Books know things. They have things in them, books, right? Didn't have to grow a nose homunculus in your fucking wall. Quite frankly. Could have just had another book. Could have been your book wife.
One little quirk. It sneezes paper confetti while it's sleeping.
That's... I don't like that. Don't ever do that again.
Go ahead, give it a try.
They were just throwing everything at the wall to see what stuck. Yeah, nose, apparently.
But stand back.
I bet I'll get him on this one. Mr.
Hold on. There's a box
Stand back.
that says noise. They got a noise box. Oh, okay. Yeah. Fuck it.
I bet I'll get him on this one. Mr. Knows-It-All, who loves us
Mr. Nuts-A-Dog. I love automatically generated subtitles.
more than anybody in the whole world.
God loves you more than anyone in the whole wide world.
How do we know God loves us, Mr. Knows-It-All? Wait.
I feel like this kid... Every kid's show has this kid, right? Every kid's show has a kid that looks exactly like this. I'm not fucking crazy, right?
I want to get her in the spaghetti.
Spaghetti?
Spaghetti, Josh, confetti.
Yeah, whatever you call it.
They're all the director's kid. Yeah, it's just one director who has like 1,400 kids. I mean, hey, you ever read Gideon's Bible? Open up page 1.
John 3:16.
Oh, bro, Couldn't have picked a better one.
So loved the
That's so cliche.
world that in the Bible in John 3:16, for God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, and whosoever believes in him will not perish but have everlasting life.
That know-it-all is really smart, Salty.
That's for sure. The Knows-It-All keeps my schedule for the day. Mr. Knows-It-All, what do I have planned for today?
Do fun things about God's light and God's love.
What do fun things about God's light and God's love? You're using an NIV translation, not KG. I don't know what that means even.
Who knows what it means when we talk about God's light?
I know the answer. I know the answer.
Good, Mr. Knows-It-All, but I want to see if the kids know.
Is God's light the sunshine?
Well, God did make the sunshine, but I'm thinking about something else.
Is God's light the stars?
Well, that's a good answer too, but I'm still talking about something else.
Salty, is God's light Jesus?
Yes, the Bible tells us that Jesus is the light that shines to the whole world so that all the people can see him.
But Salty, right here in the Bible it says that we are the light of the world.
Well, that's right too. So if Jesus is the light, how did you get to be the light?
I'm Jesus. Got 100 points. Test passed. Exam successful.
Salty, because I asked Jesus into my heart to be my savior.
That's right. When we
You
ask
did that?
Jesus
Wow, that's
into our
crazy.
hearts, then we get to be the light too. But now what do we do with the light?
NIV's New International Version, it's a translation that uses more modern language, and KJV is King James. Ah, okay. Well, I would assume that, like, for kids, New International Version is easier to understand, right?
Now you've got the idea. Come on, I've got a song in my pages all about that. John, turn me
King
to
James
page
commissioned the
37.
translation to get the church off his ass about being a raging homo. That's not the right... That's not how it works. This is from the 90s, right? It's got to be.
Don't let Satan it out. I'm gonna let it shine. Don't let Satan it out. I'm gonna let it shine.
I just wanna see what some of the... Wow, apparently people apparently love this. 80s or 90s? Yeah, it seems like it would be.
Don't let Satan it out. I'm gonna let
Sorry, what did you say?
it shine. Don't let Satan it out. I'm gonna
Oh, don't let... I get it. It's like, don't let Satan, like, snuff it out. Right? Like, it out like a candle.
let it shine. Let it shine. Let it shine. Let it shine. Hide it under a bushel. No, I'm gonna let it shine. Hide it under a bushel. No, I'm gonna let it shine. Hide it under a bushel. No, I'm gonna let it shine. Let it shine. Let it shine. Let it shine.
I wonder if this kid's doing well today. I hope so.
Let it shine till Jesus.
Oh god!
I'm gonna
They're multiplying!
let it shine till Jesus.
Dear Lord, it's spreading.
Let it shine till Jesus comes. I'm gonna let it shine. 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 Let it shine.
I have to say, though, without condemning or condoning, the production value isn't terrible. The fucking face of the book is still a nightmare, but it's not bad production value, surprisingly. Turns out, I guess, if you pay your church enough, they actually do something with your money. Except, I mean, like, besides, you know, pocketing it, I guess.
Salty, I'm really tired.
Well, then go to sleep.
Fancy choreography and the last song worked me over.
Sounds like you need oil in your lamp. You know, gas in your Ford, umption in your gumption. We
Yeah,
need a little
literally.
atmosphere on this next song. Come on, let's get on Imagination Circle.
Imagination
Ready?
circle.
Here we go. Round and round and round we go. First walk fast, then walk slow. Reaching high, bending low. Where do you want to go?
A farm!
Oh, shit.
Oh, a farm!
What is this devil magic? Smells like ass.
Definitely on a farm.
I think, you know, this is worse than any Big Bang Theory laugh track.
We're definitely on a farm.
I love that it's like, this is for small children. They're too stupid to understand when to laugh. The laugh track isn't enough. We gotta show the disembodied mouths laughing. I understand.
Salty! Look! A cow!
Hey, and there's lanterns on the fence. Go get those lanterns and let's have some fun.
Let's have some fun. Oh, shit.
Give me oil in my lamp, keep me burning, burning, burning. Give me oil in my lamp, I pray. Give me oil in my lamp, keep me
That is not... It's not how a cow is shaped. I'm just gonna come out and say it. It's not... That's like a horse. That's a horse, not a cow. They're gonna burn the barn down, I hope, with the cow inside.
burning, burning, burning. Keep me burning till the break of day. And I will sing Hosanna, sing Hosanna, sing Hosanna to the King of Kings. And I will sing Hosanna.
You know, very catchy songs, though. But I think that's always kind of what they did, right? It's like, because they want it to be, like, easily memorable for kids. Gas for my Ford? Okay, okay, Ford Motor Company. I see where the fucking money came from. I still get the song stuck in my head from when I had to sing songs like this as a kid. Yeah, same thing here. No Google Gemini, fuck off. I also remember some of the songs we used to sing in, like, religion class or you know, in, like, our preparation classes for, confirmation and whatever. They also, like, I don't know, maybe, you know, maybe they just got, like, adult women to sing or whatever, but the dude, you know, whoever is doing Salty's voice, not actually terrible voice, and also in general, the songs don't sound terrible, so, and the voices, I mean. So it's like, you know, it's alright.
It's missing.
Oh.
Jump off the wall!
Jump off the wall? Oh dear, a running nose. This is one quirk I didn't anticipate.
I get it.
Help! Kids, quick!
Okay, where did it grow those legs, though?
Back on the wall. Lord help! Get the nose!
Well, Salty, how about you fucking help the kids, you lazy bastard? What the fuck? Our kids go grab the nose. Don't question the propaganda. I'm having a propaganda at that book.
Hurry, quick, get the nose! Get it! Hurry, hurry!
We got it, Salty.
Good job.
When I have a runny nose, my mom gives me a tissue. Her nose it all blow.
All right, Nose-It-All, get back on the wall. Because the last thing that we need on this show is a running gag.
Oh, you motherfucker. You son of a bitch. You fucking piece of shit.
Sometimes
I hate you, Salty.
problems are a little tougher than catching a running nose.
Yeah, you don't say. Sure are. Salty.
But when we have problems, God can help us. Who's had a problem that God has helped them with?
I used to be afraid of the dark, but then I found out God stays awake all night watching out for me so I can fall asleep and not be scared.
I mean, you can also turn on a night light, but yeah, sure.
Because Jesus took away my sins, I can ask God to forgive me if I do something wrong. I don't want to do the wrong thing, but sometimes it just pops out. I'm sure glad God loves me anyway.
Sorry, what was that?
Take away my sins. I can ask God to forgive me if I do something wrong. I don't want to do the wrong thing, but sometimes it just pops out. I'm sure glad God loves me anyway.
You know what? I don't even hate that lesson. That's not even a terrible thing to teach. Sometimes you just fuck up. And you know what? That's fair.
Me too. You know what, kids? There is absolutely nothing you could ever do to make God stop loving you. God loves you no matter what. God is so good to us. Hey,
I think, like, the message in and of itself isn't terrible, but, like, I know that that's often used to, like, you know, manipulate people anyway, so. On its own, though, I don't 100% disagree. I think faith is, you know, okay. I just think it woke DEI shit. Yeah, right? Where's my brimstone and hellfire? Where's my, if you sin, you go to hell. If you smoke weed, you go to hell before you die.
hey, and that's what this next song is all about. Come on, let's sing it together as we think about the different ways that God is so good. And Joe, you start.
Who the fuck is Joe? Joe Mama? Joe Biden?
God is so good.
All right, Joe.
God is so good.
You got it.
God is so good.
Alright, Joe, you're gonna have to come up with some more. I'm not convinced.
He sure is.
Jesus is real. Well, okay, that doesn't mean anything then. Cool.
Here we go. Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
Okay, well, guys. But is God good, though? I don't... Clown music.
Hallelujah. Well, I think that if we rehearse it that way, we could probably do it that way. But then...
Alright,
no,
thank you, Salty.
try it later.
Salty, God is so good. I just want to tell him I love him.
Great, then let's sing it. Come on, everybody.
Okay,
stand up and
guys,
let's do exactly
okay,
what
but
this
we
next
just-
song says. Touch your finger to your nose. No, Josh, not that nose. Your nose.
Okay.
Touch your finger
Yeah, this is like, okay, we just had another song. Fine. Can we get like a thing in between though? You're not really well. Is this just gonna be
Slowly now, slowly, slowly, and say to the Lord, I love you. I love you. I love you. Say to the Lord, I love you. I love you. I love you. Say to the Lord, I love you. Now get ready to reach your hands way high. Go! Reach your hands up to the sky. Look to the left, then right, and blink your eyes. When you turn
huh?
around, you'll start to sing and say to the Lord, I love you.
But can you just say it? Why do you have to do the weird funny dance? I wonder if some of these outfits are like, are they for the show, or is this just, to be fair, it's the 90s probably, so this is just what people wore, even if it's kids. To be fair though, some 90s fashion is like pretty based. Like everything is so boring nowadays. Look at the colors. It's so beautiful. We should get back to this type of fashion.
Ta-da!
What's that, Salty?
It's my songmobile.
What's a songmobile?
Well, it's my very first invention. It's made up of all kinds of musical instruments.
Okay, but it's not really a mobile though. Like a mobile usually would like imply that it's a vehicle that you can drive. That's, you just fucking taped a xylophone to a saxophone and you said it's a car. It's really not.
You see, the songmobile helps us to praise the Lord. When we
Right.
get happy thoughts about Jesus and how much he loves us, the songmobile just starts right up.
The songmobile sounds perfect for me, because when I think happy thoughts about the Lord, like how good he is and how much he
How
loves us,
idiot.
it makes me want to sing and dance and play instruments and throw open the windows and yell out, praise the Lord.
Praise the Lord.
No, it wasn't, because when I did it, it was in the middle of the night and my mom was not happy at all.
Alright, okay. That one wasn't bad.
But right now, it's time to praise the Lord. Hey, come on, everybody.
So, honestly, I find this to be more bearable than a lot of like other examples of Christian shows that I've seen, because there's some relatable humor in there, right? It's like, it's kind of cute there.
Let's praise the Lord together.
Regardless of what it is, and the fact that it's just like 17 songs back to back in 3 minutes.
Good news bubbling deep inside. Doodly doodly doo. I got something that I just can't hide. Doodly doodly doo. It makes me want to sing and shout. I just gotta let those doodaloos out. Doodaloo, doodaloo, God loves you. Doodaloo, doodly doo. God loves
I have to say though, the theme is very, very one track in these, and I understand that's the point, but it's like, okay, usually, here's the thing, right? Usually, a lot of the church songs and the Jesus songs that I learned about, while they were like, you know, praise the Lord and everything, there was also like some stories to them sometimes, right? Or it was like, I don't know, it was about redemption from sin or something like that. It's not all just like, okay, like I get it. God loves me. Jesus is real. Very cool. Can we get some, I want some integrity in my Jesus songs, please. I want some story. I want some, tell me about the kids who made fun of the bald guy and they got mauled by bears. That's what I want to see. When is Jack Black gonna come in here and start playing the waxophone or whatever the fuck it was called?
That's right.
Well, you're down right now though, on the floor.
You bet. No matter what you say or do, God'll never ever stop loving you. Doodle-doodle-doodle, doodle-doodle-doodle, God loves you. Doodle-doodle-doodle, doodle-dee-doo, God loves you. Doodle-doodle-doodle, doodle-dee-doo, God loves you. Doodle-doodle-doodle, doodle-dee-doo, doodle-doodle-doodle, doodle-dee-doo, doodle-doodle-doodle, doodle-doodle-doodle, God loves you.
Oh, this really is like DEI shit. There's like all kinds of ethnicities and what the hell? Where are my Christian shows for white people only? Joke, 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 joke. Joke, YouTube. It was a joke. I didn't mean that. It was ironic. Also, there's a blue dude. I think that's kind of out of the... Kind of out of a possibility there. Oh, it is a vehicle. Wait, it didn't look like that before, did it? Blind? Or maybe it's just the overload of fucking, like, every single fucking color on the goddamn palette that's, like, making me blind.
Something you can share with everyone.
Right.
Just letting someone know how much Jesus loves them is one of the nicest things you could ever
Okay.
do.
Salty, I'm glad someone told me how much Jesus loves me.
Me too.
Yeah, about like 40,000 times in the span of 20 minutes. Okay. Okay.
Oh well, I hope you can come back soon, little praisers, because we've got lots more to do.
All right. Well, that honestly, that was funny. That wasn't bad, in the sense of like it was an interesting little detour to take. We'll look at VeggieTales in a bit, but I'm gonna watch this video now.
Red ones need the red bullets. Pretty simple stuff in theory, but for some insane reason, these bullet types are mapped to the D-pad of all things and require you
What?
to hit a different D-pad direction to change bullet types. Not only
Okay. What?
need the green bullets and red ones need the red bullets. Pretty simple stuff in theory, but for some insane reason, these bullet types are mapped to the D-pad of all things and require you to hit a different D-pad direction to change bullet types.
Tell me you've never played video games without telling me you've never played video games. What the fuck kind of complaint is that?
Not only does the game not tell you this, not only is it
That part
nowhere
is fair.
near intuitive for any game to do this,
I
but it is
mean-
essentially a mandatory aspect of this first level. Almost every single enemy here is glowing in one of the three colors, and if you don't know how to switch, you'll be able to kill nothing but the red enemy.
Yeah, well then just look at the fucking controls.
This is such a core aspect of not only certain level gimmicks, but just the entire game. It should 100% tell you how to change bullet styles without having to look at a fucking PNG with all the
I mean, yeah.
controls on it. This isn't an NES game, guys. We can
This isn't an NES game. You know, the games that fucking didn't give you any indication of what to do at all, because there was only 2 fucking buttons.
ditch the manuals. While we're at it, let's
We can... Bro. Purple Dog, I'm slowly losing my faith in you.
talk about these different bullet types. The red bullet is a fireball that does medium damage at a fast fire rate. This is probably the best bullet type in the game and can deal with a majority of situations. The blue bullets have a very slow fire rate but do more damage per shot, making them good for some specific situations, but they're usually just worse to use compared to the fire. The final bullet type is the green bullets. These work the same way as the red 3-way shot from Cuphead, except it has longer range, and does the least amount of damage of all 3 bullet types. On their own, all 3 of these are fine, but the game really does suffer from not having any other bullet types you can buy or unlock whatsoever. However, the main issue with the bullet types in this game is not the bullet types themselves, but changing between them. Not only is it extremely awkward taking your thumb off the joystick to press down on the D-pad, leaving you vulnerable while you try to switch weapon types, but for some reason, they made the bullet changing system the most clunky and unresponsive thing ever. To change bullet types, you have to be on the ground and not
Okay, that's bullshit then.
Run away
Alright,
from
that's
something,
fair.
Can't change bullets. In the air, can't change bullets.
That should be possible. That I understand that point.
Doing pretty much anything, can't change bullets. Stack this on top of the mandatory switching to kill some enemies, and you have yourself a recipe for a clunky and unfun bullet system. The rest of the moveset here isn't really much better. You have access to a shield, which is really just a less interesting version of the parry from Cuphead that has an insane cooldown on it, making it almost useless in a majority of situations. The dash from Cuphead is also in the game, but that also falls flat. In Cuphead,
the dash from you know that dashing mechanic that Cuphead invented?
Acts as a safe option of traversal that jolts you across a predetermined amount of space so you can easily get over certain gaps or dodge boss attacks.
Oh, it's doing the funny again. Second. We're not, like, dropping a lot of connection. Like a little bit. In what it's doing. Alright. Weird. Anyway, excuse me.
In Enchanted Portals, the dash is almost identical, except for the fact that it keeps your momentum when using it for some reason, leading to the dash sending the player way farther than they probably wanted to go. The workaround to this is that the player character has a double jump to make certain situations easier to traverse.
Maybe we'll leave away the better bitrate.
But that just really opens up an entirely different can of worms, being the physics. I don't even know how to exactly describe how bad they are. The jump feels like shit, the dash feels like shit, everything feels like shit.
Okay,
the double jump sends you too high, movement is somehow too fast and also too slow at the same time. It is a far cry from the pinpoint, perfect physics seen in Cuphead that gracefully complement the levels and bosses. In the top left corner of the screen, the player has a circle meter that goes around their health bar. This meter builds up the more damage you do to enemies or bosses, and once full, you can press a button to activate a power mode. The only difference in power mode is that it makes your attack stronger. And it also has the same issue that swapping bullets has, where you have to be on the ground doing nothing to activate it. This makes the entire
like I said, I
thing
think that's
a pain in the
shitty.
ass to use. On the topic of the health bar, let's bring that up for a second. I actually have no idea how many hits the game gives you until you die. The icon at the top goes from green to orange to red depending on how close you are to dying, and you definitely have way more than the 3 hits Cuphead gives you. At first, you just think this makes the game easier. But thanks to shitty level layouts and enemy placements, you will be getting hit a lot. Not only that, this game just doesn't have invincibility frames, so you can get hit a million times over within the span of like 2 seconds during multiple parts of the game. Don't think we're done here, because I saved the very best for last.
Okay, but it looks like you get health items pretty often, which isn't a thing in Cuphead. Or not as often anyway.
Press a button to swing your wand doing close range damage. Other than the couple times the game literally forces you to do this for progression, this is the most useless move in the entire kit. It is almost never worth going up close and personal with a boss to do melee damage when the guns are both safer and more effective in pretty much every way. There's a reason that one melee weapon in Cuphead, Waystone, is like the most useless charm in that entire game. Overall,
okay, what does that have to do with this game?
With movesets that are borderline not even explained, feel like shit to play with, and are incredibly embarrassing considering how strong the moveset and physics they're trying to copy are. If they just copy the Cuphead moveset 1-to-1, sure it'd be even more shameless, but at least it'd feel good to play the damn game.
Yeah, but then that would be the problem. Why do all these... Maybe I've just grown older and I've gotten tired of these, like, stupid-ass fucking reviewers, but it's like, every single time I watch one of these guys, and I'm fine with watching it. Like, that's not the issue. I'm not dying over here. But every single time I watch one of these dudes, it just feels like they're just pulling shit out of their ass, right? Oh, the Funkelborg doesn't skingle the Scoober. If they habbled from the Skimbo from Skungle's adventure, yeah, I mean, sure, but then if they copied the exact same shit from the other game, then that would be the problem. Like, I think the problem is that a lot of these game reviewers want to make these like big fucking videos on you know what sucks about these games and whatever. The problem is though that like you can most likely summarize all of it in a 20-minute video, and for some reason they turn it into a 50-minute video where they repeat themselves over and over, or just, I don't know, drag conversations out for way too long, or rather drag their criticisms out for way too long, and it just feels like it drags on forever. Like, the great part about AVGN, especially back in the day, was that the videos were like relatively short and snappy. There was some comedy to it because they were also like skits and shit very often. But then, like, you know, a lot of times he would just like, I don't know, summarize and give back-to-back examples of what was terrible about the game or what bothered him about the game, and that worked. I don't know. It doesn't work when your video is like 50 minutes long. What the fuck is going on with this stream? Excuse me if the stream slows down here and there. Floof posted an image. Hold on. Oh my god. Important size difference, 10 centimeter next to 50 centimeter. What's that supposed to mean? She's massive though. Amazing. This gives the vibe of that, like, that, you know, the little bunny dude with his like girlfriend that's 3 times his size. That's the vibe that I'm getting here. Adorable. Squishmallows are awesome.
Okay, that's enough complaining about the moveset. You get the picture at this point.
Oh,
Visually,
finally.
Enchanted Portals is both strong and weak at the same time.
Thank
It's a
you.
very
Amazing
odd set of
fence
graphics to
sitting.
all be in one game smushed together. The 1930s style stuff is so hit or miss, it's crazy. Some animations genuinely look pretty good, but others are blurry, lack enough frames to be smooth, or just straight up look out of place. The hotel mansion thing you visit after the forest section in the first world has a very good example of this. The night background enemies are very obviously not done frame by frame, and stick out like a sore thumb amongst the rest of the enemies in the same level. It'd be such a minor detail if the knight didn't appear literally every 2 seconds in the level, making it pretty hard to excuse.
I don't know.
On the topic of visuals,
Should be.
after the first cutscene, there is not a single other animated cutscene in the entire game. Instead, the game uses PNGs with no dialogue on them to try to piece together the story. It's not the worst thing in the world, but sometimes this will happen mid-boss fight multiple times, and you just have to sit there and look at them over and over as you try to kill the boss. Some enemies don't even look remotely animated, such as these rolling monkey PNGs later in the game that just despawn after they reach a certain set point. Cuphead does a little bit of this stuff as well, but it's significantly more subtle and looks much less jarring. Like, you can so obviously tell these are just rotating in-engine. It's not even remotely trying to hide it. It looks so bad. The backgrounds, while a bit generic and repetitive, actually look quite nice most of the time, and are probably the most consistent and decent part of the entire game, surprisingly. I can't really think of a single background that made me think, wow, this looks like shit. A lot of enemies in this game are designed to just slide across the screen with a preset animation playing over and over again, and it always looks super cheap without question. I'd imagine it'd be a lot of work to give everything better movement animations, but as it is right
I mean,
now,
also, like,
it's pretty lacking. The player characters
what can
have
you
pretty
give to
decent
those, like,
animations and sprites, but the
coronavirus
standout
things?
worst part of their sprite sheet is the death animations. Whoever's idea it was to make the death animation in a game where you will probably be dying in the air a lot, the character flopping onto the ground and dying, really didn't think about that one too hard. I have countless clips of my character just...
I don't know. That's... No, I think that's fair. Was down to $20. Okay, wow. That squishy was apparently only $20. I don't know. I think, like, talking in terms of cartoons, that's kind of fair, actually.
Flopping over onto invisible ground in the air, and it looks stupid every single time. The visuals are a far cry from Cuphead, and kind of even...
How often can this dude say Far Cry in one video that's not about Far Cry?
I'm gonna bring up later, the game looks fine. Besides a few outliers, the way Enchanted Portal's worlds are set up is 2 running gun levels, followed by a single boss fight at the end, each with a checkpoint at the start of their respective section. For World 1, that takes us through the dark scary woods, which is just a straight line with a bunch of bats, and a haunted mansion, which is also just a straight line full of a bunch of different enemies looping over and over again. Huh. I'm sure that means nothing. Let's talk about the first boss of the game, the Witch. After being kicked out of the haunted mansion by a million ghost maids,
Damn, those mates can get it, as can the Witch.
A witch who rides the moon while throwing cats
It's kind of weird. The Witch almost looks like that, you know, like the typical CalArts art style, whereas everything else kind of looks like, you know, like the 30s cartoon art style. It's really weird.
Along the bottom of the arena are 3 different tombstones with hammers. They'll try to hit you if you walk in front of them. With that in mind, this phase serves a decent challenge. That is until you realize you can just stay in the corner and spam jump and shoot the whole time. Whoops. Not only is this phase boring gameplay-wise, everything also just feels a little too empty and big for its own good. Bosses in Cuphead like to keep everything pretty compact for the most part, while also still providing enough room to move around safely. Here, the area just feels too empty for how little is actually going on. The second and third phases of this fight is when shit gets weird. Upon beating the first phase, a smoke transition takes over the screen that then reveals an entire...
The Witch and the Frog Princess look like Starbird. Yeah, right, yeah, for real. Oh my god, okay. The Witch can get it, actually.
And the Witch take on a Tim Burton style appearance.
Okay.
Which is kind of cool until you realize how obviously this was done to save time and money.
What?
Not only is the animation worse here, if you're going to commit to this bit, commit to it fully. The background not changing along with everything else just makes the whole thing stand out in a bad way. Originally, this fight's second and third phases were supposed to be done in the game's original 1930s art style, but it was likely cut for the reasons I already mentioned.
But isn't it more work to completely change art styles?
It sucks too because these concept drawings...
Because like if they didn't change the player character, they would have less animations to do, right?
Drawings look really clean and make this whole section go from, oh, this is kind of a cool art style change, to, oh wow, yeah, this is just cutting corners, isn't it? This
No, I don't. Oh well,
art style change
whatever.
Shit does not happen again until the very end of the game as well.
Oh, okay, well...
to my theory. But we'll get to that when we get to that. Phase 2 is bullshit as a first boss. I'm just gonna come out and say it. Not only are you fighting against the attacks from the Witch, you're also fighting against the awful controls here. If you copy-pasted this exact boss over to Cuphead, it would be substantially easier. I am positive of that. When I went back to replay this boss to get footage for it, it wasn't that hard, but at that point I was already used to the janky controls and physics. One of the worst parts of this phase transition in particular is this insane glitch, I think. Basically, when the screen transitions from one phase to the next, for some reason you lose all the power charge you had been building up. Not only that, but you can still take damage during these transitions. I have no idea how either of these things made it into the final game. Genuinely archaic game design. Phase 3 is just garbage. It looks ugly, has bad animation, and is just a spam of bullets to dodge until the fight is over with little to no cohesion. Thankfully, it doesn't last very long, and we can finally kill this witch for good, shed our cost-saving Tim Burton appearance, and move on to World 2. Wow. So much already said, so much left to say, and we're only on World 2.
Yeah, I think if they're not doing the art style change, that's kind of stinky. It would be cool though if they did it for like every boss fight, right? But yeah, I mean, I guess in that, I don't know. Is it? Can you really consider it like saving time cutting corners? Like, okay, you just drew it in a different art style. How's that cutting corners? I don't really understand. Maybe because there's less animation to do to the movements of the boss, but
God help me. World 2 finds their wizards abducted by aliens and put on a spaceship for some reason. This world features a level where you need to escape from said spaceship, and another level where you get put inside a machine and need to destroy it from within while avoiding viruses and shit. Sounds kinda cool on paper, but both of these running guns are some of the worst
Trojan
the game
horse.
has to offer, sadly. Not the worst,
Funny.
but we're getting up
Why is there an alien?
At this point, you've seen bits and pieces of around 4 different levels as background footage in this video, and you may have started to notice something about all of them. The 2 levels in World 1 were both straight lines with minimal platforming and constant enemy spawns. And the 2 levels in World 2 are also straight lines with minimal platforming and constant enemy spawns. Huh, I wonder what's up with that. Well, I'll tell you what's up with that. Ladies, gentlemen, gun levels in Enchanted Portals, aka the majority of the content in the entire game, are randomly generated.
What?
Yes! The devs of this game had 4+ years to spend any amount of time putting together actual level designs, but instead, they decided to take the easiest route possible and just let the computer make the levels for them. Every single time you die
AI
in a run
generated
stage, the
game.
entire level layout changes, but you'd be hard pressed to even notice half the time, considering the level layouts all feel the exact same, thanks to them being long, straight, boring hallways with minimal platforming.
Yo,
When
Final
you're making a
Fantasy
game such as
13.
Cuphead, where there aren't many levels, you need each and every one to feel like it had the maximum amount of love put into it. And this just has none of that. Thanks all to feel like it had the maximum amount of love put into it.
You know, it's not to say that like the footage you show has to be expert gameplay, but I do kind of feel like if you're gonna make a review,
Levels, you need each and every
maybe
one to feel like it had
leave
the
out
maximum amount of love.
the footage where you fucking suck ass at the video game.
Amount of love put into it. And this just has none of that.
Just
Thanks to all
saying.
these run and gun stages being randomly generated, you get into situations such as the one I experienced on this spaceship level. On the ceiling of the ship, there are these little bug-like creatures that shoot out a bunch of projectiles all at once on a downward trajectory. Because the game doesn't actually know what the level is like, and just knows to make the level then place the enemies in their respective areas, you're left with level design where you need to platform on floating discs while being bombarded with unfair enemy placement and projectile spam.
This
The
doesn't
worst
seem
part,
that
You can't
terrible.
even kill these things. If you could just shoot them and they die and stop shooting at you, boom, problem solved. But for some reason, Enchanted Portals is obsessed with giving a majority of the levels, and even bosses, unkillable enemies. In the Cuphead running gun stages, there are very few enemies that just can't be killed. And the ones that can't always make sense. Like of course the giant woodpecker with a set clear path can't be killed. And of course the chomping flowers that act as obstacles to jump over can't be killed. Even some enemies you'd think would be unkillable can be killed, such as the giant lobster in that one boardwalk level. Being able to kill these annoying enemies would fix so many issues Enchanted Portals has, but as it stands, it just makes these randomly generated slop layouts feed screen that you can move around in and are eventually kicked out of. It's not the worst change, I guess, but if you're going this far to rip off Cuphead, you might as well just take the things that aren't broken from it.
But then like that would be the issue though, right? Like what? Bro should have just played Cuphead.
Quick bounce back up in Cuphead keeps the flow of the game going, while this system just brings the entire game to a halt for pretty much no reason and lets you kinda just cheese entire chunks of a level. After that annoying ass spaceship level is finished, you're sucked into what I think is some sort of security system and need to destroy it from the inside. This level features these alien cop things that ride around on flying ships that constantly spawn in from the front and back for the entire level no matter what. So you always have to waste time killing these things or risk being shot at every 2 seconds. The other main enemy of this level are these viruses that you guessed it, can't be killed at all. The colors of these viruses even line up with each of the bullet types.
No,
so
they
you'd
don't.
think that you'd have to
You don't
swap
have a
different
yellow
color to
bullet.
kill them, just like the first level of the game. But guess what? That entire gimmick is just dropped completely until the last phase of the World 3 boss. Just one of the many, many smart decisions this game has made. At the end of the level, you have to do a mini-boss thing where you need to destroy the machine. But the real challenge here isn't breaking the machine, it's fighting the
Destroy the
stupid alien cops
computer.
that still continue to spawn in. Once the machine is destroyed, we're sent back up to the ship, where we fight the second boss of the game. This space cow thing. Yeah, I'm gonna be real, this isn't a very interesting boss design. At the start of the fight, that purple book with a face from earlier shows up again. Remember
Hell
that
yeah.
thing? Remember the plot of this game? This first phase, and probably just the whole boss in general, is one of the easiest in the entire game. The cow sits in a chair as you get bombarded with alien projectiles, bowling balls, and anvils. However, you can just stand directly under the cow, spam the blue bullets, and shield every time something is about to hit you and beat this thing pretty easily. Phase 2 is like borderline not even a phase? The cow puts on some music that is so hypnotic, you're forced to start dancing around. The tiles will light up, and you need to make it to safety before the lit up tiles fall. And that's it. It's not even remotely hard, I never died a single time to it, and it really just ends up being a time waster between phases 1 and 3 here. It's kinda cute though, I will give it that. Phase 3 is Enchanted Portal's introduction to plane levels from Cuphead, but instead of a plane, you're on a broomstick. Very creative. The cow shrinks you down and starts chasing after you as you shoot.
What's the problem there? You fucking dickass. They're wizards. It's thematically appropriate.
Back at them and avoid the various obstacles they throw at your way. This part of the fight is essentially rips.
Yo, is that the fucking... Is that the flux capacitor from... Hold on. Yeah, that's from Back to the Future, isn't it? That's kind of cool. I said this earlier, like, this game has some, like, interesting stuff going on in the background. It seems like they're, you know, at least some of the artists put, like, some kind of feeling into it.
Straight from Dr. Cal's robot from Cuphead, even down to the top, middle, and bottom sections of the cow, breaking and causing...
Is that a xenomorph baby? Sorry, I'm just looking at the background. Oh, there's fucking Space Invaders. I don't know, this is cute. I like the backgrounds.
The cow is a cyborg.
There's an NES
by the way. That's why
with Pong.
I think now would be a good time to talk about these flight bosses and how they work compared to what they're ripping off. Unlike Cuphead, where the plane stages had 2 unique weapons specifically made for them, here we're stuck with the same 3 bullet types from before, which is kinda lame. The first thing I noticed is that you move very slowly on the broom. It feels like you took the Cuphead plane physics and dropped them in maple syrup or something. To make up for this, I guess, the broom keeps the dash feature from the base movement. But like, why would you ever use this? I never used it seriously once in my entire playthrough, and every time I tried to make use of it, I just thought it was a pretty nothing addition to the kit. In these sorts of bullet hell levels, getting too close often just leads to getting hit. So why would I want to dash in any direction in any
Make
of these
him
levels?
porpel
The shield is
fixed.
thankfully not directly copied over.
Make the main character purple. Then the purple dog will like it. I don't know, bro. Like, this is... Again, this doesn't look like a great game, and it still feels like a Cuphead ripoff, but I feel like a lot of the criticisms, which is, you know, what I was talking about earlier, a lot of the criticisms just feel like I have to make this video as long as possible, so I'm talking about this shit. The fact that he's on a broom, for example, why even bring that up? We've established that they're, like, wizards and whatever, right? So why wouldn't the broom be thematically... I think it would make a lot less sense if they were in planes, right? Like, their whole theme is like, okay, wizard, he's got a wand, whatever. With Cuphead, it's just like, okay, it's whatever, right? There's like, he's a fucking cup, he snaps his fingers and shoots shit. Like, yeah, you can just put him in a plane, it doesn't matter, because, like, the suspension of disbelief is already there. But if it's, you know, I don't know.
Over to the flight levels, and is instead replaced with a dodge that makes you unable to shoot while using it, but makes you invincible while in the animation. This I actually found useful. It's essentially just another take on the small plane thing from Cuphead, just a safer version of it with 0 damage output rather than minimal damage output. The flight stuff in this game is essentially just a more boring, less thought out version of the stages that appear in Cuphead, but you could probably already piece that puzzle together.
Yeah.
One of the biggest problems with this fight, and many others in the game, is that some attacks have pretty much 0 indication giving that they're about to happen. They kind of just happen. It's especially kind of bad here, since said attacks are all just giant fucking lasers that will eat through your health. There is a very short animation that plays before it actually fires, but it's super hard to notice, and I never experienced anything even remotely similar to this.
Right. Thank you, Floof. Also, okay, hold on.
Will eat through your health. There is a very short animation that plays before it actually fires. Lasers that will eat through your health. There is a very short animation that plays before it actually fires.
Yeah, I mean, that's... I don't think they're slower in Cuphead.
But it's super hard to notice, and I never experienced anything even remotely.
Also, I'm just saying, if you know that this is a laser, and you know that this is a laser, and you know that this is probably a laser, like, can you not just fly here, or maybe even up here to evade it? Like, this is what I mean. It's like, it's like this dude has never played a video game before. By the way, I love the blue screen in the background. That's really nice. Bro, I'm turning fucking 3 IQ over here. Like, I feel like there's a lot of heart in this. And while it may not be great, and I can honestly, genuinely, I see some of the criticisms, right? The fact that the game is very slow, the fact that the controls are a little wonky here and there. I understand all of that, and I recognize that that's like an issue, and you can criticize the game for that. It also shouldn't be the same price as Cuphead. But honestly, I don't think this is as bad as this dude is making it out to be. But I'm curious to see. Maybe there's like some form of deal breaker that is gonna ruin my opinion on this. Hold on, my mom sent me some pictures. Dad is such a fucking idiot. Alright, excuse me. I tend to click these videos away, honestly. I just I saw the thumbnail. I slammed my penis on the car door. I just saw the thumbnail, and I figured, maybe this is gonna be terrible, because sometimes these videos can be fun, but
actually fires.
Yeah.
But it's super hard to notice, and I never
We'll see.
experienced anything even remotely similar to this while playing Cuphead. Enemy attacks are all fairly telegraphed in that game. Other than that one small gripe though, this phase is also pretty easy and didn't take too long to get through. And
Cool.
with that, we wrap up World 2. The further we get into this, the more flaws start to rear their ugly head.
Right.
And I don't suspect that's going to be stopping anytime soon. Time for World 3. World 3 takes us out of space and back on Earth after a crash landing at the start of a jungle level. This is that level I briefly mentioned earlier featuring those rotating PNG monkeys. This level actually gives
Monkey
me a great
NFT.
excuse to go in depth in the way Enchanted Portal spawns enemies, and how its entire structure is anti-speedrunning. Whether or not that anti-speedrunning sentiment was intentional or just shitty game design.
Are you for fucking real? Really? It's anti-speedrunning. Okay, you know what? Nah. It's anti-speedrunning. Who gives a fuck? Fuck speedrunners. They're fucking gay. Are you for real? If I hear him say Cuphead one more time, I'm becoming a monkey. Floof is becoming the gorilla from the video earlier. Is this motherfucker playing Cascade? I was literally awoken like a goddamn sleeper agent.
Who's to say? But let's get into it. Like I mentioned earlier,
Okay.
Enchanted Portals uses randomly generated level layouts for all the run and gun stages. So you may be wondering how the game then handles enemies and where to put them. If the devs were to make these levels from scratch, they would have to individually place each enemy to make sure they make sense.
The animation on those alligators is really fucking good.
Context of the whole level. Well, they actually kind of still did that, but in the most backwards way possible. The game has two different varieties of enemy types. Those that are spawned along with a chunk of the level, and those that are spawned regardless of placement in the level. For example, these crocodiles in the water act as both platforms and enemies in the level, and they're generated in groups that
His background music is fucking Cascade, is it? I don't even Cascade. Cascade.
Coincide with certain parts of the level design, which in this case
Oh,
is water
Homestuck, okay.
sections. Another example is in a later level where there are birds that spawn at parts with windows. You get the picture. These enemies are tied to the generation of the environment, and for the most part usually fit somewhat well because of it. Then we have the other type. These are the enemies that get spawned regardless of placement in the level, and instead spawn in how far you are into the level. Take these mosquitoes holding needles, for example. They spawn from both the left and right side of the screen constantly throughout the entire level, regardless of what's going on in the level or where you are in the level. Instead of just having these enemies respawn once they're killed or go off screen, for some reason the devs of this game decided the best course of action would be to have them continuously spawn throughout the entire level, to the point where if you start moving too fast, the enemies will keep spawning every couple seconds and start stacking on top of each other. I use this level as an example because it's actually the easiest to showcase it in. Just hop in the level, go as fast as you can, then wait a few seconds.
Okay, well then don't go fast.
Eventually, an entire swarm of mosquitoes will fly from the back of the level. In regards to the anti-speedrunning thing I mentioned, this level doesn't really apply since the mosquitoes can be outran pretty easily.
Alright. Okay. Okay, buddy. Alright.
And don't spawn nearly as much from the other.
Is that the first game of the studio? I've no fucking idea. Let's look. Okay, guys, don't look. I don't want you guys to see, I don't want you— oh, no! No, guys, don't look! No, don't look that I have that in my library! Okay, there we go. It's their only game. So I'm assuming it's possibly their first game. How many... Okay, barely anybody has played this. Let's see. Okay, there they are. I think they're... Yeah, I think that's their only game. Yeah, they don't even have like a wiki article. Yeah, I think that's their only game. So, yeah, you know, like, all right. To preserve some sanity, and because I do want to hear some more of this guy's shitty opinion, I'm gonna speed it up a little bit.
But in other levels, such as the Haunted Mansion, if you try and dash past all the spiders without killing them, a million ghost maids start to appear from both sides of the screen, and since Enchanted Portals lacks iframes, you take a fuck ton of damage all at once.
Well, then don't do that, you fucking moron.
And broken system, and it's just another consequence of taking the lazy way out and letting a fucking computer decide what the level layout should look like. Anyway, this level isn't the worst thing in the game, but it's fairly annoying at parts.
Also, level layout or enemy spawning, because that's different. But maybe it also spawns in platforms, I don't fucking know.
It's definitely harder than the level directly following it. After finishing the jungle section, you're brought to an ancient temple full of snakes and spike traps. This level is incredibly easy, surprisingly, and nothing of interest really happens in it, so let's talk about something.
By the way,
Level isn't the worst thing in the game, but it's fairly annoying.
Listen to what he says here.
At parts, and is definitely harder than the level directly following it. After finishing the jungle section, you're brought to an ancient temple full of snakes and spike traps. This level is incredibly easy, surprisingly, and nothing of interest really happens in it, so let's talk about something else instead.
I don't know if that's like the also okay, so complained about like, oh, you can cheese the game so easily with this. I don't fucking know, man. This looks like he's just fucking cheesing the game.
Incredibly easy, surprisingly, and nothing of interest really happens in it, so let's talk about something else instead. The sound design. Sound design is something the
game looks fine. Personally, would rather play it than Cuphead, honestly. I enjoyed Cuphead a lot. Very challenging, very cool game. Would I play this? Maybe. Like, art style wise speaking, I like a lot of what I'm seeing. Some of the animations are a little off. And sometimes the art styles with some backgrounds clash a little bit. It could be cheaper. But I don't know. I don't see the
average player
Big
who
issue.
won't think too hard about while playing a game, which is a good thing, by the way. A game's sound design should aim to immerse the player into the world naturally and blend into everything else in the best way possible. On that note, though, Cuphead has some fire sound design. The iconic snappy noise that plays when you shoot bullets in Cuphead is one of the best decisions those devs made for that game. This should go without saying, but the rest of the sound design is spectacular as well.
You want to run that by me again, Chief?
Bullets in Cuphead is one of the best, though. Cuphead has some fire sound design. The iconic snappy noise that plays when you shoot bullets in Cuphead is one of the best decisions, though. Cuphead has some fire sound design. The iconic snappy noise that plays when you shoot bullets in Cuphead is one of the best decisions those devs made for that game. This should go.
Can we make it a law that people need to have licenses to be able to review games? No, I'm kidding. I obviously don't mean that, but yeah, that's a good it's a good yeah, important criticism.
Go without saying, but the rest of the sound design is spectacular as well. Everything fits, and I can't think of a single out-of-place or distracting sound effect used in that whole game. Now, Enchanted Portals, on the other hand, the shitty controls mixed with this game's abysmal sound design really make it feel way more like a free mobile game than it realistically should, given the quality of some of these graphical assets. Let's talk about the shooting sounds first, since that's what I brought up as an example for Cuphead. Each of the 3 different weapon types has a unique shooting sound, which is nice, I guess, but none of the 3 sounds have any amount of oomph or satisfaction to them. Not only that, but these sounds in particular get hardcore drowned out by the soundtrack, which is a whole other can of worms we'll talk about later, because it doesn't fare very well either. The worst sound in the entire game has to be the sound that plays when you take damage, though. It is literally just a generic stock punch sound, and it stands out so much. It's especially bad when you get hit a bunch of times in a row. It's
Here's a little trick for people who make videos. If you want to point something out, like a noise that plays, shut the fuck up for like a fraction of a second and let the noise play.
genuinely comical. Not only are the sounds chosen for the game all around pretty bad, there is a surprising lack of sound effects for the majority of the game. Let's go forward a little bit to this Western-style boss fight later in the game. There is so much happening here. A bunch of cowboy birds riding a massive bison, bald eagles flying through the sky, and most importantly for this point, lots of bullets being shot. None of this has sound effects. It is so eerily quiet considering just how much is happening on screen. I feel like a lot of this stuff was supposed to have sounds, but they either just forgot or didn't think it was worth the time investment. Regardless of what happened during development, this is a huge hit against the game that you really wouldn't think about at first glance. After completing the temple level, you have to do the boss of World 3.
Me preferring to play humanoid characters, that's all. Yeah, sure. I mean, fine.
A bunch of different attacks, such as coconuts from the palm trees in the back, and piranhas being shot out of a cannon. It's not amazing or anything, but overall I'd say this is a pretty decent phase, if not a little too open, similar to phase 1 of the witch fight. I do wish everything was slightly more compact here. The next two phases both take place underwater and use the flight level control scheme, except instead of flying, you turn into a mermaid to swim around as a thematic visual change. Phase 2 suffers from the issue of a majority of the attacks having really bad telegraphing, especially these coil things that spring up out of nowhere. I swear to God I can never tell when they're supposed to appear, and more importantly, where they're supposed to appear. There is actually a tell for both of these things, but it's so subtle and out of the way of where you would be looking realistically that it's hard to notice, especially without any sort of sound cue. This phase also just feels
okay, well, but that's the okay. So a lot of people sometimes complain that in Dark Souls, for example, I'm taking this as an example because I'm very familiar with Dark Souls, right? So a lot of people say when they first play Dark Souls, for example, they say that like the attacks aren't very well telegraphed, and that's why you die a lot. My argument would be that you just have to sorry, I just saw the thing that Floof posted. My argument would be that you have to learn the pattern, and then when you know the pattern and you know the tells of what attacks happen, you have to incorporate that into your gameplay. That's not always easy. I'm seeing it right now with Elden Ring Night Rain, that a lot of the time you just have to die a lot of times to be able to learn how to beat a boss. Once you learn that this is the tell for the fork thing,
tell when they're supposed to appear, and more importantly, where they're supposed to appear. There is actually a
you look at that,
things,
right?
It's so subtle and out of the way of where you would be looking,
and then
that it's hard to know.
My mind would logically dictate that if he's drilling the shit into the ground, I have to look onto the ground here.
This phase also just feels so
and then here you are. There's your tell.
Out of the way of where you would be looking realistically, that it's hard to notice, especially without any sort of sound cue. This phase
There's your fuck.
Enchanted Portal, or unfair version. The bosses are level 2, doesn't even remotely fit the game's tone, in my opinion. All of my progress right investments. Regardless, by the way, Western style bosses in the back and piranhas being shot out of a cannon. Something would be looking realistically that it's hard to notice, especially without any sort of sound cue. This phase also
There's your clue. And reminder, this video is sped up, so I don't know how slow this actually is in real time, but there it is. And I think personally that this is probably something that Cuphead would also do. I don't know. Just my opinion. Just my opinion.
also just feels so empty. The boss, like a majority of the bosses in this game actually, is entirely stationary. This leads to everything.
Let's look at some better content from a better creator real quick.
Let's look.
Okay, guys, don't look. I don't want you guys to see. I don't want you. Oh no, no, guys, don't look. No, I don't. No, don't.
Let's look.
I like that you kept me setting up the joke. It's really good. Thank you, Floof.
Feeling super lifeless, which is not something you want when you're trying to replicate an animation style full of so much life. Phase 3 brings back the crab as a ghost and spams a bunch of fish all at once. The gimmick here is you can switch bullet types to kill the fish of the corresponding color, but this whole thing feels lazy and like another excuse to whip out this dumb color weakening thing again. The first phase is definitely the best one from this boss, and overall it's a pretty mediocre showing. The purple book moving the plot along escapes through another portal, and with that we have reached the end of World 3. When I was playing Enchanted Portals for the first time, I'd stop around this part to go to sleep. I quit the game during the middle of the World 3. It's a pretty mediocre showing. The purple book moving.
Are we supposed to imagine this part of the video, or...
color weakening thing again. The first phase is definitely the best one from this boss, and overall it's a pretty mediocre showing. The purple book moving the plot along escapes through another portal, and with that we have reached the end of World 3. When I was playing Enchanted Portals for the first time, I'd stopped around this part to go to sleep. I quit the game.
Okay. Is it like interactive? It's like you get to create your own video of whatever happens there. Sorry. Bro should play Toho, then if the fish annoy him, right?
The game during the middle of the World 3 boss, to be specific. I had intentions of going to bed, waking up, and finishing the game in the morning. Well, when I finally got up and booted up Enchanted Portals again, I was met with a completely empty save file with all my keybinds set back to default. I have no idea what happened here, but for some reason the game decided to nuke all of my progress right then and there.
Nice.
I have my live reaction to it recorded, thankfully. What? Does this game manual save? Are you serious? I realistically could have stopped there.
You know what? I have a feeling maybe that's the reason why this video exists.
I didn't even plan on making a video on the game at this point, but something in me told me to keep going. Maybe it was the 20 bucks I'll never get back, or maybe it's just Stockholm Syndrome. Either way, I sat my ass down and replayed all of World 1, 2, and 3.
I don't believe him. Really? You think he faked that?
Oh, I really didn't want to play any of this again. Oh, I'm so... what the fuck? Thankfully, at this point, I was already pretty used to the jank of Enchanted Portals, so it only took me a little bit of time to get back to where I was. After all that, I finally made it to World 4. Wow, making progress now. Okay. Wow, interesting. From both a consistency and gameplay standpoint...
I don't know, it seems like good content. Very fair point.
World 4 is a contender for the best levels in Enchanted Portals. Now, that doesn't really mean that much considering a program generated said level layouts for me, but the whole thing is still just a straight line anyway, so not like it really changes that much, all things considered. World 4 actually has really solid theming that actually fits with the tone of the game as well. While World 1 and 3 prior to this kind of have mismatched theming when looking at the levels and then looking at what the bosses are, and World 2 doesn't even remotely fit the game's tone in my opinion, World 4 is a fairy tale book classic. The princess and the frog. All the enemies are frogs. Even these bears and moles in the second level are frogs. This all leads to a world boss that is literally a princess that turns into a frog. This whole world is by far the most thematically coherent within its own world and with the rest of the game's universe and style. But yeah, given that both of these levels are pretty much fine other than the fact that they both use the stupid color gimmick again, for the second last time ever, mind you, I don't really have much to say about them. What am I supposed to praise here? The level design? Anyway, since I don't have much to say here, let's talk about another aspect of Enchanted Portals. The soundtrack. I kinda hinted at it earlier, but this soundtrack is bad. There was a very large amount of time while I was playing the game that I kept questioning whether or not it was just generic stock music or not. It's that bad. There are maybe 2 memorable tracks in the entire game, and overall the whole OST is a letdown.
Okay, can you show the music?
Compared to Cuphead and its beautiful OST. Speaking of the music, another OST is a letdown, especially compared to Cuphead and its beautiful OST.
Even ironically, if you use soy jacks, play the OST after the video. Yeah, we can do that.
Speaking of the music, another issue with it is how unfitting it can be. Take this very next boss fight, for example. It's this castle-style fantasy track.
Bro, I can't fucking hear the soundtrack if you keep fucking yapping over it! What is this video?
But it in no way even remotely sounds like music for a boss battle. It's extremely low energy and almost feels like it was made before it was decided what it was going to be used for. And to be completely fair,
Like 3 seconds, 5 seconds. Shut the fuck up for 5 seconds and highlight the music. What is this?
that's something Cuphead also did, but even though the songs weren't composed specifically for each of the bosses or levels they ended up going to, they were all composed in a way that fit pretty much any boss fight the game could have had. Each and every one is super high energy, something that Enchanted Portals lacks almost completely with its soundtrack. This OST is so nothing that as of the time I'm writing this video, not a single piece of music from the game can be found on YouTube when looking up Enchanted Portals OST or Enchanted
Okay, it has been, I was gonna say.
soundtrack. It's not like it's even hard to rip the music. I ripped a few tracks while ripping sprites to make the thumbnail. It's just this OST is so forgettable that not a single person has even bothered to do it. Anyway, I really don't have much to say for the rest of the world, so let's talk about the boss fight. I actually like this fight quite a bit. It's probably the best boss in the game. The bar is on the fucking floor.
She really does look like a scrapped Star versus character.
But this one ain't too bad. Phase 1 has you shooting the princess while hopping between 3 lily pads and dodging 3 different attacks from 3 different frogs over and over again. It's pretty easy to get into a flow state here and get the hang of dodging everything while also making progress.
A flow state. Motherfucker watched Jujutsu Kaisen once.
Whatever. But the flying frog here is literally just that one mechanic from the Ghost Train Cuphead boss where pumpkins drop pink bricks out of the sky. And in that fight,
the flying enemy is just the mechanic from the other game that also has a flying enemy during the boss. Okay.
you can shoot the pumpkins to make them drop the bricks early. Here, you have to be directly under the frog for it to drop anything, and I just think it's a worse, more unfair version of an already kind of annoying Cuphead boss mechanic. Phase 2 begins with the princess giving a frog a big old smooch, turning herself into a frog in the process. These 2 dragonflies Sony Vegas keyframe their way down to right above the lily pads, and you can use them as platforms. This phase is painful.
That wasn't terrible.
Empty. 2 of the 3 different frog types from before are just gone now, and in their place, you get double the amount of flying frogs, which was already the worst mechanic from Phase 1. And now, the princess will occasionally stick her tongue out at you, and you have to dodge it. The
Me seeing a purple dog.
Flying frog to come on screen, and dashing into the invisible wall right in front of the princess to avoid all the potions dropping. It is very boring. Phase 3 is very interesting, because I literally didn't know what to do at first. The frog princess jumps into the water, shown via a fucking PNG fading onto the screen, by the way, and she stays in the water below for the remainder of the fight. This fight may be the only time—
That I will say, you know, maybe it was budget, maybe it was time, whatever. I can kind of see that. The PNG stuff isn't cool, but putting into perspective that it is their first game.
In Enchanted Portals history, where the lock-on feature is a mandatory tool to beat this boss in a reasonable way. I didn't even mention it earlier because I never ever use it, but both Cuphead and Enchanted Portals have a lock-on button that freezes your character and allows you to point and shoot in any of the directions possible. I've beaten Cuphead like 4 times, and there is not a single fight where using the lock-on was something I felt like I needed to do. But here, since the princess is below you, you have to shoot downward and diagonally to make any progress. This really confused me at first, because it's so odd for a fight to—
What? Oh, it confused me. The enemy was down, and I had to shoot down. Alright. Got it.
to expect you to use that feature all of a sudden, and it doesn't even help that there are so many random projectiles bombing the screen that it's hard to tell what's even going on. Eventually I did beat it, however, and with that, the best world in the entire game is finished. It's actually only down from here. World 5 time. Guys, I have some sad news. Not only is this the final world of the entire game with a running gun level, not only is there only 1 instead of 2 this time, but it also just so happens to be the absolute worst one in Enchanted Portals. But we can't talk about that yet, because we have not 1, but 2 boss fights to go over. World 5 starts off with that bison fight with non-existent sound design I mentioned earlier. Before we talk about the fight itself, which trust me, this one's
Spyro music in the background, by the way. Shows him using the lock-on, yeah.
Originally, this bison boss featured the birds in stereotypical Native American outfits, and the whole Western theming was
okay.
Instead of guns, it was bow and arrows, and the broken wagons in the background were originally tents. Almost immediately after this footage was dropped, the devs were quickly called out, and they redid the whole section of the Western theming seen in the final release. This whole—
Fair enough, I guess. I don't know. I feel like you could have probably kept this. But that's, I mean, I don't know. I don't see the issue, right? It would be thematically appropriate for something that's like trying to be like, you know, old-timey animation. Whether you want to say that it's insensitive or offensive or not, I don't know. It's the fucking dev's choice, though, to change.
Theming was completely absent. Instead of guns, it was bow and arrows, and the broken wagons in the background were originally tents. Almost immediately after this footage was dropped, the devs were quickly called out, and they redid the whole section of the Western theming seen in the final release. This whole controversy sparked up a few years after the Kickstarter and reveal drama, and was not a very good look as the first look at Enchanted Portals after a long period of silence. Felt like I should bring that up as another example of just how rocky the development of Enchanted Portals truly was.
Yeah, I mean, it's like on the same level as people complaining about Resident Evil 5.
Anyway, onto the shitty boss fight. The first phase of this fight really only has two different attacks. One of them is a bald eagle that flies by for a few seconds, and the other is just bullets. Fucking bullets everywhere. Bullets coming from the birds in the front coming at you, bullets being shot into the sky and falling down, and bullets from this lone cowboy up front that you can do damage to.
Yeah, I think the issue there was like, oh, they put in Native Americans that were attacking you, but it's like, okay, I mean, so that's the stage, the issue. That's like more on the quote-unquote fans side, I guess.
I don't think he can die, and I don't know if he counts towards the overall boss damage, but for some reason, he, out of all the random unkillable enemies in this game, can take damage. Looking back at the footage now, this phase has some pretty easy patterns to dodge, but for some reason, I was just eating total shit on this one. I think it might just be
because
how
you
much
suck
the whole boss
ass.
is, because I swear to God, this thing would just not die. Eventually, I did do it, however, and made it to phase 2. Phase 2 switches things up by giving me ice and a gun that shoots out cacti. Now all the bullet spam is gone in favor of these cactus bullets that randomly shoot out thorns.
It's actually kind of
I
cool,
cannot tell
though.
if there is any sign of when they shoot out the thorns, because sometimes it happens and sometimes it just doesn't, and it's very annoying. There isn't actually a whole lot going on here, especially compared to the previous flight bosses in the game, but somehow this one ended up giving me the most trouble. It's gotta be those cacti, man. That thorn pattern hurts my brain. Enough of that, though. Now we get to talk about the worst and final running gun level in the entire running gun stage, straight line with randomly generated segments. But this level is not only super long.
I would like to say that Cuphead stages were also from left to right. I haven't played Cuphead in a bit. I don't remember that the stages were that incredibly, like, you know, incredibly designed. I remember certain points, yeah, like some of the obstacles and whatever, but you also walked from left to right.
It's also full of some of the most annoying projectiles in Enchanted Portals. Eggs. Eggs flying out of windows, cars, guns, everything in this level is eggs. And pizza for some reason as well. I don't know, don't question it, probably a TMNT reference. There are just so many small things here that make this one annoying. For one, the eggs being shot out of the windows have, like, egg physics for some reason. You'd assume they just go in a diagonal line, but they actually taper off that direction slightly during their fall down, making it incredibly annoying to dodge them half the time.
I don't know, I
Cars
think
that
that's
randomly
kinda
spawn in during
cool.
This level have to be dealt with the same way every single time, and since they just appear whenever they want, you can get in situations where you either have to get hit by the car, hit by an egg coming from the car, or get hit by something from behind it. All of these things wouldn't even be that bad if this particular level didn't last so goddamn long. And as expected of Enchanted Portals at this point, half the enemies in this level just can't be killed. Anyway, after all that, we have the final boss of World 5, Rocky the Rooster. Rocky is an extremely interesting fight in Enchanted Portals, and gives me a good excuse to talk about the scrapped content of this game. Rocky has a particular attack where he uses a mirror to reflect light, which then sends a white PNG out to hit the player. It's a super odd attack that doesn't even do a remotely good job of conveying the idea of reflecting light. Well, if we go take a little trip to the first Kickstarter trailer, there's a clip of this exact boss fight included. And would you look at that? The mirror actually has a light reflection here.
Ah.
4-year-old build of the game. What the hell happened? This isn't even the only thing like this, by the way. The original trailers and promo material have a handful of baffling changes from the final release. There's completely different weapon types from the final release, which also means the enemy color gimmick was definitely a late addition since it isn't present at all here either. There's swinging vines in the jungle level, which are not only not present in the final game, but might
Well,
also suggest that the
although,
levels
to
were
be
present at all
fair-
here either. There's swinging vines in the jungle in the final release, which also means
To be fair, couldn't it just be that the animations look different for the girl? Because we haven't really seen the girl character at all, right?
the enemy color gimmick was definitely a late addition since it isn't present at all here either. There's swinging vines in the jungle level, which are not only not present in the final game, but might also suggest that the levels were not randomly generated at one point, and the vines were only removed because they couldn't get it to work with the generation. A dog boss that appears later in the game that has no body animation in the final build has a body animation in this trailer. The list goes on. I understand dialing back the scope of the game's animation and content because of the unsuccessful Kickstarter, but why remove content that was not only advertised, but also finished to some degree, just to be replaced with worse stuff? It makes
I mean, was it, though?
actually 0 sense. Speaking of scrapped content, this boss fight is completely different than what was originally planned. There's a sign in the background that says Fountain of Time, which isn't really a thing. The Fountain of Youth is a thing, and surprise, surprise, if we take a look at that Kickstarter trailer, we can see that same sign says Fountain of Youth. This ties directly into the original concept art for the fight, where the rooster would grow younger for 2 phases,
okay.
which is a significantly more interesting idea than what they ended up going with. Instead of going from young to old, in the release version, Rocky goes from a greaser to a gladiator to a caveman. Phases 2 and 3 of this fight are super boring and have really odd visuals compared to phase 1. Maybe the original fight concept was just too ambitious for the budget they had. I have no idea. But what we're left with here is this awkward time.
I mean, again, like, you know, maybe they ran out of money because their Kickstarter fucked up. Maybe they ran out of money and time and they had to cut corners. That's not unheard of. I can't wait for the end of this review to be like some milquetoast, like, you know, well, while I think this game is bad, I bet if they had more money and more of a budget, it could have been a lot better than what it was. Like, if you're gonna, you know, I feel like that's gonna happen here. I hope he's just gonna shit on it for the entire thing and then also in the end. But I feel like that's where we're going, because that's usually, like, what all these video game reviewers do.
Time travel boss that stays in the same location for the entire fight and awkwardly does one attack while some random shit happens on screen. What could have been the most creative boss in the game became one of the most boring. At least the music in Phase 1 is actually one of the better songs on the OST. The whole situation with this game makes me really upset because not only did I want this game to be good, I think it could have been good given different circumstances. I love the concept art is great, and one bad thing after another just led to this game could have been good given OST. The whole situation with this game makes me really upset because not only did I want this game to be good, I think it could have been good given different circumstances.
Well, alright. You know what?
A lot
Fuck
of
you.
concept art is great, and it's just a shame that one bad thing after another just led to this game coming out in the sad state it did. I truly want this dev team to either patch the hell out of Enchanted Portals or start working on a redemption arc game, because I'd like this whole thing to be a huge learning experience for both these devs and all other game devs.
It's their first fucking game, dude!
With that said, we have finally made it to the final world in Enchanted Portals, World 6. This world truly shows the amount of duct tape and prayers that was thrown all over this game to release it in a semi-complete state. So strap in, everybody, this is the end. World 6 isn't really a world at all. It's actually a weird collection of unfinished boss fights from the trailers alongside the final boss fight itself. The catch? You have to do it all in one go. 2 one-phase unfinished fights and 3 phases of the final boss for 5 total phases with no checkpoints in total.
Damn.
If the final boss just had 5 phases, I think I'd be fine with this. It's the end of the game, so a challenge is fine. It's the use of clearly unfinished bosses to pad out the ending that really annoys me. The first of these unfinished fights is the pianist. This is actually a really cool
The pianist. Not the pianist, it's the pianist.
idea for a Cuphead boss, but there are so many little things that make this whole thing feel wrong. First of all, look at the perspective here. What the hell is going on? This makes 0 sense.
Oh, shut the fuck off.
Why does the book look like this given the perspective? I just don't get it. The notes the pianist plays do not line up with the song in any way. They are just a set of random notes or combination of notes that he cycles through. You can tell this shit was unfinished because the only attack he does is the piano keys, nothing else. The other enemies here are these little music note things that fall down, which you can actually kill surprisingly. If this fight was finished and given a few more phases, it probably would have been one of the best fights in the game. But
And if my grandmother had wheels, she would have been a bicycle.
as it stands now, it just serves as the awkward first phase of this awkward collage of a final boss. After the pianist is defeated, we move on to the Cerberus boss.
Jacking
which is
off
another
my
very clearly unfinished
big
one-phase
dick
fight.
made
This
out
one's
of
better than the pianist thing.
aluminum.
There's just a lot more going on here. One of the most interesting parts of this boss is that it is the only one in the entire game to feature a full intro cutscene in the actual engine itself. Not a full-ass cutscene outside of a flight to our PNG slideshow, an actual in-engine intro animation. Makes you wonder if every boss was supposed to have something like this at first, but was scrapped after the failure of the Kickstarter. I like this fight, and I think it's a shame it went unfinished and thrown into this section because it's actually really cool. Each of the 3 dogs has a unique attack that they can do. If all 3 heads are on the dog at once, they can do all 3 of those attacks. However, a dog can remove itself from the body and run around the arena going back and forth, acting as a new challenge to avoid, but removing their specific attack until they decide to join back with the body. It is a really creative idea for a fight that is seriously hindered by being thrown sloppily into this ending. Crazy how both the pianist
Yeah, the Kickstarter failed. That he already said that at the start. The Kickstarter did fail.
and this boss could have been actually quite good if they were fully finished, and somehow both ended up here. This whole thing just really sucks. With that done though,
They only got like 20k out of the 120,000 they were trying to get.
actual final boss. The purple book thing from earlier. This final boss was very, very obviously thrown together at the end of development because holy shit are there a lot of
Which, yeah, which is like my point, right? It's like they very clearly ran out of money and also time, probably.
It's just the book at the top of the screen going back and forth. It randomly summons a set of attacks every few seconds that are all from older bosses and enemies. This is kind of a cool idea on paper, but it all falls apart the more details you learn. First off, these happen fast. You have very little time to figure out what is spawning and how to deal with it, making taking damage here very easy. Even then,
Bad
if you
faith
could just
review.
dash and jump around to
Yeah,
avoid everything you're
honestly.
about to defend, it wouldn't be all that bad. However, we have one final appearance from the shitty color mechanic. The book will change from color to color, and you have to switch to the bullet type in order to damage them. If you remember from earlier, in order to switch bullet types in this game, you have to be on the ground and not moving. And
Which, that is the part where I will say, like, that mechanic does you should just be able to switch mechanics whenever the fuck. Or, bullet types whenever the fuck. But, taking into account the fact that this game couldn't be, like, as polished as they probably wanted it to be, yeah.
since he switches colors every time he spawns in new stuff, it becomes more of a battle against the shitty weapon swapping system than a battle against the boss itself. It is an empty, poorly thought out phase, and it just gets weirder.
What's weird to me is that, like, he doesn't... Okay, he changes color every time he changes an attack, but he's very clearly still getting hits in.
From here. Upon beating the phase, you're greeted with a Microsoft PowerPoint slide transition and then a complete art style change. Something, mind you, that hasn't happened since the fucking first boss fight of the
Okay,
whole
yeah,
game.
that's...
Remember when I said this fight was definitely thrown together very late in development? This is the other main reason I think that, besides the scraps of unfinished bosses thrown here. The art style changes again for the phase after this, and normal art style of the game is gone for the remainder of the gameplay from this point forward. Yeah, it's definitely not a coincidence that the final boss just magically uses animation styles that are easier to produce for its final 2 phases. This was...
I don't think... Easier to produce? My dude, this guy has a full-on animation. Anyway, my point is, I think maybe that was supposed to be more of a feature in the game, and then they just didn't have time to do that.
It's definitely a budget or time thing. I would have loved to see what this final boss was supposed to be, because I can almost guarantee this is a far cry from what the devs probably intended. Anyway, this phase uses a 2000s cartoon art style as the book becomes a tree and drops explosive squirrels and acorns on the player, who is also a squirrel now. Whole thing reminds me of Scaredy Squirrel. No, not the book series. The cartoon with a completely different art style that was loosely based on the book series.
I
No clue
saw
how it's
that.
original, but it's what I immediately thought of. Maybe just because I'm Canadian, who knows. The final phase has this anime-esque art style that reminds me a lot of this educational RPG thing I played in school called Prodigy. It is very odd. The actual
I think, yeah, I'm guessing, yeah. They 100% wanted the style change, yeah. I think so too, and I guess they just didn't have the money.
boss they go through damage to does one single animation and facial expression for the entire fight, and they don't move at all besides that. It is very weird looking, and once again, was clearly done as a last-ditch effort to finish this game. Part of this phase is the wizard calling in.
What I love is that the argument is that they changed the art styles because it was easier to finish and because it took less money and less time to finish. But again, it's more work. If they had just kept, because like for example, for the player character, you have to do every single animation that they do for each art style, so that's more work. It's Tidor Flynn. You know what it is? You're right, it is. So like, what the fuck is that argument? It's not like it's a bare bones version of the original art style. It's not like, okay, yeah, movement is less, most likely due to the fact that they ran out of money and time. But like, they didn't change art styles because it would be cheaper to produce. I'm assuming that was a point of the game, but they just didn't have the money to pull it off for every stage, unfortunately.
3 different fairies that just so happen to share the colors that your bullets have. But as far as I can tell, the bullets you use in this fight have no meaning. You can use whatever ones you want. This is even weirder because when the wizard calls each fairy, their wand changes to said color, eventually settling on blue once all the fairies are called.
They kind of spend more, right?
I assumed you had to beat the boss using the blue weapon because the wand's color at the start of the fight is actually white. So if it was going to go back to default, you'd think it would return to white. But nope, very weird oversight. But once I figured out you could use any of the bullet types, this phase was a breeze. And with the book finally defeated, in anime form, Enchanted Portals is finally over. Thank God. The game ends with one final PNG cutscene that ends on a cliffhanger, so maybe they plan on doing a sequel or DLC or something. And you know what? I hope they do it. I hope this game somehow makes money and they can fund an actually good project. Because wow.
Yeah. I hope this game actually makes money after an hour of shitting all over it. To my 700,000 subscribers.
This was rough. It hurts all the more knowing these devs absolutely had their hearts in the right place, but they took missteps pretty much every turn, which led to Enchanted Portals.
Bro.
The game ends with one final PNG cutscene that ends on a cliffhanger, so maybe they plan on doing a sequel or DLC or something. And you know what? I hope they do it. I hope this game somehow makes money and they can fund an actually good project. Because wow, this was rough. It hurts all the more knowing these devs absolutely had their hearts in the right place, but they...
Are you really gonna say that after like 50 minutes of just fucking shitting all over the game? For real? That's the take you're gonna give? That's like worse than what I said that he would say. That is such bullshit. Like, not once throughout this entire review has there ever been a point of like, man, you know, I just wish they had more money. Like, here's the thing. You can make this type of review and you can be honest and you can say like, you know, this game isn't super polished, it's not great. But hey, guys, you know, I think personally that this game could be better if they had more money and more time. Here's their Kickstarter, or here's like a fucking petition or whatever that we can show them that people want them to, you know, like remake this game and make it better. So they should make another Kickstarter or something like that. Like, you can't fucking go ahead like for an hour shit all over a game and then in the end say like, man, I really wish they would do better. I really wish they could make more money after doing nothing but speak negatively about it. And again, you can still make the review and still be honest and still say negative things about the game. Yeah, you're right. It's too positive, doesn't get views. Sorry.
They took missteps pretty much every turn, which led to Enchanted Portals being the incomplete, unsatisfying mess that it is. Going into this video project, I could have never imagined I would have so much to say about this game. But 25 pages of text and 2 exhausted hands later, here we are. Before we...
I mean, 25 pages of text doesn't really say a lot. I also wrote, like, 40 pages of text for an exam, or not an exam, for a fucking essay once. This could have easily been 25 minutes.
Actually wrap up, I should talk a little bit about the multiplayer. I tried a little bit of it just to get a feel for what it offers, and it's pretty much the same game, but bosses take longer to kill, and if one of the players is taken off screen, they just get teleported through the portal thing that normally appears when you fall down a pit. Didn't do a full playthrough this way or anything though, so I'll leave my comments on it there for now. Enchanted Portals is a brilliantly tragic case study on what can happen to a game that is left in the oven for too long without the resources it needs to properly cook. It screams like these devs wanted to drop this project at so many moments, but if I had to guess, and this is pure speculation, that epic grant may have locked them into completing the game, leading to so many passionless aspects of—
Oh yeah, right, they got like some amount of money from Epic. But it's not really obvious how much, because the Epic Games grants can be anywhere from like, I think $5,000 to 200,000. I'm certain they got like the short end of the stick there.
Of Enchanted Portals being crammed into it last second just to release the damn thing once and for all. Enchanted Portals was at its best when it was an idea, a pie in the sky Kickstarter dream, also when no one else did. But now we're here.
Oh yeah, right, yeah, of course. Guys, I believe that the game would be good.
Years later. Was the
when
internet
nobody
truly right
else
to smash
did.
This game all those years ago, considering the state it launched in? Or is there a better timeline where Enchanted Portals got its funding and became something great? Who knows? Best not to linger on the past, I suppose. So I'll leave it there for today. Thank you all so much for watching this gigantic video to completion. It really means a lot. I've been yeah, and I'll see you all next time.
Yeah. Okay, right. Let's see. So, Enchanted Portals OST. Seems something that Epic would only give 5K for. Yeah. Alright, let's see. New patch 1. When was that video from?
So.
A year ago. Okay. New patch. I want to see what the new patch is. Oh, they have a YouTube channel. Okay, hold on. I'll check that out in a sec. Okay, this is the menu theme. Very reminiscent of you know, that one Mickey Mouse, the really, you know, the really famous Mickey Mouse Magic Man skit. I like it. It's not bad. Hell yeah. I think the flute track is a little weird. I kind of like it. Not bad. Oh wait, are we still on? Oh, whoops. Oh, okay, hold on. Let's go back again. Yeah, I mean, this one still sounds fine. Even in its actual speed. Flute! Yeah, the flute is a little bit weird, but I think it still works. Alright, what do we got? Okay, this is the Rooster Phase 2. Why is it... Okay. It was doing the... You know... Okay, that's the intro. I'm guessing the intro cutscene. Like, yeah, it's a little generic, but I mean, it fits thematically. Okay, forest level. I don't think it's stock music bad either. This reminds me of Rayman 2 a little bit. For some reason, I have the image of Olaflin sneaking around the forest. Like, yeah, okay, it's a little generic, but it doesn't sound terrible. Alright, what do we got? Soundtrack reminds me of Banjo-Kazooie. Yeah, that's not bad either. I don't understand if you didn't like the soundtrack, but calling the music typical stock music is stupid. Yeah. I agree. Oh yeah, also, 2 people worked on this. This whole thing was made by 2 people, I think. Or, you know, at least, like, the actual developers are 2 people. This is the Witch Boss theme. Not bad. I like it. UFO level. Yo.
Colonel. I'm going into the computer zone.
Oh, hell yeah. Castlevania. Okay, I like it. I don't know. Generic? Yes. Bad? No. Oh, fuck. The title won't even load on this one. Matrix OST level. Murder Drones vibe. FNAF World vibes. I don't know, it's kind of cool. We'll listen to the next one. I don't know if it's fitting for a boss, but I don't know. It's not bad. I don't think the soundtrack is bad. I'm just gonna say that. Sorry to tell you. I think the soundtrack is okay. Okay, now I gotta go back and into my playlist.
So.
Okay. So, for everything that this was, I don't know. I expected I expected genuine like malice and whatever in this game's development. I think it was just like bad luck. Yeah, I think it was just bad luck. It was like a similar idea, probably inspiration by Cuphead, which is kind of what I, started out saying. I hope you guys enjoy looking at gay purple dog. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think it's as bad as this dude is saying. I don't know. I don't see it, honestly. And it's kind of annoying. It's kind of an annoying review.
Club Penguin.
Club Penguin. Before we look at that though, okay, so new patch. Hold on, I want to know like what's the new patch here? Okay, new sounds. Penny in single player. Oh. Cool patch thing. I don't know if they're still working on this. I hope, but it's kind of a shame. Kind of a shame. Ooh, what? Free up. Oh, free update in 2025. Well, look at that. When was this posted? No, god damn it. Okay, yeah, last year. Well, apparently we're getting some free shit, so that's kind of cool. I am gonna be right back. I'm gonna go take a piss really quickly. And then we will continue with this club. Well, no, we're actually gonna continue with the VeggieTales songs. But then we're gonna watch the Club Penguin video. I'll be right back. Alright, I've returned. Taken a piss. I've also let down the blinds because the sun was killing me. And yeah, we're gonna continue with some more videos. I think honestly, like what Floof said about that being like a really bad faith review is extremely true. I find it like it's so weird to me that so many of these reviews exist. Because, and this is what I was saying earlier, like, I find that there are so many... Hold on a second. There's one thing I gotta see here. No. Hold on. The Italian brain rot controversy. I'm sorry. Piss Foxy. I see. Yeah, so just look at this fucking thumbnail. How legal is the Impossible Cuphead ripoff? I don't know what that means. I don't know. Like, I don't know. It's hard to Oh, I think okay, I have this video of his. I think I also have in the playlist. Like what I'm willing to believe is that this might have been just a bad video of his. Maybe he has better ones. I don't know though. We'll see, I guess, whenever we do come around to watching that video. Anyway, VeggieTales, his cheeseburger. I think I've seen this one before.
And now it's time for Silly Songs with Larry, the part of the show where Larry comes out and sings a silly song.
Just a moment! Wait! Stop talking!
Excuse me, I have an announcement. Ahem. Because
Shadow the Hedgehog is a...
we on this show strive to adhere to, and as a result of the disastrous outcome of the previous silly song, management has decided to review compositions from other performers for this segment. Several songs were screened, and we chose one based on the applicant's sense of artistry and all-around propriety.
With VeggieTales, I never know if it's like... Was it ironic? Was it just... Were they just being random?
Thank you.
Yeah, fuck you, Larry.
I'm saying Silly Songs is cancelled until further notice.
Oh yeah? Well then how am I supposed to get out of this bear trap?
I'm sure you'll figure something out.
Love songs.
Now it's time for Love Songs with Mr. Lunt, the part of the show where Mr. Lunt comes out and sings a love song.
100% legit all the way down.
He said to her, I'd like a cheeseburger, and I might like a milkshake as well. She said to him, I can't give you either.
The creators actually hate how the church is nowadays. Yeah, I mean, fuck the church in general.
That isn't this Burger Bell. She said, yes it is, but we're closed now. But we open tomorrow at 10. He said, I am extremely hungry, but I guess I can wait until then.
Oh, he waited in the drive-through. Fab singing, rude.
When he spotted a billboard for Denny's, bacon and eggs for half price. How could he resist such an offer? He really needed something to munch. Cheeseburger, please do not get angry. He'll eat and be back here for lunch. 'Cause you're his cheeseburger. It's precious cheeseburger. Be back for you. He'll be back for you. Whoa.
Song is about cheating. That's really problematic.
Be so long, cheeseburger. Oh, lovely cheeseburger. Be back for you. Oh, he'll be back for you.
Also, they just name dropped Denny's. What the fuck?
'Cause he loves you, cheeseburger, with all his heart. And there ain't nothing gonna tear you two apart. And if the world suddenly ran out of cheese, he would get down on his hands and knees. Don't say if someone accidentally dropped some cheese in the dirt, and he would wash it up for you, wipe it up for you, clean that dirty cheese up just for you. You are his cheeseburger.
Beautiful.
I thought you were going to sing about growing up in Connecticut.
What is it? What?
This has been Love Songs with Mr. Lunt. Tune in next time to hear Mr. Lunt say, I grew up in New Jersey.
Oh, fuck. It's so based. Alright, what do we got? The Water Buffalo song.
And now it's time for Silly Songs with Laddie, the part of the show where Laddie comes out and sings a silly song. So without further ado, Silly Songs with Laddie.
The Water Buffalo song. Everybody's got a water buffalo. Yours is fast, but mine is slow. Oh, where'd we get them? I don't know, but everybody's got a water buffalo.
He's gonna yodel. What is it with cowboys and yodeling? I never got that.
Stop right this instant! What do you think you're doing? You can't say everyone's got a water buffalo and everyone does not have a water buffalo.
Very true.
You're going to get nasty letters saying, "Where's my water buffalo? Why don't I have a water buffalo?" And are you prepared to deal with that? I don't think so. Just stop being so silly.
It's Fab with a hat. I'm not that long.
This has been Silly Songs with Laddie. Tune in next time to hear Laddie sing.
Everybody's got a baby kangaroo. Yours is pink, but mine is blue. Hers was small.
Nice. That was nice. Alright. Okay, what do we got here? Oh my god. This is adorable. Look at it. Small. You're small. You're insignificant. This is very nice. You heard it here, folks. Sliggy isn't that long. Yeah, I'm like wider, right? All right. Oh god, a 40-minute video. Oi, oi, oi. Well, fine. How long is this? This is an hour long. Okay. And then this is...
Oh boy, it's kind of crazy being a Toho fan right now. A couple of weeks ago I made a video on whether Zun used AI generated content in the latest Toho game, and I'll give you the short and sweet summary if you missed it all. So last time on Dragon Ball Z, Toho fans picked up on some backgrounds in Toho 20 that looked a little procedural. It was past precedent that maybe Zun used AI generated art in Toho events, but nothing was concrete, you know? The fanbase was trying to find Pepe Sylvia over here losing their minds. Until Toho 20 came out, and Steam gave us a disclaimer saying this game uses AI-generated imagery. One person laughed, one person cried, and for a good couple weeks that's all it was. Fans just being kind of shocked. Alright, taking a step back real quick, obviously I'm not speaking for everyone. Some people really didn't care that Zun did this, and others cared a lot. I'm just presenting broad facts in this video. Personally, I was in two minds about it. You know, you should obviously pay artists, but from a game dev point of view, in the name of efficiency, I kinda got why he did it. I'm obviously not endorsing it, and in this video I'm not disparaging anyone, and most of all, because of what I talk about next, don't go harassing Zun. I mean, of course, duh, is Zun. Anyway, yeah, it was confirmed.
Also, I mean, he's not really like a visual artist, right? Wasn't the whole point of Toho that he like sold it so people would listen to his music?
Walter White is Heisenberg, and Zun used AI-generated images.
Also, why did this guy like record his video like in a way to not make his mom mad at night?
Toho 20. Cut to now, you snap back to reality, oop, there goes gravity. In late May, the Zunster made an appearance on something called Toho Station, where he talked about using AI in Toho 20 and, oh boy, did he only add fuel to the fire. So first off, he confirmed that the use of AI was intentional, and he gave his reasoning. Here's what he said. Well, I've been thinking about this a lot. I actually wanted to talk about it after the final version comes out, but there's a lot of arguing about AI right now. There's a lot of arguing about various productions, but I think the most important thing is not to lose to AI. I've always said that. Leaving the creation of things up to AI is losing to AI. But denying AI and refusing it because you hate it is also losing. I'm thinking about whether to completely recognize AI as something scarier than myself, or to recognize that I accept it. I'm split into one or the other. The reason I used AI at this point was because I wanted to reduce AI to just a tool. AI.
You know what? Hold on. Shit, hold on. God, for fuck's sake. YouTube!
It's kind of crazy being a Toho fan right now. One person laughed. One eye is blue. Fire. So it is also losing. I'm thinking about whether to completely recognize AI as something scarier than myself, or to recognize that I accept it. I'm split into one or the other.
YouTube controls too difficult.
To reduce AI to just a tool. AI is just a convenient tool.
Honestly, I think that's genuinely, that is not a bad way of looking at it, because AI is one of those things, you know, I've mentioned it a good couple of times, and you can talk about it ad nauseum forever and ever, but I genuinely do believe that you can turn AI into like just, you know, a tool. And the more you opinionize about AI, the more you're going to invite people into using it for shit that pisses you off. So I kind of understand.
So it's a statement of intent that I will never lose in the creative aspect. And that's the quote. He went on to say that's why he didn't use it for the creative parts and only used it on backgrounds, and that since his backgrounds have always been made by stock images, it would give the same result regardless of who uses it.
What, really? Was it just always stock images? I didn't know that.
Backgrounds have always been made by stock images, it would give the same result regardless of who uses it. He finished off this section on AI by saying, but please don't misunderstand me. I don't use AI in my creative work, because I think it would be less fun if I used it. There are people like AI artists in the world, but they are beyond their own capabilities and are being used by AI. We shouldn't end up like that, and people who completely reject AI are people who have lost to AI. It is just a convenient tool. AI is a convenient tool. The rights are fine. I don't know why he says AI is a convenient tool twice. I think that might just be the translation, but I don't know, it sounds funny. So there it is, Zun's response. There's a lot of new info there. Splitting up creative and non-creative art is a whole can of worms, but I personally am still kind of conflicted. What I got out of this interview was that he doesn't think backgrounds are important or creative, which, like, I don't know if I agree with. You know, when I look back at a Perishable Night or PCB or any of those early Windows games, Those backgrounds are beautiful, and they pretty look like they put some effort into them. And I know I always go on about
Yeah, but I mean, if they're just stock images.
Night, but early Windows games just had these magnificent set pieces.
I mean,
that
this
the
is
backgrounds
different,
really
obviously.
contributed a whole lot to. I especially love this one from Stage 4 of Imperishable Night, where the moon appears in the back, the screen flashes white, and the bamboo is there, and the music crescendos, and it's all just very beautiful. And it really wouldn't work without that beautiful background. There's other examples, like the tree in PCB. Like, huge lore significance. You can't just generate an AI background for that. I guess you could if you just generated a tree. But you get my point. The backgrounds have always played massive, significant parts in past Toho games, and in my opinion, I think they contribute to the atmosphere of the games. And that's really half of the reason I love the series, is the atmosphere. So I think Zun just kind of disavowing backgrounds as nothing more than fodder to stick in the back while flashing lights appear in the front. I don't know, I feel like it's a bit too much, in my opinion. And yeah, they might be reading too much into it. You'd obviously probably still have a little bit of input in the backgrounds, but you get my point. Backgrounds are important, I think. He also explained the point that he's pulling from a stock image directory, so it doesn't matter. I've seen quite a few people agree with that. I've seen fans who really couldn't give a crap less, and that's fine. Everyone's opinion is fine. My opinion is that I feel the human element should be preserved. Zun has made some amazing backgrounds, still using stock images, by himself. And leaving it to AI from now on is, in my opinion, a slippery slope. That's just me though. Anyway, there was a lot of backlash from this interview. I mean, people went utterly bonkers on both sides of the argument. Many defending the big man and others throwing him into the pot like Ratatouille making that soup in that one scene. The hate thrown at Zun was pretty wild.
I mean, this person adds that he is not saying that the background is not creative, but does he realize that he is that he is on the losing side by using AI because he did not have the ability to prepare the background? He's no different from any AI artist out there, but he seems to be trying to say that he is different, which is unsightly. I mean, was he saying that though?
To see many very angry.
This means that if there are areas you're not interested in, you can just use AI. I'm not interested in voice acting, so I can use it. Well, that's also not what he said, though. Like, this is the problem. And I've said this a billion times already, I'm pretty sure, but this is exactly the fucking issue with generally the internet overall. He didn't say this. He said it was a tool. It can be used as a tool. To him, it's no different than using stock images. And also, if he was doing it himself, right? He was doing everything himself, correct? Then who the fuck is being hurt? It's not like he's not, or am I misunderstanding? Is he not paying an artist anymore? Because that's kind of shitty. Sure. But, like, if he's just removing his own workload from having to make a background, but also, like I said, he didn't say all this shit, so, like, I wish people wouldn't just interpret. People invent a dude that said something, and they get mad at that dude that they invented. That's how Twitter works. That's how the internet works in general.
Angry responses were tossed into the vast collection.
Zun said that backgrounds are not creative, if that's what you mean. It's an insult to creators who create the world's wonderful backgrounds, and if you can't be creative in the parts, you can use generative AI. Even if that is what it means, no excuse for ignoring the rights of others and stealing their creative works. I don't know where he said the part that it's okay to steal people's creative works, but sure.
Of the internet, and the flames of this drama grew higher and higher.
That's strange. If you don't use it, you lose. If you use AI to steal, as long as he doesn't do characters, right? Like, who gives a fuck? If you use AI to, like, they're okay in that one game where they were like 3D backgrounds and whatever. Okay, yeah, you could argue, but like, who's paying attention to these backgrounds that much? Okay, if you use AI to steal the results of others and don't create anything yourself, then the winner will be someone who wins. This must be that famous Japanese intellect. If you think about it logically, that's what you'd expect. This is just a double standard excuse. I think you're mistaken in thinking that you're not an AI artist. It's a lame excuse, like the old story of 50-50 is 100%. He didn't say if you don't... Okay. He did not say if you don't use AI, you lose. That's not what he said. He said, if I'm remembering this correctly, please correct me if I'm wrong, he said that if you ignore AI art as a whole, as a thing that exists, you also lose, which you could make an argument for, I think. Or if you disavow it completely, because I think there's a point to that. If you're a person whose literally entire personality is that they hate AI instead of, just creating art, then yeah, you fucking lose because you're not creating art. That's my interpretation of what he said. I may be wrong here. I don't know.
Higher. Can we get much higher? And that's where we stand. Lots to chew on, eh, boys? So what do you think about Zone's response? Is it all worth the giant shitstorm of drama?
No.
In any case, I think it was worth having a discussion about. Toho's art, characters, and atmosphere are some of the best qualities the series has to offer. There's a truly special mix of wonder and mystery in the series' catalogue. And AI or not, I really hope that feeling continues into future installments and we can keep enjoying it over and over. Thanks for watching, gamers and gamers.
I think it's bull. I think this entire...
more weekly epic videos like this one, baby. Alright, catch you on the flip side, boys.
I think this entire conversation is bullshit. Ah, yes, this game is Lego Fortnite. All right. Well, I don't know. That seems like stupid bullshit. I don't really care. And as long as he doesn't do characters and music and story by AI, I don't think it matters. Anyway, Club Penguin. I didn't really grow up with Club Penguin. I played it a little bit here and there. I was more into Neopets, even though I also didn't fucking get how those worked. Anyway, Club Penguin.
Club Penguin. The massive multiplayer online game released by New Horizon Interactive in 2005 has influenced countless people worldwide. Whether it was the game's community, cool items to collect, puffles to adopt, or the awesome minigames to play, Club Penguin cemented itself as the king of children's online games until its eventual shutdown in 2017. Today, however,
Isn't there like a private server running Club Penguin? Or am I wrong about that?
We're going to linger on the history of Club Penguin itself. Today we're going to look at the history of Club Penguin minigames and what made them so awesome.
Hell yeah. Let's go. Hydro Hopper.
Hydro Hopper, located at the docks, is your penguin partake in possibly the most dangerous wakeboarding a penguin has ever attempted. By using the mouse to move left and right and jump, you must avoid obstacles such as ducks, periscopes, and then eventually ramping it up to sharks, icebergs, and even boys.
Jesus.
Failing to avoid any
Boys?
obstacles results in you
What about
losing your
girls?
life. And honestly, the game can get pretty tricky towards the end of the run once it starts throwing this shit at you. If anyone watching was good enough to get the Master Navigator stamp, then well done to you, because I sure as hell couldn't. Originally added to Club Penguin on October 24th, 2005, Hydro Hopper was among 4 games that are considered the original minigames as they were all added first on the exact same day. However, Hydro Hopper dates as far back as the year 2000, where Club Penguin developer Rocket Snail created for the Green Bay Bible Camp, where it was called Ballistic Biscuit. He kept
Yo, Bible game.
his name in Club Penguin all the way until 2007, where Hydro Hopper won a vote conducted in issue 99 of the Club Penguin Times, an in-game newsletter.
All this is making me do is making me want to play more, I forgot the name of the game already. Fantasy Life. I bought it. It's awesome. It's a lot of fun. I like it a lot, and I want to play it more. But videos.
Astro Barrier, the second game of the original 5 minigames, is another single-player experience mirroring closely to the likes of Space Invaders. Located upstairs from the nightclub in the arcade, players must move the spaceship left and right to aim shots at the various targets. Disappointingly, this is the first minigame to enforce limits on how much a non-member could play, in this case being only 5 levels before blocking progression.
Dang!
This minigame was also the first to have secrets. These were 2 hidden level packs in the game, only accessible to members of course, these being the secret levels and the secret expert levels.
Ooh.
These were both accessible by waiting on the tutorial screen for a light blue ship to appear. After shooting it, the corresponding pack will be unlocked. Both packs were considerably harder than the normal set of levels, with beating all 3 packs awarding players with the only expert stamp for the minigame.
Damn.
Originally until December 30th, 2005, Astro Barrier only had 20 levels, with levels 21 to 30 being added on that date, and with levels 31 to 40 and the hidden secret and expert levels being added on July 21st, 2006. Also, during the April Fool's Party of 2008, Astro Barrier and Thin Ice were both unavailable to players, with the 2 games being morphed into the abomination that is Thin Ice Barrier. Yes, this is a real thing, and I'm all for it. Once again, I don't know what it is with these original minigames and just having kind of ridiculous stamps to complete, but Astro Barrier's Astro 30 Max is just insane. I'm the kind of player that likes to go for 100% when I play video games, but this one just evades me. Basically, it boils down to you having to complete all 30 normal levels without missing a single shot.
Wow. Bean!
Bean Counters, the third original Club Penguin minigame released on October 24th, 2005, is another single-player experience where players must unpack a truck full of bags of coffee beans. Located in the coffee shop, the player must catch the bags by moving across a screen and return them to the collection area, while also avoiding many obstacles that are thrown out with the bags, such as fish, vases, and literal anvils. There was even a
Fab mentioned, shut the fuck up.
Jelly Bean Counters, which completely
Shut the
changed
fuck
up
up. Jelly beans? Floof mentioned.
Nah, I'm just kidding. They actually made it harder by forcing you to pay attention to this wheel while also only delivering jelly beans of that colour, completely throwing my golden strategy out the window. To be perfectly honest, I've hardly ever played this one. I'm sure it has its fans, but it just bores me after 2 rounds. The jelly bean mode is a fun twist on the concept though, I'll give it that. Wait a minute. How can the truck make its delivery if Club Penguin is an island?
I don't eat jelly beans anymore, fuck you.
Mancala, 4th of the original 5 minigames, is actually one of the oldest games in human history, adapted by Rocket Snail for Club Penguin of course. Records of Mancala go back as early as the 3rd century, with evidence to suggest that the game probably existed in ancient Egypt.
What?
Mancala, located above the coffee shop in the book room, is a gameplay between 2 players, the goal of the game being to collect more stones from the board than your opponent. It was the first minigame of its kind to implement a viewing system,
Bean.
so that other penguins could watch the game while it was taking place. Funnily enough, the bar for entry when playing Mancala was high enough to warrant having the rules as a permanent object in the room, helping players understand the game. Just like Ballistic Biscuit, Mancala was originally made and released on the Rocket Snail Games website, however it was called Mancala Snails and featured a few different visual changes. Despite reading the rules, I still have no idea what a good strategy for this game is, so I usually end up getting absolutely rinsed by random people whenever I attempt to understand this game.
Oh, hell yeah.
Sled Racing. Released as the 5th and final of the original minigames, and located at the ski hill of course, this fan-favourite game sees you pitted against up to 3 other penguins in a downhill tube race to the bottom. Players have to avoid
Tube race.
such as rocks and tree logs while also utilising ramps to jump over obstacles and ice patches to speed you up. There are 4 different runs that the player could use, each providing a different number of penguins that could race. These were Bunny Hill and Express, which allowed for glorious 1v1 sled racing action, Penguin Run, which allowed for 3 players total, and Ridge Run, which was the longest run in the game and allowed 4 players to race each other. Alternate sleds and tubes were also provided for members, offering no advantage and being purely cosmetic. Thank God.
Well, at least, yeah. Thank God. Imagine the sled race meta.
Element of competitiveness. Plus the fact that this minigame had no restrictions to non-member players, meaning that anyone could enjoy the fun.
Metas ruin everything.
Roundup, the 6th minigame
Just play the way it's fun for you.
December 14th, 2005. Originally located at the Snow Forts before being moved to the Puffle Park, This minigame has you push puffles around the screen using the mouse, with the goal being to guide them into the small pen to collect points.
Holds a record for most times a minigame has moved location a whopping 4 times.
Such an old minigame, this one saw updates all the way until 2011, with new puffle colours being added, so here's a quick fire round of that. Purple puffles on August 11, 2006, red puffles on October 19, 2007, yellow puffles on November 25, 2007, white puffles on February 26, 2009, orange puffles on October 22, 2010, and brown puffles on March 22nd of 2011. And now for one of the funniest glitches that I just have to mention. At some point in the game's history, if a player was to complete 3 rounds, quit, and then start another game, then they would be kicked from the server instantly. It's gotta be a traumatizing core memory for someone out there, surely. Personally, this minigame never really captured me. I think the simple fact that I could walk outside and recreate the game with ants and a couple of pencils added up to this game really just boring me. Club Penguin's 7th minigame added was ice fishing, released on March 10th, 2006, and located inside the.
How many fucking minigames are there? Jesus.
In which players lower in
7 billion.
using the mouse in order to catch fish, or while avoiding obstacles that swim past, such as crabs, jellyfish, and sharks. Failing to avoid these results in losing a worm, which you get 3 to start with. Losing all of your worms ends the minigame
God damn it.
The player has to catch 60 fish before the final boss of the game comes along, the prize mullet. He can be caught using one of the standard yellowfish as bait and nets you 100 extra coins as a reward.
Ooh.
This minigame benefited from its own set of game upgrades, allowing members to purchase the flashing lure rod, which unlocked the ability to catch greyfish, which were worth more coins but were a bit harder to catch. They also awarded a series of member-only stamps. This one is just special to me. The music in particular is just so iconic.
I love that even in fucking Club Penguin, if you were a pay pig, you could just be better. This is bullshit. Fucking penguin whalers.
Released on April
Wait, that ain't right.
2006, was Club Penguin's 8th minigame, Find 4. It's literally just a game of Connect 4.
Nice.
It is located both upstairs and downstairs in the ski lodge. I don't even know what you guys want me to say about this one. The counter colors.
Fucking Connect 4, innit?
The standard yellow and red from the board game. This was the second game to implement the viewing system started by Mancala, meaning other players could spectate the game. One thing I could say is the game isn't too clear on who won at the end, so if you're not paying attention, this can be a little confusing. But yeah, it's just Connect 4. I really don't know what else to say. Next game.
Oh, hell yeah. I think I might have played this one too.
Game, Kart Surfer, was released on June 6th, 2006. Located at the mine, players must control their penguin in a mine shaft and barrel down a narrow mine shaft while performing tricks. This is undoubtedly one of the most popular games on Club Penguin, as it wasn't locked in any way for non-members, plus it was a great way to grind for coins if you had all the stamps. Players have 11 tricks at their disposal, all yielding different points when performed. However, spamming tricks gives you less points, incentivizing a little bit of strategy when playing. Interestingly, according to a tweet from developer Chris Hendricks, aka Screenhog, Kart Surfer was originally an entirely different game called Cave Runner. However, the game was scrapped last minute when the developers realized that the game just wasn't that fun. Based on this screenshot, I assumed the gameplay would just be using the arrow keys to move left and right, which is fairly similar to the controls for Puffle Rescue, so maybe this idea wasn't completely scrapped after all. Also, side note, how strong is our penguin? They're able to pick up an entire minecart and spin it around, and apparently minecarts alone weigh this much?
Damn.
Never skip a day at the gym, apparently.
Swole Gwyn.
After completing the test and becoming a secret agent, players were able to enjoy Club Penguin's PSA missions, released on August 18th, 2006. These missions were a series of point-and-click mini-games which took players through the origins of the Penguin Secret Agency before they rebranded into the Elite Penguin Force. 11 missions were released total, with the first 3 being one-off stories. However, the rest of the missions were all based around Herbert P. Bear, the antagonist of Club Penguin. These secret missions ranged in length and had all kinds of little secrets to be found in them, such as Gary's...
It's kind of fucked up that a polar bear would be the antagonist of penguins, considering they live on different poles.
On the game itself, as after the ending of Mission 11, the Veggie Villain, PSA's headquarters and the sports shop were heavily damaged due to Herbert's popcorn bomb, hence sprouting a mini-event starting on May 18th, 2008.
Look at all that popcorn.
The ski village location showed signs of the damage.
I love
By May
popcorn.
25th, the sports shop was permanently closed and replaced with the Everyday Phony facility, where the PSA missions were moved to the VR room. I remember having a lot of fun playing the later missions once Herbert started to be involved, but I do remember constantly getting stuck and having to look up guides.
Oh, hell yeah. One of my favorite games to play, like regardless of Club Penguin, one of my favorite games or favorite types of games to play. You guys know those like distance flying, upgrading, like flash games. I love those. I always fucking thought they were the best shit ever. When you could like you would like you know, you sent your little thing flying, and then you'd get money for how far you fly, and then you would use that money to upgrade it and fly further. I fucking love those games. But even though I don't think this is what this is.
Club Penguin's 11th minigame was Jetpack Adventures, released on November 6, 2006. Accessed from the beacon, players would navigate their penguin using the arrow keys through a side-scrolling obstacle course while using a jetpack, or while avoiding
crash. Hope not. Doesn't say that it crashed, so maybe that was just you. We'll see. We will see.
obstacles, collecting coins, and refueling when necessary. There were 5 levels total, with unfortunately only level 1 being accessible to non-members after the introduction of stamps on July 26, 2010. The first 3 levels have you flying outdoors, with a transition into cave levels at the end of level 3. One of the coolest attention to detail moments in this minigame is when you inevitably game over, you will spawn back in a different room on the path to the cave, further creating the illusion that you are just jetpacking over everything in Club Penguin. This can be further seen by finding these hidden landing platforms on the map screen of the game. Stamp-wise, this game can be pretty cruel. Ace Pilot by far takes the cake here, requiring you to beat the game without collecting any coins. Which means you have to squeeze yourself through bullshit gaps like this, and wasting the rest of your fuel at the end so you don't get any bonuses. This one's just fun to me, man. The attention to detail while falling over parts of the map and being able to take your green puffle alongside you creates a fun experience overall.
That's kind of cool.
Ace Pilot made me fear coins for the rest of my days? Of course, but that hasn't really affected my life in the slightest. 12th in the release order of minigames and the second arcade game, Thin Ice, was released on December 19th, 2006. You control a flaming black puffle as you move the board and melt the ice behind, while trying to get to the goal. The challenge here comes from the fact that once you've melted a tile of ice, you cannot go back on that tile because you fall in the water. Extra bonuses in the form of stamps and more coins are awarded to players who manage to figure out how to clear all the tiles before reaching the goal. A healthy 19 levels were released for this game, with non-members only being able to access up to level 10 before being kicked out, meaning that 5 of the 9 stamps were unobtainable without membership. Fun fact, each board actually has 2 variations, with slightly different layouts from one another. This was clearly made in an effort to make sure that players couldn't just learn the layouts once and blitz through the game each time, which I actually think is pretty clever. There's actually quite a few cool details like that when it comes to this game. For example, the black puffle on the end screen will have a totally different expression depending on how well you did. And when accessing the secret room through the false wall in level 19, a coin bag will appear for every level you completed perfectly.
Oh wow.
This minigame holds a special place in my heart. It's just so relaxing to me. I think the fact that it's one of the only Club Penguin minigames that doesn't have any kind of time limit, as that usually just ends up stressing me out.
Oh, pizza, pasta, put it in the cock.
Pizzatron 3000 was released on February 26, 2007, and was located at the Pizza Parlor. This game has you assembling pizza orders while the base...
God, we had like a bunch of fucking mini pizzas today, and my stomach still feels full.
Relaxed, but blink and suddenly it's going warp speed and has you putting ingredients on at literally the last minute. Just like bean counters, Pizzatron 3000 had an alternate game mode called Candytron 3000, which changed out the pizza ingredients to be more candy related. This mode yielded more coins, but was more difficult than the standard game mode as the harder recipes could appear at any time, instead of slowly ramping up the difficulty. This game mode could be accessed by pulling a switch on the main menu. This game is clearly a fan favorite. And
Fucking Club Penguin had so much like secret shit that was going on. That's so cool.
And just listen to that soundtrack. It's perfect for a minigame like this. I just don't know what the hell these ingredient combinations are though. Squid and grey fish? I get that the penguins live on an island and everything, but you wouldn't catch me dead eating some of these pizza combos.
Well, you're not a penguin, are you? I love these minigames too.
Its 14th minigame was released on June 4th, 2007. Located at the Cove, this minigame sees you surfing the waves as you take part in 4 distinct game modes. First is Surf Lesson, which teaches you the basics of the minigame. Freestyle, which lets you go wild and do tricks until you run out of boards or the minigame times
Hell
out.
yeah.
Competition, where you have to perform as many tricks as possible to impress the 3 judges, who all prefer different tricks. And finally, Survival, an endurance mode where you have to surf a very fast wave for as long as possible, all while avoiding icebergs and sharks if you make it far enough.
Jesus.
There are 12 different tricks that you can perform while surfing, these being the Icebreaker, Coastal Kick, the Blender, Lazy Wave, Backstand,
Wow.
Surf Fever, Shooting the Tube, Front Flip, Backflip, Grind, Trick and Grind, and Spin. All these tricks in a single freestyle session gets you the Trick Star stamp. When doing research for this video, I came across this fact that I just have to share. Despite Catching Waves releasing on June 4th, the Cove area itself actually predates it and was released on May 24th. This is because Club Penguin had a small partnership with Sony at the time and wanted to delay the release of Catching Waves to align with the release of Sony's film Surf's Up.
Ah, wow,
This minigame is
okay.
Great, but I can never seem to get the hang of the controls once the wave speeds up. And honestly, if the Lazy Wave scores that many points in real-life surfing competitions, then I'd be a world champion.
Aquagrebber.
Club Penguin's 15th minigame was Aqua Grabber, released on February 19th.
Club Penguin is like
you control a small submarine
so cool though.
to collect various
There's like so many different fucking games to play.
originally part of a mini event called the Save the Migrant
What a
Project.
wacky little world.
Crashed on the way to Club Penguin, leaving parts of his ship scattered underwater. Finding all the parts of the ship within the time limit would
Well,
award
I think
players with the
all
golden wheel pin. After popular demand for the Save the
I
Migrant
think
Project,
all
the minigame stuck around and
MMOs should have just mini games. Fuck whatever World of Warcraft is doing.
Expanding the area from the
Just let me play funny game.
criterias. Aquagrabber's second level, So to Seas, also released on this date and was available to non-players before being locked after the release of Stamps in 2010. Unlocked missions also now saved to your account, meaning you didn't have to unlock them every time you wanted to play them. I do quite like this minigame. The music is just super calming and the game itself isn't too tricky, apart from the mullet capture stamp. We don't talk about what I went through to get the mullet capture stamp. I also love that they released
Me at the end of the month when there's no more money left.
a super neat toy for the Aqua Grabber, which definitely contributes to my love for this minigame.
Oh, hell yeah!
Paint by Letters was Club Penguin's 16th minigame, released on March 10th, 2008. Located on the shelves in the book room, this minigame is a typing game where players must practice by typing the story one line at a time. Some lines also gave the players a choice between a couple of different options, allowing for a bit of variation at the player's wishes. There were 3 books released for this minigame, those being My Puffle and Burnt Out Bobs, and Lime Green Dojo Clean, released a year later on February 3rd, 2009.
Green!
All of these books were written by head Club Penguin moderator Polofield, aka Chris Glidden. This was also the first minigame to be completely removed.
Yo,
from
he's
Club
doing
Penguin's
green
official
face,
website
what
and
the
is getting
fuck?
axed On June 14th, 2012, with email support citing the reason as the game wasn't being played often enough. Kind of a shame it got removed, honestly. I really think these books could have been a great vessel to teach kids how to type while keeping it entertaining.
Yeah, true.
However, I do see the shortcomings of having a game structured like this, as after you've finished all the books, there's not really a huge reason to go back and do it all again.
Oh, treasure hunt.
April 28th, 2008 saw the release of Treasure Hunt, Club Penguin's 17th minigame. This minigame is located inside the captain's quarters aboard Rockhopper's ship the Migrator, meaning this minigame is only able to be accessed when he's visiting and docked at the beach. This game sees you and one other player working together to uncover as many gems from the sandpit as possible. This is achieved by picking a row or column depending on which
The
one
red
you are.
gems
Each
kind of
class
remind
has one
me
layer of
of
sand.
the gems
Most of the
from
valuable
the
gems
Mickey
are on the
Mouse
third and bottom layer. The
V
players
Tech
get
game.
6 chances to dig each. This minigame also
or
saw a
V Smile
update
game.
in December
The green ones
2008
too,
after
actually.
Rockhopper went overboard
I think the
and
emeralds
Migrator
more
coins were
than
replaced with peppermints,
the red
rubies
ones.
with candy canes, and emeralds with baubles. The sand was also changed to snow. This Christmas variation would only come around if Rockhopper visited around Christmas time, otherwise it would just be the standard layout. I think I was somewhat tricked as a kid into thinking I loved this game. While it's cool and all that it's one of the only minigames where players must work together, it's not all that replayable, especially considering you can get all the stamps in less than 5 games. So yeah, I think the fact that this minigame was only ever available to play a couple of times a year definitely tricked me into enjoying the game more than I actually did.
EJ3K.
DJ DJ3K, the 18th minigame, was released on July 25th, 2008. Located in the nightclub on the DJ table, DJ3K was a music creation game where players could select a variety of loops and sound effects to create music for their igloos. Bringing a yellow puffle into the game also yielded more coins, because of the puffle's favourite game system. Basically, most of the puffles have a favourite minigame, where bringing them in gets you more coins. These were Aqua Grabber for the pink puffle, Kart Surfer for black, Jetpack Adventure for green, Dance Contest for purple, Catching Waves for red, and DJ3K as mentioned for yellow. This minigame was also the second to be completely removed from Club Penguin, with the minigame being swapped out for Sound Studio on July 17th, 2014. Meaning the poor yellow puffles didn't have a favorite game after that.
Oh, okay. So this was also I had like it was usually from like cereal boxes or whatever. For those who don't know, back in the day, cereal boxes would often come with in some like special editions where there would be a game CD or something added to them. I don't know, this was just the case sometimes. And I remember specifically that there were a few that had these like music studio softwares. And I played the fuck out of those. I did so much with those. It was really, really fun. I think Kellogg's had one that I like played the shit out of, but I don't remember what it was called. Maybe that's a thing that I should like look into on a stream, like music making softwares, or those like music studio games, I guess, more accurate.
I've only ever experienced this one through Club Penguin rewritten before it was shut down, and even then it was just alright. Sound Studio basically took this minigame and made it way easier to use and understand in my opinion.
Podjitsu.
Oh boy, here we go. Club Penguin's 19th minigame, and arguably the most famous, was Card Jitsu. Released on November 17th, 2008, and located at the dojo, this minigame sees you playing a revamped version of Rock Paper Scissors, using cards and 3 elements. Water beats fire, fire beats snow, and snow beats water. If 2 players play the same element, that's where the card's numbering system comes into play, with the highest number winning in that case. In addition to the regular cards, there was also power cards. These cards usually had a number of 9 or higher, and more often than not had a special ability tied to them. These abilities range in usefulness, such as preventing your opponent from playing certain elements next turn or reducing the number on the card. Where these abilities get sadistic is with the cards Rock Hopper, the Veggie Villain, Knight's Quest, and Puffle Rescue. These cards all have a value of 12, which is already hard to beat, but the card effect is changing any snow cards played against you to water, and the worst outcome when playing these cards is drawing. You cannot lose when you play these cards. The goal of the game is to play matches against other penguins to increase your belt color, all the way until black belt where you play against Sensei and can earn your ninja mask. It's no wonder this minigame was so popular with players, easy to understand conceptually, completely free to all players, and highly competitive. In fact, this minigame was so popular that it's a real-life trading card game, which saw 7 sets released before its retirement. I absolutely love these cards if you couldn't already tell. There's just some charm about reading the little
base TCG.
Some of the pre-Disney artwork. The power cards are here as well, shiny and all. Oh god, no!
Oh, hell yeah. DDR.
Dance Contest was Club Penguin's 20th minigame, released on January 15th, 2009.
I also have like 20,000 DDR games. Actual DDR, fake DDR, some anime DDR.
How good your timing is when hitting notes.
Mostly on the PS1 though, I have to say.
On how well you've done. 6 songs total were released, 3 being for non-members and 3 being locked behind membership. These songs were the generic
They all suck. DDR sucks ass, but I still like playing it.
And Let's Bounce, Go West, and Patrick's Jig for the member-only songs. Borrowing further from the rhythm game genre, each song has a difficulty level ranging from easy, medium, and hard, and also the secret expert difficulty if you clicked on cadence to access it. I'm a big fan of rhythm games, so naturally I enjoy this minigame. The lag does get quite annoying at times though, so I recommend lowering the graphics settings if you don't want to have any interruptions. Also, the charts aren't particularly difficult if you've played other rhythm games similar to this before.
I bet I'll have to DDR stream. I don't think so. Also, what will the point of that be? You can't see me anyway.
November 23rd, 2009 for members.
I don't have feet
but shockingly
or
wasn't
legs.
fully available to all players until May 9th, 2013, alongside Kajitsu Water and the newly released Kajitsu Snow, but we'll get into those later. Kajitsu Fire, located in the Fire Dojo, is a spin-off of Kajitsu. However, this version is more akin to a board game rather than the card game focused original. The game can be played by up to 4 players, with each penguin starting with 6 energy points. Tiles are then chosen from a ring in the center, which show numbers to dictate how many spaces you can move in either direction. After choosing a space to land on, 3 scenarios can play out. The first is the Elements tile, where if landed on, a battle with that specific element occurs. The second is the Cycle of Elements tile, where the player that landed on there gets to select which element they wish to play. And finally, the Kajutsu spaces, where a standard game of Kajutsu will be played out. Battles on the Element and Cycle tiles play out as follows. Each player selects a card with the matching element, and then all get revealed at the same time. The card with the highest number then wins the battle, and the other players that lost the battle lose 1 energy point. Losing all points means you're out of the game. A super fun fact that I found while researching this video is that
Fucking, I didn't even understand what's going on here. I was trying to listen, no fucking clue.
featured in the 2-part documentary Walk Down Memory Lane, made to celebrate Club Penguin's life before the release of Club
They made an actual game.
Personally, I'm very mixed.
Board game out of it, I mean.
It takes an insanely long time to unlock all the fire suit parts, as games of Kajitsu Fire run significantly longer than games of Kajitsu. Also, I don't believe this game is particularly balanced either. I'll explain. When you first start your Kajitsu journey, you're given a starter deck. This contains 10 cards with only 3 of them being power cards, the only 3 cards which all have a value of 10, which isn't even the highest value in the game. Now consider going up against a player like me who spent an insane amount of coins buying more cards to add to my collection. I've had hands in Kajitsu Fire where every card in my hand is a power card that has a value higher than 10.
Jesus.
This isn't fair to players that either don't know where to buy more power cards or simply haven't bought more. I'll bring this up again during Kajitsu Water, as it's a problem there as well. But yeah, the rich get richer when it comes to Kajitsu Fire, I guess. It probably isn't the message the developers wanted me to take out of the experience.
Buffalo Rescue. Is it just Frogger?
Puffle Rescue, Club Penguin's 22nd minigame, was released on March 15th, 2010. Located at the mine, this minigame is all about rescuing Puffles from dangerous situations in 3 different map locations.
Nice.
With each of these locations featuring just 3 different level layouts that would cycle and increase in speed each time. These map locations were the ice levels, the only level pack available to non-members, where players must traverse little icebergs and logs to rescue the Puffles while avoiding sharks or missing a platform. The cave levels, where you had to navigate through abandoned mines with limited vision, while avoiding minecarts, trapdoors, and boiler pipes. Scarily enough, the minecarts didn't follow a set speed like the obstacles in the ice levels, making navigating them a bit of a nightmare. And the underwater levels. These are interesting because once you step off these safe platforms, you have a limited amount of time to reach the next one, indicated by your penguin growing smaller. Also housed a secret.
That's interesting.
By following the bubbles made by this giant squid, players could find a secret staircase which unlocked the underwater room, located in the hidden lake. This minigame is just alright in my opinion. The lag in particular affects the cave levels quite badly, and obviously I can't strike points against it for lag, but it certainly plays a factor. Also, some of the stamps in this game are just ridiculous.
I think it's funny that Club Penguin is so laggy. It's like, well, bro, it's just PNGs. What the hell?
Club Penguin's 23rd minigame release was yet another iteration of Kajitsu.
Oh, they really like Kajitsu, huh?
2010, and located in the Water Dojo, this minigame sees players race on a grid of stone tiles atop a waterfall, using their Kajitsu cards to break various
The
first player to the gong at the top wins the minigame.
Little obsessed, aren't you?
Fire beats snow, snow
Club
beats
Penguins,
water,
boys.
beats fire. Where it gets interesting though is the size of the obstacles in the way. If it's a larger obstacle than compared to others around, more often than not it'll take 2 standard cards or 1 power card to remove, which again plays into my whole complaint about these games being pay to win to some extent if you don't own very many power cards.
Yeah.
It's certainly the fastest iteration of Kajitsu, as games usually don't run for more than a minute, which is nice, but it can be a little disheartening if your opponent gets a really good run and just beats you in less than 10 seconds. Fun fact, one of the stamps, Water Expert, is a bait item. Bait items, for those who might not know, are a way for the developers to check and ban cheaters. The condition to unlock this stamp was to get 100 wins, but if an account had this stamp unlocked without having 100 wins, then it would set off the alarm bells and they would be banned.
Well, how could they get the badge without...
the Club Penguin wiki, and I'd encourage anyone interested to go and have a look there. It gets super weird with mascot-only items, for example. Again, I'm kind of indifferent about this minigame. I really enjoy the concept and how fast the matches are, but it can be a little too short at times. Also, I really don't want to think about what happens to my penguin if I let them fall off the edge of the waterfall.
Oh shit. System Defender.
Just tower defense. God, I haven't played balloons in a while.
The 24th Club Penguin minigame, released on January 14th, 2011.
But like the problem with balloons tower defense is that at some point it just gets boring as fuck.
Is a tower defense style game that serves as the EPF's cybersecurity measures. Players collect energy from defeating enemies and earning it passively, and spend it on
I remember though, like
defenses. Basically,
back in Business Academy,
zombies, you'll definitely understand the
we would just fucking play the fuck out of Balloons 6 or Balloons 5, I don't remember. Whenever we were bored, it was great.
These levels were rogue bugs,
Obviously during class,
test bots,
because we were so cool, good, and definitely good students.
They're attacking the EPF systems, with the final level being a hold-off mission as the director attempts to track down Herbert's location. After completing the mission, you find out that Herbert is located in the toughest mountain. Later that same year, starting on August 25th, 2011, Operation Hibernation was launched under the guise of it being an extreme sled racing competition. This mission was all about sneaking into Herbert's secret base and putting him into hibernation. The operation was a success.
Wow, how rude.
Herbert's Claude friend Klotzy escaped. As a big fan of tower defense games, naturally I love this minigame. I do wish it had some sort of free play mode of sorts, but I understand why they kept it to a level structure. Some of these levels are no joke though. I actually had to run one of them on my old laptop so it would run slower, as this affects the movement speed of
Wow.
enemies.
Oh yeah, I guess it would.
Hell yeah, let's go.
Puffle Launch was Club Penguin's 25th minigame, released on March 14th, 2011. This minigame sees you firing your Puffle out of cannons and controlling them.
Oh, so it's just Donkey Kong.
With the goal of the game being to collect Puffalos and stop Klepto the Crab from stealing them. There were 3 different level packs released: Blue Sky, which was available to all players, and Soda Sunset and the Box Dimension, which were limited to members only. After collecting all the Puffalos in every level, a time trial mode would be unlocked, adding up the players' best level times from each level into one big total. Players could then revisit levels and speedrun them in order to get the timer down to earn a couple of stamps, with getting the timer under 18 minutes awarding players with the third mode, Turbo Mode. After beating every level in Turbo Mode, a slow motion feature is unlocked, and you are rewarded with the final Extreme stamp from the game. Also, just quickly, look how adorable it is that every Puffle color got their very own helmet design. Just a great
That's nice.
detail there.
That's adorable.
On some of these. Personally, I like
the green.
The standard mode where you collect Puffalos is nice and relaxing, bar a few annoying vague spots in some levels, but the time trial mode is just plain annoying to me.
Crab
These
dead.
levels are clearly not meant to be rushed, and I definitely had to resort to guides when I had no clue how to shave any more time off. This licensed plushie I found at an op shop one time is pretty cool though, so let's end that on a positive note.
Bits bolts.
The 26th Club Penguin minigame was Bits and Bolts.
It's just Tetris. It's just weird Tetris.
And located in the arcade. This minigame has you clearing blocks with cogs on them in order to build robots, which each require a particular amount of cogs to be assembled. It is commendable that Club Penguin implemented a game that actually has some kind of learning in it, and while this is very basic addition skills, I can still see the practical element behind it. You may notice I'm waffling a little bit, and that's because beyond what I just described to you, there really isn't much to this game. It basically just goes on and on like this forever and continues to ramp up the speed until you eventually lose. Notably though, this is one of the very few minigames that have no stamps to collect at all. Makes sense to me though. Beyond level completion stamps, I really can't think of much more that happens in the game to merit stamps being added for it.
Oh, it's like adding them up. That's how you click it. Okay, I understand. Oh, more Rayman music. At least that's what it sounds like. Rayman 2.
Pufflescape was Club Penguin's 27th minigame, released on November 3rd, 2011.
Rayman 2 was also so good.
This game is a 2D side-scroller, seeing you controlling one of your Puffles in a hamster ball as you navigate icy caves, all while collecting Puffalos to earn more coins, and moving certain obstacles with the mouse. 23 levels were released for this minigame across 3 different level sets, these being Entrance, Depths, and Legend.
I remember the time frame of like
which sped up the physics of the level
PS2,
overall harder challenge. This minigame's development is
like PS2 games, where every single IP, or at least it felt like it, that every single IP had to have a party game, you know, like Mario Party, and then they did it for Rayman, which was like super fucking weird, but I loved Rayman multiplayer, or Rayman M. depending on which version you played.
From 2008, where players would receive a hard hat for their troubles.
I think I've played it on stream before. I don't remember.
And it is one of the
That game was tough as fuck.
if you have all the stamps unlocked.
It had like different, it had like a racing mode, there was like a time trial mode, there was like a fight mode, there was capture the flag. It had a couple of things. I'm pretty sure I played that on stream. I don't know if I would play it again.
Located at the coffee shop, this minigame sees you bouncing on a conveyor belt and smashing fruits in order to fulfill smoothie orders for the penguins that come by and request them from you. It was first introduced during the Adventure Party Temple of Fruit. This minigame had 2 game modes, regular,
But yeah, that's one that I remember. Obviously Mario Party. I think that was kind of it, right? They were like trying to cash in on the Mario Party, you know.
History-wise, this minigame is way
not craze necessarily, but like the Mario Party popularity. I'm really excited to see how.
To promote healthy eating. The first promotion was codes for Club Penguin items.
I'm really excited to see how the new Mario Kart game is gonna be. I don't know if I'm gonna do streams of it, but maybe I will. I won't do like an unboxing or like first setup stream for the Switch 2 because I just want to play it. But you know, once we get something like substantial to play on the Switch, I'll obviously do a playthrough on that.
I think that's pretty cool. Hats off to you, Club Penguin.
I saw somebody complaining about the fact that Nintendo made it so that you have to have internet when you first boot up the Switch 2, because you have to apply like a day 1 patch to the console, which I believe is a measure to stop people from playing it early. And I just thought it was like the weirdest thing to complain about. It's like, yeah, okay, many consoles have day 1 patch things.
In order to overload the system, or while under a time limit. Codebreak, where players have to crack a code by selecting a symbol. The game then tells you if the symbol is in the wrong spot, correct spot, or completely wrong. You have 6 chances to get it correct. Firewall, where you move from left to right and match the symbols correctly before it falls to the bottom, with the speed increasing to make it harder. Code Decrypt, where you have to find specific spinning shapes in a grid within the time.
But I'm still excited for it.
Chip Maze, where you guide a battery of keys to chips to charge them up, recharging when necessary and avoiding obstacles.
I'm gonna enjoy playing it, I think.
Where you have to enter X and Y coordinates to destroy enough targets before time runs out.
Even though I think that the game prices are crazy. I don't know if I might maybe play the Donkey Kong game.
Radar Strike, where you guide a remote-controlled snowball with the arrow keys.
But I don't know about that yet.
As I always seem to shoot past the objective, even while only pressing 1 key. If anyone can explain to me what I'm doing wrong, that would be brilliant. Rhythm Lock, where you listen to the tempo of the locks and then recreate it using the spacebar to unlock it. Big fan of this one. And finally, Tumblers, where you're given a number between 0 and 360 degrees, and must match the correct degrees with the number given. It gets steadily harder as the game removes numbers, forcing you to rely on memory and intuition. Until researching this video, I hadn't
okay, but like if you know where 180 is.
But playing it now, I'd say some of the scenarios here are worthwhile. Definitely not all of them though. Looking at you, Radar Strike.
Oh no. Another one.
Kajutsu Snow, clapping.
Was that fucking...
fully released during the Kajutsu Party on May 23rd, 2013.
Was that fucking...
This minigame is a co-op game played on a
that
5x9 grid on a
Miku song?
mountain, and has you pick one of 3 available elements to play as. Snow, which allows you to heal your teammates, water, which has the higher attack and health, but the lowest range, and fire, which has middle-of-the-road stats all round. The game is played in turns, so each player can decide to either move, attack, or use a power card on their turn before the enemy CPU gets theirs. You fight 3 main villains across most of the game.
Senbon Zakura. I don't even think that's like necessarily a Miku song.
And Scrap. However, there is a final boss for Kajutsu Snow. Tusk.
I always find it
Tusk's lore is
funny
actually far deeper than you'd expect.
whenever I see like a,
Cutscenes available to
you know,
play
like some Miku or Vocaloid video, and people just go like, "Is this AI?
But then Sensei outshined Tusk.
Why does the AI sound so weird?" And it's like, bro, get the fuck off the internet.
Climax, as after you complete the snowsuit,
You're too new.
blocked cave
Leave.
Tusk himself. This boss fight is super cool, as Sensei himself is able to help you out during the fight. This minigame is certainly the most in-depth out of all the Kajutsu variations, and I'm a big fan of it. It is sort of a pain to get 3 players together to play, as the wait time after picking an element can get a bit ridiculous, but it's worth it to play such an awesome minigame. The cutscenes here are something special as well, man. It really feels like the developers put everything they had into this final iteration of Kajutsu.
Hell yeah. Oh, hell yeah. I love these types of games, the Sound Studio type of games.
The 31st and final ever minigame was Sound Studio, released as a part of the Music Jam Party on July 17th, 2014. Just like DJ3K, Sound Studio was a music creation tool where players could create tracks to play in their iglus and share with other players in the nightclub. There were 5 different genres of music to pick from, with each having their own set of loops and one-shots, these being pop, rock, dance, dubstep, and spooky. Big fan of spooky, personally. In fact, the music you've been hearing in the background is actually a track I created using Sound Studio. I wouldn't say I'm particularly adept at creating music, but honestly, using this minigame I thought was a lot of fun. You get this cool looking dashboard with heaps of different options for you to just go nuts on. I will have to take points off though, because only members could save their tracks.
Aww.
Sad. Neither
That's
this game nor
bullshit.
DJ3K had any stamps either, so this one is purely just for messing around. But yes, I'm pretty happy with this banger I've created using the minigame, and honestly, from what I've heard of other players' work, it's all pretty fun stuff. Although you will hear the fart sound effect played over and over again in most tracks.
Of course. Naturally.
And that's it, folks. That's the history of all
Damn.
31 Club Penguin minigames, as they were before the shutdown in 2017. I hope you've enjoyed this
That
video.
was an interesting video.
This has been an ongoing
I did,
project
like,
for quite some
I always
time,
knew that
so I'm
Club
glad it's
Penguin had a
finally
lot
out
of
to you.
mini games, but I didn't know like specifically what they were, and that a lot of them are like kind of unique, honestly, or like original at the very least.
Stuck to their core principles, make it safe and make it fun.
Very, very cool.
Of course, in the later years with the Club Penguin buyout, it did get a bit bloated with licensed tie-ins and locking previously free content behind the membership paywall. But
Yeah,
overall,
that kind of
Club Penguin was
sucks.
something special.
But I
If
think
this video has inspired you to go
that
back
kind of
and try
just
some of these
happens,
awesome
right?
minigames again,
With
I
any
recommend you check out the new Club Penguin community,
with
a
any
fan
like
private server of Club Penguin. But
online
personally, I take
game,
it
I think at some point you're gonna run into the issue of
unceremoniously. Take Club Penguin for
like
written,
pay to
for
win
example.
shit.
And if you see me on the server,
Fortunately.
say hello. I'm always willing to help out other penguins with stamps or just to have a chat. Lastly, if you want some more awesome Club Penguin content, I'd highly recommend you check out Chris Hendricks, aka Screenhog's YouTube channel, as he worked on Club Penguin from basically right at the start, and has some fascinating videos covering Club Penguin from an insider's perspective. Chris, if you're watching this, thank you for creating some truly special experiences for me and countless others worldwide. Thank you all so much for watching, and remember, do not do drugs, kids. It is bad. See that, everyone?
Well, I don't know about that. I think you're lying to me. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Fire Emblem is forever. Okay, I don't know what the fuck this video is, but before we look at that, we are gonna look at Was It Good, Jade Cocoon. I believe I've heard of Jade Cocoon. I'm not sure. We'll see. We'll see what it do. I keep getting recommended, and that's because I've been watching a lot of these. But like recently, I've been getting into the Kit Boga and Scammer Payback videos a lot, just because I think they're very cool. I like these videos where scammers get the fuck beaten out of them, but not physically. Although that would also be fair.
That a cocoon master shall suppress the demons.
Ah, of course.
Since the Lion of Peril is no more, we have little choice. We must send a new cocoon master into the forest.
Hate it when
The
that
mid to late
happens.
90s was a great time for the creature-catching subgenre, the breakout success of Pokemon, the long-running success of Digimon, and even lesser-known franchises like Monster Rancher making the cultural...
I have to say, like, it's funny to me that there aren't more Pokemon likes these days. I understand, you know, like with the whole Pal World drama and whatever, which kind of feels like it just went away completely. That's like maybe more difficult now. People are maybe a bit more careful about that kind of thing. But it is kind of funny that very few other companies, I guess, tried with the whole creature capturing bullshit. I don't know if it was always like Game Freak's fault. I don't think so, especially in the early days. But it's like, yeah, you know, like, I don't know. We never really got a lot of like big ones, right? I like Pokemon and Digimon are basically the two like most well-known ones, and then yeah, you have like Monster Rancher, but that doesn't really. I don't think. I mean, people know Monster Rancher, but you know, it's like it wasn't as big as the other two, obviously.
Trip from east to west, spawning TV shows and video
I guess maybe in Japan there are more.
Every developer at the time wanted to jump on the creature catcher hype, but not every franchise or game was destined to succeed. Enter Genki, a Japanese game company known for an eclectic...
I love that logo. I hope they still have that logo today, if they exist.
Mix of previous games, from the 1991 breakout imitation Devilish to the first-person PlayStation mech shooter Killik the DNA Imperative. Genki didn't really have a defined style, so in 1998 they took on the creature-catching genre and made Jade Cocoon Story of the Tamamayu, a story-driven RPG about capturing wild creatures and then merging them together with a procedural generation algorithm allowing for almost an unlimited number of combinations within
So it was Pokemon Fusion, but like without the IP.
the game. It was technology way ahead of its time.
Yeah, wow, that's
effectively
crazy.
combining Pokemon-style battles with Final Fantasy-style storytelling, themes of tradition, loss, and rebirth. So why didn't Jade Cocoon see the same success as either Pokemon or Final Fantasy?
I would assume it was like too complicated, or maybe the target audience just wasn't there. Like with Pokemon, it was always kind of like set out to be sort of cutesy and whatever, right? Which is like more geared towards kids. Like, just look at this fucking thing, right? I don't think you're gonna entice a lot of kids with playing this shit. You've got these fucking abominations in there. I would have played it because I think this is based, but guess I'm just built different.
I've gone back and replayed the entire game, caught a ton of creatures and merged them into some unholy monstrosities. I've tried to follow the incomprehensible metaphor-heavy plot, mastered the merging system, and even taken on the secret endless corridor to push my team to the limit, all to answer the simple question. Jade Cocoon, Story of the Tamamayu, was it actually any good?
No.
As usual, a massive thank you to all the supporters on Patreon, Twitch, and YouTube who keep this channel alive. More information on how you can support at the end. For now, let's begin. Jade Cocoon released for the PlayStation 1 in Japan in 1998 and both North America and Europe in 1999. It didn't have too much advertising, so it did what any game at the time would do, appear on a demo disc, specifically PlayStation demo disc number 23. Unfortunately for Jade Cocoon, this disc also contained a playable demo of Final Fantasy VIII, probably the most anticipated console RPG at the time, so it was
sorry, Jade
instantly
Cocoon.
overshadowed. Which is a shame, because Jade Cocoon not only plays well, but it looks pretty good too. And this is because the character designer and the in-game animated cutscenes were made by Katsuya Kondo, the lead character designer for Studio Ghibli. And almost all of the cutscenes within Jade Cocoon carry that recognizable Ghibli style. It was just about successful enough to see a sequel on the PlayStation 2, which I remember owning and am now super annoyed that I can't find because it's one of the rarer PlayStation 2 games and goes for a high price in the second-hand market. So let's load up Jade Cocoon 1 and begin our journey. The game's cutscenes are voiced, but there are no subtitles, so it can be a tad difficult to work out what they're actually saying. The plot starts quite obscure and gets even more complicated from there.
For a time they brought life and happiness to the forest. Soon the forest was visited by fate. The divine spirits created a beast in their own image. Elrond warned. That is the beast of knowledge, and it will someday bring temptation upon you. Thou shalt not associate with it.
The plot starts strong but devolves, as we'll see, very quickly into an incomprehensible metaphor-laden mess, but the voice cast is something special. Guy, the Elder Nagi prophet, is voiced by Michael Forrest. He's done a ton of anime work and was also Master Mikado in The Bouncer. Why does everything link back to The Bouncer? We'll look at other characters as they appear. You are Levant from the village of Cyrus. A silent protagonist, your father was a cocoon master, a magical animal tamer. But he's been missing for many years. We open at this watchtower where Levant is talking to his childhood friend Mabu, voiced by Michelle Ruff, credited under the stage name Georgetta Rose. She has since worked on Demon Slayer, Resident Evil, and Bleach. This short chat establishes them as friends and that Levant plays the ocarina. Now, it's impossible to ignore the connection to Zelda with an ocarina, but as Jade Cocoon and
I mean, but ocarinas are just actual instruments, though. I know that people only know what an ocarina is because of Ocarina of Time, but they're instruments. They exist.
Ocarina of Time were in development at the same time.
Oh, okay, never mind.
Ocarina is a major thing in both games. It's likely just a case of simultaneous creation. We're then
Possibly.
joined by the very irritating Louis.
Louis, this is none of your business, kid. Get out of here.
Why does he look like that? He's like deformed.
I'm not a kid. And besides, this watchtower's my responsibility. I have a job, not like your stupid cocoon master, so there!
Louis is voiced by Brianne Siddall, who would go on to play Koromon in Digimon Adventures.
Oh.
She's captured that irritating child energy perfectly. Louis is the watchtower guard responsible for protecting the village from
How
beasts
mean.
of the forest. It's late, so everyone goes to bed, and now you get to explore the village briefly. This is your central hub, except you can't walk around. The village is a static screen, and you select which house you would like to go
Sucks.
to. Or the shop,
Get it out
the
of here.
blacksmith, the silk mill, the graveyard. You don't
It's
need to
so
visit
weird
every
that the PS2 had these like really, really ambitious and really crazy games, right? Like if I think about, for example, like oh god, come on, Dark Cloud, right? That was also like very ambitious for a PS2 game. And sadly a lot of them never really went anywhere, which is kind of sad. Also, I'll be right back. I got a voice message. I will listen to that really quickly. Okay, nothing crazy. I thought it was something important, but it's not.
Relocation, and none of them are open right now, so we just go home. While on a map, you can walk around, but it is tank controls. Left and right turn you, hold square or triangle to run. Levant chats to his mum, and they lament his missing father. The festival is tomorrow to honor the dead, but they're unsure if they should honor him, as they don't know if he's actually dead. So we go to sleep and have a disturbing dream. We're in this forest, and we meet the Dream Man. We learn Levant's dad was well known and went by the nickname the Lion of Peril. Peril
Of
being
course.
the landmass that everyone lives on. Dream Man says there's no way that we are his son, and we fight. Now, combat in Jade Cocoon is quite complex, and I'll explain the entire thing soon, but this is a scripted death. All you can do is attack. It's a turn-based system, and you're guaranteed to lose, because the Dream Man transforms into a dragon that is way more powerful than you. Important note, this is the first actual gameplay section, and it's 13 minutes into the game. And even
Jesus,
then,
yeah,
this is
that's
still a
PS2
scripted
games
boss.
for you.
You don't actually start
These like
playing
really,
Jade
really elaborate games that for some reason, like it's the same thing with Dark Cloud's intro, for example, is long as fuck. For those who have played Dark Cloud, the intro is long as shit. And it's like, it's crazy to think because you know, like, you don't think of the PS2 at this point as this, like, super powerful system, but it just goes to show how it was able to fucking steamroll the GameCube so easily, right? Even though the GameCube also wasn't, like, bad. It was just had the bad luck of the PS2 releasing.
Cocoon making any meaningful choices until about an hour in. We wake from our dream and Kelmar, the blacksmith's son, bursts in saying there's a problem with the forest, so we run outside and see an army of flying monsters sweeping into the village. But thankfully, the wise woman casts a protection dome. Cut to another 10-minute cutscene between Grotta, the ineffective village elder, Jibara, the sassy and confrontational political figurehead, and Garai, the wise woman and priestess of the Nagi, a race of magical women destined to work in harmony with Cocoon Masters. She's the one that cast a protection spell. The insects swarming the village are an ancient sign of a terrible imbalance of energy. They are called...
I deeply regret to say, those winged insects are the Oni Boo-Boo, the locusts of apocalypse.
What the fuck? The Oni Boo-Boo. At this point, you might be feeling a tad overwhelmed in the game with the amount of names thrown at you, but
I think this is why it didn't catch on so much. I could see this be like a fucking gem today because people love this kind of shit, but like back in the day, I think it was a bit too complicated.
Because it gets way worse. It seems the Oni Boo-Boo have cast a magical sleep curse on the village. There are reports of this sleep curse happening many years ago and destroying entire civilizations, and it is only cured by a magical herb found deep within the forest. Jibara, the more aggressive political one, suggests a human sacrifice to appease the creatures, while Garai suggests we go into the forest and attempt to find the mythical Galabas herb. Unfortunately, the forest is dangerous and only a Cocoon Master can make the trip. With Levant's dad, the Lion of Pearl, gone, I guess Levant needs to take up the mantle. However, a Cocoon Master needs a Nagi bride, as only Nagi women can purify the captured cocoons and turn them into tamed battle creatures. So Levant and his friend Mabu are chosen for the sacred union. Yes, this game has arranged child marriage. During the ceremony, Levant is given the Earring of the Hunter. This is a key item which lets you teleport from the forest back to the village at any time when you're not in battle. And if you die in battle, it will activate and bring you back, which is a nice narrative way to explain mechanics. We do, however, learn that purifying the cocoons causes immense pain to the Nagi women, and if pushed too far, they may die. So that's quite concerning. The now-married Levant and Mabu have a chat at the watchtower again, and Louis shows up, just being abrasive as usual, and finally we head home and fall asleep into another dream. Now again note, it's taken about 40 minutes to get here, and so far it's been almost entirely cutscenes. Jade Cocoon really front-loads the entire plot. This time in the dream we fight a basic enemy, but we've still not had an actual combat tutorial, so I'll explain that when the game does. Win this fight and then refight the Dream Man in dragon form and again lose. Once awake we chat to old woman Garai and she tells us to talk to the blue Cocoon Master found within Beetle Forest. He probably has some of the herb we need to cure the sleep curse. She tells us the key to the Beetle Gate is currently with the annoying child Louis, so we need to go and ask for it. She then gives us a capture flute, used to both capture and summon creatures within a battle. This is a key item.
See? Fucking... That's how Palworld could do it too. Summoned by flute.
Need to equip it. In fact, as far as equipable things go, you only have 3 equipped slots: a weapon, an armor, and an accessory. We leave the hut and go to the forest, and Mabu, our wife, stops us and gives us the Ring of Reese, a symbol of her love and trust for us.
Nice.
We swing by the blacksmith, check on the weapon stock, don't need
I like that there was no conflict about that. It's just, hey, here's your childhood friend, probably also your love interest. You guys are married now. Get the fuck out and fuck up those bugs. Very cool. Very Helldivers, two of you.
And then check out the shop for your basic healing items. Mugwort for Levant's health.
Carlet, more like
of
Carlet.
for your monster's health and mana. We grab the beetle key from Louis and then head to the forest gates and reach the Divine Barrier, a central hub linking all 4 forest gates with the main village. We can unlock the beetle gate with the beetle key and step through, and if you have read every conversation, it will take you an hour to reach this point, and no actual non-scripted gameplay has happened yet. Once in the beetle forest, we meet Chorus, an old friend of our dad's, and they finally give us a combat tutorial, so now, after an hour, we can actually talk about combat. You can carry carry 3 monsters with you and summon them during combat. If you don't have any, or if your monsters are dead, you'll be left fighting the enemy on your own. Unlike Pokemon, where the creatures tend to avoid attacking humans, in Jade Cocoon you can just run up and stab whatever you're fighting. And they can also hurt, poison, or kill you. If Levant gets taken to no hit points, even if you have creatures left, you lose and are teleported out of the forest. Combat is turn-based like Final Fantasy, using the creature's speed stat to determine the order of attacks. But sometimes the speed of one side is so high they'll actually get 2 attacks for every opponent's 1 attack.
Wow.
So it's almost like the Final Fantasy X attack list, except you can't see the list. If you're playing as Levant, you can attack, use an item to heal either yourself or one of your monsters, attempt to capture the enemy you're fighting, or run away, which isn't always guaranteed. But the core of Jade Cocoon isn't fighting as Levant. In fact, that's remarkably hard to do. It's the creature capture mechanic. So let's explore that. Levant carries 12 cocoons with him, shown in the menu as empties. When you've weakened a monster, use the flute to try and capture them. A success adds the captured monster to your cocoon count as a firefly. Failing a capture still uses an empty cocoon, but doesn't generate a firefly. Capturing a creature raises Levant's capture level. This makes capturing higher level creatures easier, but it doesn't increase your actual stats. Once you have a few fireflies, return to Marbu, your wife, and she will purify the fireflies using Nagi magic, and then store the creatures, and you'll get all of your cocoons back. With a creature stored, you can choose to add them to your team and carry up to 3. When in battle, choose Summon to bring 1 creature to the field. You can only have 1 out at a time. You can then perform a basic melee attack. You can choose to Defend, which reduces the incoming damage for the next attack and regenerates some of your mana. You can choose Special, which requires the creature to either have horns, fangs, claws, a tail, or feet, and sometimes have extra elemental damage added.
That's so cool, though.
Which is similar to Special, but doesn't require a specific body type. Each creature has an element. Some have a mix of multiple, and it's shown with this elemental square here. Water, fire, air, and earth. The element points to the one it's good against. Going clockwise, fire burns air, air hurts earth, earth kills water, water kills fire. Some creatures have multiple elements and suffer from the weaknesses of all of them. While capturing a creature as Levant raises your capture level, killing a creature as Levant doesn't do anything. But killing a creature as another creature gives that creature experience. Now, the experience formula is extremely weird. Basically, killing another creature that's the same level as you will always award the exact amount of experience you need to level up. Killing a creature 1 level lower than you will give you half the experience you need. Killing a creature 2 levels lower than you will give a quarter of the experience you need, and then 1/8, 1/16, 1 out of 32, going down. The formula is shown on...
This is how you review a game, by the way. I think the big difference between this and the previous game is that the previous game was looking at it from an emotional standpoint on the negative game. This guy is like more factual about everything. What I will say though is that like it's more interesting to look at or more interesting to listen to, just because, you know, I really enjoy weird PS2 games. The other review that we watched on Enchanted Portals just left a bad taste in my mouth, because it does the same shit that all of these fucking fake ass, sorry PS1, thank you Tidor, that all these fake ass dumbass game reviewers do, which is they will write scripts and then include criticisms that mean nothing to like pad the runtime somehow. Maybe I'm wrong about that, but like they if they have editors, they need better editors for their scripts, because a lot of the shit that they put in is just, like I said, like they don't mean anything. It's not a pertinent criticism, you know, like in Cuphead, the snapping attack noise is so amazing. It's like, it fits, it sounds good, very true. I think you should maybe make, you know, a comment on the sound design as a whole. And like I said, the way he showed music was ass. he was yapping over the soundtrack, which is weird because had you just shown the soundtrack, I would have probably agreed, you know, with okay, it's generic. Stock music, I wouldn't say that. We listened to a couple of songs, again, generic, yes. Stock music, I wouldn't say so. But I gotta be real, that whole review just left a really, really bad taste in my mouth because I could see a lot of the good of that game shining through, but just looking in the background, and I'm kind of pissed because he spent more time looking at the game than I did. Also, for an earlier point, Spectrobes and Monster Hunter Jokers existed. It's not like no one makes them. Pokemon just always overshadows them, so people stopped. Yeah. That's fair. That's fair. Started being a thing again because Pokemon got lazy. Yeah, that makes sense. Absolutely. And my point is that, you know, me watching an hour-long video of you reviewing a game and seeing more stuff in there that clearly indicates a lot of soul and a lot of effort and a lot of passion for what the developers were making, I think that's kind of wrong. I think as a reviewer, as an actual, like, that's your fucking content, you should probably look into things that deeply, right? Like, especially if you're going to make an hour-long video, because in reality, you know, the actual amount of footage and time you spend in the game is a lot more. And like I said, I think a lot of it was just said in bad faith, especially considering that, number one, their Kickstarter failed. Number two, they got an Epic Games grant, but it was probably on the lower end. Number three, it was a very small dev team whose first game it also was. You can cut some slack, I think. And again, I thought that there were negative points as well. It looked very slow. Some of the animations were jarringly different. Some of the art style didn't seem like it worked really well together. It clashed kinda. Some of the controls, I obviously can't speak for those exactly, but from the description, it seems like they were kind of bullshit. So I can see all those points, but if you're just throwing in, like, bullshit reasons in an actual edited and scripted review, I don't know. I think that's just bad and stinky. Anyway.
Screen here. But as we'll
Sorry
see,
for
what this
the
means is
rant.
there's actually a soft cap to where you can level 2 through combat, because it does reach a point where killing any enemy gives you less than 1 experience. I'll explain the math
Less
behind
than
this
1?
later on in the video. J-Cocoon has 171 different creatures, but that's not necessarily the strength of the game. The strength is in the merging system, which doesn't necessarily create new creatures. Instead, it combines the strengths of 2 existing ones into a stronger, more complex version of one of them, while remaining essentially the same creature. Imagine smashing a Pikachu and a Rhydon together to create a Pikachu with tougher skin and a horn, while it remains technically a Pikachu. So let's dive into the merging system, because this is complex, so I'll break it down. When you've captured a few creatures, talk to Mabu and open the merge interface. Here you can see the creatures in your party and the ones stored. Selecting a creature shows you their stats, levels, experience bar to the next level, and all the basic RPG stuff: attack, defense, magic attack, magic defense, and speed. You can also see this elemental grid, and then this important square box with 2 scales, from physical attack to magical attack vertically, and defense to speed horizontally. The red dot shows where this creature falls within this scale, and this shows what they'll gain when
Weird
that creature
political
levels up.
compass.
Will it be a physical or magical creature, and then by how much, and will it focus on defense or speed, and by how much? Getting this red dot to an extreme edge or corner through merging is basically choosing to hyper-specialize the creature so every level gives the maximum stats to one specific thing. So let's talk merging. When you merge a creature, you put the primary creature in the first slot and the secondary in the second slot, and then you can see the results. Now, it's super important to remember that the result will show you its stats stats and whether they've increased or decreased. But the increase or decrease is based on the stats of the primary creature. So if your primary creature has 20 and your secondary has 40, and the result goes up to 23, it will show as a positive gain of 3, even though
okay.
technically
Because,
you're losing
yeah.
a load from the secondary's base stat. Because of this, always put your strongest creature as the primary, so the stat gains are actually gains and not hidden losses. Merging also combines or enhances the elements and the little stat square values of both, and sometimes combines attacks and magic too. You can press square to see how the abilities and stats and skills of both creatures' inputs will affect the outcome. Combining creatures with similar magical traits can sometimes cause the new creature to know the more powerful version of that magic, and there are only 2 versions, single target and AoE. Merging a creature will keep the level of the primary creature and give experience to it equal to what it would have received if it defeated the secondary in battle.
Sorry,
So
what?
merging
Hold on,
equals
again.
creature will keep the level of the primary creature and give experience to it equal to what it would have received if it defeated the secondary in battle. So
What I find really fucking interesting is how did they program that? Because that sounds fucking complicated as shit. Or maybe I'm just thinking about it in too much of a complicated way, but like... And this is on... Sorry, earlier I said PS2. This is on fucking PS1, which is, quite frankly, even more impressive in that regard then.
merging is also a way to level up and not feel like...
Wait, is it actually PS... Oh, no, yeah, no, the second game was PS2.
...experience from capturing the creature instead of killing it. But the mechanical merging isn't the most interesting thing about Jade Cocoon. Now we need to look at the visuals, and very little of this is explained in-game, so we need to look at the game's programming. Jade Cocoon has 171 specific creatures, and each of those base unchanged creatures is programmed into the game. But each of those creatures has 48 unique identifying characteristics called merge slots associated with it. These govern the creature's physical appearance, from head shape, horn size, wingspan, leg and joint orientation, idle animation, claw curve, tail shape, amount of toes, length of arm, everything.
Fucking
By a value within one of those 48 merge slots. For example, if slot 7 governs feet and has a value of 2, the creature may have small feet. When you merge two
Small feet.
creatures together, 32 merge slot values are taken from the primary creature and 16 are then taken from the secondary, but they are not taken on a direct one-to-one swapped position basis. Instead, they are swapped relative to the table on screen now. So the new creature will have 48 merge slot values.
Ah, yes. PlayStation 1. The fucking power of 17,000 computers. Jesus. Okay, first 32 result merge slots in order to take on the values as the primary. Right. Okay, so the first 32 are from the first creature, and then the last 16 are from the secondary creature. What's the blue? What is blue?
The first value will be whatever the first value for the primary creature is, but the second value of the new creature will be the third value of the primary creature, and the third value of the new creature will be the fifth value of the primary creature. The values of merge slots 33 to 48 of the new creature will be found from the values within the secondary creature. The table on screen now shows which old values will be placed into which new position to calculate the appearance.
Right?
Finally, the new creature will keep the main posture of the primary creature and inherit the skin texture of the secondary, with a potential skin highlight being added if the new creature is changing elements. The new creature will keep the name of the primary, as merging doesn't create a brand new creature except for the very secret hidden creature we'll find later. What this means is, because you can merge as many times as you want, Jade Cocoon has a virtually unlimited amount of creature appearances. And as you keep merging creatures multiple times, they change repeatedly. The game doesn't have every possible appearance hard-coded in. Instead, it...
Now imagine if Pokemon, obviously like a lot more difficult to do most likely. Imagine if Pokemon Fusions could do this shit. I don't want to. It sounds horrible. But that, you know, for that, the prerequisite would be that, you know, all the Pokemon would also have all their body parts distinguished like that, which obviously they don't. So that's why it's not possible.
It has an algorithm which takes the values you're giving it and creates the creatures.
That's
in-game.
fucking...
The last touch of the leveling system.
Genki was a little bit ahead of its time. They were doing fucking NASA space magic on PlayStation ones. It's alright.
To what a merged creature looks like, all creatures physically increase in overall size as they level up, making them look stronger. The strength of this system is firstly how technically impressive it is for a game released on console in 1998, to boast an almost unlimited amount of customization, but also how it's possible to guide the appearance of your creature to create something you think looks cool. If you want wings on your creature, just find something with wings and merge it with that. If you want horns, teeth, claws, tails, or a different texture, keep merging until you have that. And remember those special attacks needing the creature to have claws, teeth, feet? You can keep merging until you essentially give your creation those features and unlock the special attacks. And yes, a creature can have all of them at once. There's no denying how impressive this variation is. However, it does also play slightly against the game in a marketing point of view. Pokemon has a mascot because a Pikachu looks like a Pikachu and always will. Each Pokemon or each Digimon looks like any other of the same. They are immediately identifiable as what they are. Jade Cocoon doesn't have that. One creature in Jade Cocoon can look
I will say, with the context of knowing what Pokemon is, it's easier to say that this is cooler. But taking into account the fact that this was 1998 and the appeal of Pokemon was, you know, to have the mascot cute creatures and whatever, I see why this wasn't, you know, that or as popular as Pokemon, I should say. I kind of get it. I still think it's fucking amazing, and this is crazy, and I don't want to play this because this is too complicated for me.
totally different to another of exactly the same creature because of the endless merging. And this means you don't get recognizable things because variation is the focus. Having a cool looking creature in Jade Cocoon is fun, but it makes marketing pretty difficult because you can't show your friend the cool looking creature and have them understand what it is. You have to explain every single one. Creature catching games need mascots, unchanging and identifiable, and Jade Cocoon simply didn't have that. Other creature capture games don't normally have the protagonist run up and stab the creatures in the face either, but that's fine here. So back to battle. We weaken the creature, try to capture it, and this means playing the flute, and you have to watch this capture animation every single time. You cannot skip this. Back in the beetle forest, you'll actually see the...
Granted, you also can't skip the Pokeball, although the Pokeball is, like, faster.
Enemies walking around on screen before a battle. There are no random encounters, and if you're agile enough, you can just run past these enemies. The screens themselves are static images with fixed camera angles, lovely background art, and gorgeous use of foreground coverings like leaves and vines, and often 2 or more exits from any screen, turning each forest into a maze, and the game does look beautiful. However, there's no local map, and the camera angles often break the filmmaking 180 rule, meaning if you leave a screen heading to...
Back, woke up, what did I miss? Okay, let me summarize the last 4 hours of the stream. Sorry, 5 hours of the stream. I'm not doing that. We're looking at a review of Jade Cocoon. Creature... Why'd I keep playing with coins if they keep falling to the ground? Creature capture game on the PS1 with where you can endlessly combine every creature. Not like Pokemon Fusion's, better than Pokemon Fusion.
To the right on the next
or
screen,
more complicated anyway, and more impressive.
Be heading to the left. This makes navigation of the game's 4 forests much more complex, as you cannot rely on screen direction to remain consistent. I capture some creatures and have Mabu purify the fireflies and then equip them to summon them, and while in a battle I do notice a strange glitch. My health and mana bars in both combat and the post-combat level screen and the experience
Can I borrow
bar as well
75 cents
seem
for a
to be
soda?
overflowing the
If you
visual
can pick it
limits
off
of
up
their
the ground.
So I did a quick
yeah.
Google search, and it turns out this is an emulation problem that's been known about for the past 12 years and just isn't worth the effort to fix because the PlayStation 1 architecture is a complete mess. It seems that every bar is showing as twice as long as it should be, but it still drains at the correct scale and rate, so ignore the bars. Look at the numbers. I find this strange-looking teleport pad in the forest. It seems dormant, and then I run into this temple, and there's a locked chest, and I don't have a key. Interesting note, there are exactly as many keys in the game as locked chests, and after about halfway in, you can't return to earlier sections. So if you miss a key, you are permanently missing a possible chest. I discover in this fight that elemental advantages are really important, and I just one-hit KO anything weak to water with my angry turtle. Now, my main grievance is the static screens you move through are relatively small and tight, and there is a black loading screen between each and every one. Combine this with the unskippable creature capture animation and creature merging animation, and you'll find that you actually spend more time watching Jade Cocoon load or play through unskippable animations than actually playing the game. You can also only save these specific save crystals. Thankfully they're unlimited use, but fighting back to a save point after a particularly brave delve into a forest can take a good 20 minutes on its own. I find this knowledge tablet. It's a unique item, and when examined it contains hints and tips on how to play the game. That's pretty interesting. They've effectively scattered the guide on how to be a Cocoon Master throughout the game and expect a player to find it. Thankfully the tablets are more advanced tips and nothing essential, so it's more of a reward for exploring. Later on we'll even find tablets which hint at how to merge into one of the game's 2 secret monsters. In battle, sometimes even the enemy defend, which is a lovely touch because it shows that the enemy also uses mana and has to replenish it between attacks. And here's something great, switching monsters mid-battle doesn't always count as your turn like it does in Pokemon. As long as the creature you are switching from and to have higher speed stats than the opponent, you can both switch and then attack with your new creature. If you get into a 2-on-1 fight, you'll also notice that you don't have a little arrow pointing to whichever enemy you're targeting. Instead, the whole camera swings to focus in on them. In fact, in fights, you'll see that the camera only ever shows the traditional sideways view during attack animation.
We actually crashed this time, or... Oh no, it's just... We are dropping frames here and there, but it's like not a lot. It's... I don't know why though either, because it's not even showing that like I'm dropping rate or whatever. Maybe just shitty encoder? I wouldn't know.
When you're selecting an attack, the camera is behind your own creature. This enemy can poison you, but not just your monsters, they can poison Levant as well. Imagine a Beedrill just stabbing Ash in the face. That's Levant's reality. Poison thankfully only ticks over when you are active and in the battle, and once a battle is over, it drops off. Status effects do not carry over. I even get a ring of poison from this battle, which is not an equipable item. It is a one-time use inventory item which inflicts poison on the enemy in a fight. By the time I finished this game, this was still in my inventory, because like any good RPG player, I always assumed there would be a harder fight, and so every consumable is saved until the game is actually finished. Use my magical earring to return to my wife and throw a load of fireflies at her to purify them, and then smash the creatures together. My Mushab and Skawasp combined to create this thing. You may have noticed that fights don't reward money. Now, to get money, you must purify the fireflies into creatures and then spin those creatures into silk. Higher quality creatures, or more merged ones, spin into better silk, and then you sell the silk at the shop. Return to the forest and discover that enemies respawn quite slowly. They actually have a very small chance to respawn every time you move from screen to screen. Now, some screens have longer loading times because they're effectively loading new collections of screens, and these transitions always respawn everything. Run into this masked kid in the forest, then have to fight him. Seems the forest are filled with poachers and bandits and
Is
people
he
who just
the Dream
generally go
Boy?
to a Cocoon Master and want to fight.
Since we saw
They
the Dream
effectively
Man
serve as both
earlier.
damage and health checks. If you've been winning every fight up to now, you will be on the right level to beat them. In fact, in the 11 hours it took me to beat J Cocoon, I only had to grind for one specific boss. Find a cool spear in this hut, and the description mentions it has a moist blue glow. And I discover that equipping a weapon also shows up on the model of Levant in the real world,
Nice.
which is nice. Finally reach the
I
center.
love that kind of shit.
Cocoon-looking structure, and inside is Chorus, the blue cocoon master.
Oh, is that
He
the
does have
Jade
a
Cocoon? Oh,
Hercules
never
in
mind.
Calabas, but
He's the
not
blue
enough to
cocoon.
actually reverse the Oni Boo Boo's curse. He says he gets it in a powdered form from someone called Kikinak within the Dragonfly Forest. So he gives us the Dragonfly Gate key and tells us to go and find Kikinak. Head back to the village, purify, merge, and you know, this obscure system reminds me quite a lot of the ring merging mechanic in Eternal Ring. I guess old games really loved their combined stuff to get new results.
Yeah, but it's cool.
While here, we have a word with old woman Garai, and she tells us to visit the graveyard and talk to the gravedigger and ask about Kikinak. So we pop over and find an old man sitting under the shade of a tree. We ask about the forest, and he gives us a long animated exposition story
Oh, for
all
fuck's
about
sake.
Kikinak. It turns out that many years ago, a legendary woodcutter wanted to cut down the biggest tree in the forest, but Kikinak effectively stopped him. Also, Kikinak is weak to fire. The Gravedigger is essentially an optional lore dump between any individual forest and boss. So after the Dragonfly Gate we go, unlock the gate from the barrier room and into a new forest where I discover elemental enemies are mostly palette-swapped versions of other enemies. Find
That's
my
alright.
first treasure chest key. Consider running all the way
I can
back to the first
excuse
forest to
that on a
open the chest,
PS4.
and then
PS yeah,
quit, and
PS4.
nothing special.
PS1
Merge a bird
game.
and an armored dog into an armored bird, and then the armored bird and an insect into a slightly armored bird insect thing. This battle starts with the enemy getting
Wow, this is the PS4. This is the future of gaming.
unfair. It also
Looks amazing.
Levant's health
The
at
PS4 can create mind-boggling
and
effects.
will be killed by powerful enemies getting a preemptive hit in. The temple is locked, so we search around for a key or a button. You know, it's a shame, but I'm not really invested in my creatures on an emotional level. And I think it's because merging is the most efficient way to gain stats, but it also changes how the creature looks and acts. And for me, visual identity is a major part of connecting and identifying with something. I think it is for a lot of people. It's why Pokemon evolving and permanently changing their appearance was such a big point in Pokemon. But it's also nice to know what the Pokemon is going to look like when it has evolved. Like how Digimon can change their look briefly and then revert to a base form. But with J Cocoon switching how they look so often, I don't recognize a creature by its name. I only recognize it by its function. I think, oh, that's my blocker. That's my fire magic attacker. That's my water group sweeper. It becomes more about the use within battle and less about the creatures having any lasting personality because they just don't. I do like how this map crisscrosses itself with the Temple Arch Bridge leading over the previous path.
I think that's a really interesting point, though.
Something I really enjoy.
Because, like, yeah, you know, like,
Omar, the
that's
defensive
the,
turtle. I wonder if there's a
I guess,
best
the
creature in
appeal
game.
of
So I Googled it,
Pokemon.
and not really. The best tactic, however, does seem to be
You have that
merge
missing
early
here.
until the red dot on the level up stat matrix is maxed in a certain direction, and then just keep leveling that creature entirely through combat. And since merging gives experience, it is possible to get a super high level creature without it ever seeing combat. And I say super high and not maxed because I finished the game with a squad of level 25 creatures. And while the game essentially has no max level, it's physically impossible to reach higher than level 52 through combat alone. And this is because of the super strange way the game gives experience. So let's explain this. Instead of increasing the experience needed between levels, either for Levant or monsters, it instead decreases the experience given based on a formula, taking into account your creature's level and the level of the creature you defeated. It works like this. Levant and any creature will always require exactly 67,108,864 experience to reach the next level from wherever they are. And defeating or capturing an enemy of equal level will always give exactly that amount. But for every one level difference, the experience given is halved from the previous. What this means is you only need to halve 67,108,864 26 times to reach a number smaller than 1. When the game gives experience, it rounds down. This means if you fight an enemy 26 levels lower than you, you will receive 0 experience.
Oof.
And with the highest level enemy in the game being level 26, once
Oh.
you're 26 levels above them, which will be level 52, you'd receive no experience from beating them. Although to reach level 52 from 51, you would need to defeat 67,108,864 level 26 enemies, which with the average battle taking about 20 to 30 seconds, would take just under 373,000 hours or 42.5 years of solid gameplay. So,
Alright guys, my next streaming project will be to get every single Jade Cocoon Mon to level 52.
we can all just agree that level 26 is effectively the soft cap, 30 if you want to be a show-off. You can of course level by merging 2 creatures of the same level to level up. Combining 2 level 26 creatures would make a level 27 creature. Then combine 2 27s to make a 28. But the amount of level 26 creatures you would need to capture, combined with the fact you can only capture 12 at a time and then there is an unskippable merging animation, means it would still take years of constant play. So I capture a load of turtles, return to the village and merge them all together through several steps and create the Mega Turtle, a solid defensive turtle block.
Big
Throw
turtle.
the water dragon and the turtle together to make a dragon turtle. Oh, how about an armored flying dragon turtle?
Aw,
With
hell
my
yeah.
Frankenstein dream indulged, I head back to the forest to test out my new dragon turtle and discover that I have the special move Foot, and it's a stomp style AoE which just wrecks enemy groups. It's also very important to remember that Levant's HP does not increase when he gains a capture level. You can only increase this with very specific consumable items, and even then only by a tiny amount.
Ugh.
So Levant is not your tank. This means despite how time-consuming it is to summon a creature every single battle, because Levant always starts out, it is better to do that
That
than
kinda
be
sucks.
one-hit killed. This
I wonder
also
if they
means
changed that
Levant's
for
weapon
2.
upgrades eventually become somewhat redundant, as you should never be attacking with him. Run down into this spiraling cave and bump into this Cthulhu-looking
God, the
bird.
fucking
Now, I can't tell
set
what
design
new
is so
and what
beautiful
isn't,
too.
mostly because the names
Or
of
the game
creatures
design,
do not
sorry, like
relate
the
to their
level design is what I
appearance
mean.
or combat
There's the word.
styles in any way, at least not in
So
an English
pretty.
way. I think one of the reasons Pokemon is so successful is the names tell you a bit about Pokemon when you hear them. Beedrill is a bee with drill hands.
Very true.
Magnemite is a magnet.
Now what
Pidgey
about
is a
Metapod?
pigeon. It doesn't work with every Pokemon, but the majority are self-descriptive. None of the J-Cocoon enemies have that advantage. For example, if I said what does a Doggle Chew look like, you might be thinking of a dog. Well, no. It looks like a walking fish with large hands and a spiked head. What about
That's
an
what I was
Old?
thinking of
Well, that's
actually.
this thing here.
Jade
And
Cocoon 2 works severely different. I see. And what I don't understand is why the fuck the stupid ass stream. Oh, no. Had to complain.
Mine. That is this snake with a spiked face. I finished this fight and ranked Levant up to Adept, and these ranks affect the chances of capturing higher level creatures shown by the table on screen. You'll also note how level 40 is called Developer, because they didn't expect anyone to ever actually reach it. Into a spiral cave and press this button, which opens a door
Funny.
at the far side. Fight my way through, run out of empty capture slots and teleport back. Purify merge, and then fight my way all the way back again, which is difficult because I do not remember the way and get very lost. While in this cave, I find the Secret of Killing tablet, which sounds extremely ominous. However, you can't read it because immediately after picking it up, Birdman Kikinak appears, takes it back off us, and flies away. Although,
Oh, there he
There
is.
are actually a few frames where you can open the menu and use the earring to return to camp and read the tablet. However, it has no in-game use. We chase after Kikinak and a new enemy. This guy's green. He was blue before. I wonder if new enemies can spawn where old ones were. The menu also tells me so far I've
A new guy. He is different
171
color.
creatures. Now, be careful because you can permanently miss creatures as you advance through the game. So if you want to be a completionist, capture everything.
Why
as
would you
go.
be, though?
Meet another poacher outside in the forest and make short work of them in a battle, and they give me the lava key. Maybe this works on the locked door from earlier. Now to just remember how to get back there. Open the door into the temple and
You played this before, right, Tito?
Or
I.
are the flowers just all brilliant white?
Why would you think that? Okay, well, he did, but that doesn't answer my question. I guess maybe that's why the video was sent.
Inside the temple, we find and meet Kikinak. Nothing too special here, and despite the grave digger's advice of weak to fire, you can kill Kikinak just as easily with any element. Defeat Kikinak and...
RPG the RPG Teeter trademark.
He voiced...
I mean, this isn't what I would call the average RPG.
Cosmo in The Fairly Odd Parents.
Wow, you are so powerful.
Oh my god. It's so weird hearing, like, not hearing him do the, or hearing him not do the Cosmo voice, even in English.
Oh, you mean this powder? My friend Yamu from the Spider Forest gave it to me.
We asked Kikinak about the Calabash powder, and he doesn't have much. He usually gets it from Yamu in the Spider Forest, but he gives us what he has and the key to the Spider Forest, and then an ocarina, which is a more powerful capture flute. Back in the village, we learn that Yamu is a fallen forest spirit, and the plot begins to get extremely metaphysical with dimensions and spirit worlds and darkness inside of us here. But more importantly, I consider smashing my defense turtle with my illithid bird to make a turtle dactyl, but don't. With this, we set off to the Spider Forest in search of Yamu and more Calabash herb, but first, our wife wants to talk, and that is never a good sign. So, Jade Cocoon feels like two very different games mashed together running simultaneously. The mechanics-focused creature capture and battler, which is great, and the very personal and emotional story of the people who live in the world suffering, mostly through the binding constraints of tradition, and unfortunately, these two never really entwine together. Mabu explains that every time she purifies our captured fireflies into usable creatures or merges them, it causes her immense physical and emotional pain, and she's beginning to resent the lifestyle she has, but is trying to not resent us personally, separating the responsibility from the person, which is rather a deep and heavy plot. She's basically upset about the bindings of arranged marriage and feels lonely but knows that it's not our fault. So Jade Cocoon 1 does try to explore extremely deep and powerful themes, but it never really commits enough time to it to make it relevant. And it doesn't change any of the mechanical in-game stuff that you see the impact that this emotional turmoil is having on anyone. It's always a really deep conversation, and then you go back to doing exactly what you were doing before with no difference. It's like Jade Cocoon wants you to feel the weight and pressure of its world, the trials and tribulations of those suffering within it, but doesn't want to impact the gameplay in any way, so those emotional struggles never affect you mechanically. And as the mechanics are the fun bit, it's kind of hard to care. It's not a bad...
I mean, I know that I'm saying this, like, obviously the Final Fantasy plots, for example, were also very deep and, like, complicated in that regard, but I don't know, I just think it's always really interesting to see, like, such old games take up such, like, deep and conflicting and complicated topics, right? I don't know, it's like you wouldn't expect that from games from that era, I guess. Even though, again, like I said, like, the PS1, even, it's less so much of a surprise because you just have a lot of, like, I guess, RPGs and story games like that do just delve deeper into those topics. I don't know, but it's really cool.
The forest now. All enemies are now level 7, and eventually we meet Yami, a cute little fuzzball. Yami asks us for a berry, which we happen to have, so I hand it over. He explains Yamu is his big brother, and honestly I was kind of hoping for more than just information, but I'll take it. I find Knowledge Tablet 5, which explains petrification, which will be relevant very quickly. After a stone effect is applied to either Levant or a minion,
Stellar Blade demo now available on Steam. I'll just get it when it's out. Thank you.
every turn, that creature that is affected with stone will slowly petrify more until they just die. They'll also lose speed and attack power while this is happening. I then kill this little dragon dude and it drops a sword, the Dragon Crest sword. I wonder if this is rare, so I look it up and yeah, turns out this is the most powerful weapon in the game. Okay, speedrun strats right here. Just get the drop. It's easy. So I equip Levant and I try it out, and this sword one-hit kills almost anything, but has middling accuracy, so it's a risk to use, but extremely powerful. Another blocked door, but you know what? With my Dragon Crest sword, I'm not even worried. You know, it's a real shame that killing monsters with Levant doesn't actually give anything, because I could just power level right now, fight through the forest, and by now I'm noticing that while each section of the forest does look slightly different, they don't feel different enough to really justify them being unique areas. Color palette is mostly the same, camera angles, layout, types of flora and fauna. If you showed me random screenshots of each forest, you wouldn't really be able to tell them apart, not in any noticeable way. Eventually I run into Yamu and they want a minion fang, which is a key item I don't yet have, so they run off and I keep searching. I then find a spider warp item, which
Show
is
them how
a
to ask politely.
forest-specific item which allows you to use the teleportation pedestals that we've been seeing dotted around the place, so I guess I just missed the warp items in the previous forests. Eventually find the minion fang Yamu wanted and run into Toto Yamu, who asks for the Tears of Reese, which is the ring Mabu gave us back at the start to symbolize our relationship. And yeah, I do feel slightly bad giving this across, but we need the calabash herb to cure the village, so I assume my wife will understand and I hand it over. They give us a very small amount of calabash and say
that's the biggest thing they fixed in 2. The areas, or what? Other FuwaFuwaP, I found the most bullshit weather effect in Elden Ring. Night rain. Locust storm, they will form around your character and remove 1 level. I found the biggest bullshit in fucking Elden Ring Night Rain is that when you fight a boss, like an actual boss, as in like, you know, shortly before you roll over into the next day, they can just spawn in an entirely different boss, and then you have to fight 2 of them, and it sucks because people don't know how to fucking play Elden Ring, and it's ass, and everybody gets killed immediately. The forests actually feel different, yeah? Alright, that's cool. I mean, I'm guessing maybe with the PS2 they had a bit more opportunity to differentiate. Although I guess these are like hand-drawn backgrounds, quote-unquote.
We must bring better treasure. So I report back to the village, and here's where the plot gets weird. Jibara, the politically aggressive woman, says if Yamu knows the location of the calabash, it must be at the base of the divine tree, because the Yamu spirit has been tasked with defending the divine.
The Elden Ring talk woke up my Tamagotchi, by the way, hold on. I'm gonna really quickly start the card. Your Tamagotchi is cool. It likes Elden Ring. My favorite small boss is back, the black face. Oh yeah, this one, right? Hell yeah. Awesome.
Divine tree. And all the monsters are linked to the divine tree.
Time to end it then. What, the Tamagotchi? Don't do that.
Attack if we imprison the divine tree itself. So we are now tasked with not only finding the calabash, but finding the divine tree it's likely linked to, and using a magical MacGuffin to imprison the tree's spiritual essence. We also discover that Jibara's ancestors were responsible for splitting the divine forest into 4 sections, and this will ensure the continued safety of humanity. To do this, we are given the champion belt, a shiny wrestling belt the Yamu will likely accept as a treasure for trade.
Don't eat your Tamagotchi.
Amulet which can imprison the essence of the divine tree. However, wise woman Garai doesn't trust Jibara, and I mean, yeah, she's just asked us to arrest a tree. I'm not totally on board with this plan either. However, we do still need more calabash herb to cure the sleep curse, so back in we go. Mabu is also a tad upset that we trade.
I think I have to maybe restart Streamlabs because it's kind of stinking around a lot. So I will be right back. I'm just gonna restart it really quickly, and then we're gonna continue. So don't go anywhere. We'll continue in a minute. All right, we should be back. Everything should be working a little bit better now. I hope anyway. I don't know if I'm assuming you guys probably can't hear it anyway, but keep getting like audio glitches on my end. I hope that fixed it. If not, then I guess not. I have to like clean out my streaming PC anyway. Give it a good old like, you know, de-dusting and apply new thermal paste. Anyway, let's keep going.
Traded her gifted ring, but understands that we did do it to save the village. I make a quick detour to the blacksmiths to
Okay,
pick
it
up
didn't
some
do
bits of
anything.
armor, and then journey back to Spider Forest to seek out Yamu again. And why does Radmole look like a beetle and not a radioactive mole? It was right there in the name. You
What?
really dropped.
Am I the only one hearing cut sentences? It may have been because I was looking away from the microphone. Oh, fuck off, you stupid piece of shit. Fucking moron.
The ball with that one. Eventually we hunt down Yamu again, hand over the belt, and he gives us the ring back, saying it glows when we wear it, but it didn't glow for him, so he's clearly not super special magic awesome like we are. With the new treasure, he agrees to open the door to the divine tree, but he can't take us directly there, as he also swore an
Fuck
oath
you,
to
I'm
protect the
deleting
tree. So this
I'm
is like a
deleting the
accessible,
footage from
still
Split
different. The
Fiction.
previously locked door is now a magical portal and sends us to the roots of the divine tree, filled with these super cool looking wooden root creatures. Using these in merges is great because it totally messes up the results. Very Lovecraftian. Finally, we find the divine tree and use the magical amulet to imprison its essence. Hopefully we've also found the source of enough Calabas to save the village, so we head back. But
Sometimes buffering for a bit. Yeah, I don't know what it is. Sometimes the stream quality goes to bad. For the next stream, I'm gonna try setting it to 2K quality and also higher bitrate, because maybe it's just using like the shitty YouTube encoder. I don't know. This is started happening around the time when I started playing Doom, and I don't know what's causing it. Because I'm also not using my my VPN, so I've got no fucking clue. Could be a PC problem, and okay. We'll see. Like I said, I'll check through a couple of things. I'll figure something out.
Time. It seems Jabara has imprisoned old woman Garai, and it's revealed that Garai is actually the reincarnation of Azura, the goddess of death, and has been guiding events to reconcile the waking and the dream world, the world of light and the world of darkness. They have come to purify this land from the beasts of knowledge, which happen to be humans, so then everyone gets turned to stone. Look, I have no idea who's good or bad anymore. I just want to battle cool-looking creatures together, so let's just go together on this. With everyone turned to stone, we head back to Garai's hut and find the Moth Key, the key to the final forest, and now our wife, Mabu, has been turned into a magical fairy, and her soul has returned to Elrim, the spiritual one, and Garai appears as a spirit and explains Mabu's cocoon will soon hatch, and she will ascend. Also, we are the chosen one of light and are destined to battle the chosen one of darkness to reunite the two worlds and bring balance to existence because we are the ray of hope. To do this, we must find the Nagi chieftain within the dark dimension itself hidden within the Moth Forest, and then we get given our dad's old jacket and sent off. Look, if you're having a hard time following the game, I can promise you it gets even more complicated.
What?
Into
How?
the Moth Forest and fight through the traditional tentacle floating snails, then encounter a Rattlechew, which is one creature I do remember from Jade Cocoon 2. With the village turned into stone and our wife a fairy, we currently have no shop and no purification place. Also, if you die, your fairy wife revives you outside the Moth Gate. However, they've not added text into her text box, despite the fact that she has dialogue, probably a missed bit of code. Take down the poacher and get the pupa key, lots of themes of cycles of rebirth and gestation. We unlock this massive temple in the center of the forest and find a huge cocoon, which opens up, lets us inside, and seals us in afterwards. And after you've entered, you cannot leave. This is the Nagi Temple, where we meet Ni, the leader of the Nagi, and this is one of the most confusing and overwhelming
But also be, maybe, is that VC face is causing issues? Even though it's not using like too much CPU, but I'll check around what it. There's a lot of different things it could be.
And plot dumps in any game ever. Ni explains everything in metaphors. This is a 9.5-minute speech filled with religious keywords, similes, myths. It's esoteric soup. Just try and make sense of it. I'll edit out the pauses, but imagine 9 solid minutes of this.
When the 4 divine barriers have been opened, the power of light and darkness shall usher in the time of gathering. When the chosen ones pass through these gates and meet at last, the beasts of divine power shall be freed from their curse and achieve tranquility. And the beasts of knowledge shall gain the fruits of new knowledge. But it is the fruit that bears the seeds of admonition. The prophet Gi spoke, "Craft a ring from the tears of Reese and place it on the baby who arrives." Our souls have already experienced 2 ordeals. Lust was the first, the forbidden love of the divine spirit and the beast of knowledge.
Monster fucking.
The birth of the twins who possess divine power. We gained love from the ordeal of lust, but at the same time, we came to know doubt. Greed was the second ordeal. It began with the love between Alcana, the beast of divine power, and Menik, the beast of knowledge. Divine silk was used in an attempt to conquer doubt and save love. We named the child the Ray of Hope. Of course, it is Mabu of whom I speak.
PS1, yes.
The birth of Mabu signifies the reincarnation of Menik and Karis, the light and the darkness. As foretold by the prophecy, I sent Garai out on her journey with Mabu. You indeed are the chosen one of light, who was led here by the Ray of Hope.
Naturally.
You shall use the keys of the 4 divine barriers to summon the crystal for your first ordeal.
Ray of Hope, Champion of Light, Divine Beast, Dark World. It's every cliche and title thrown together, and ultimately it ends up making less than no sense. It's like the mechanics of Pokemon mixed with the incredibly over-the-top storytelling of Final Fantasy, and then you add a bit of continuity of Digimon, but ultimately it all boils down to this. We need to pass the 4 trials to rejoin the light and dark world, because passing a trial will gain us a jewel, and combining all the jewels will allow us to take on the Champion of Dark. The first trial was being a decent person to Mabu, and the Tears of Reese ring glowing proves that we have passed that. So we get the first of 4 jewels. To get the other 3, we must venture into dark versions of the previous forests, meet the leader at the center, and defeat the darkness which lies within their hearts. Because dark spirits are feeding on the darkness within them and becoming stronger. This is very Kingdom Hearts. We also now have 2 new assistants. Ra will purify cocoons and merge stuff, and Moo is a shop. So basically, you are now halfway, go and do the entire game again, but harder. So the first thing I do is spend 20 minutes merging everything I have into a horrific amalgamation, a merge monster soup to min-max some stats, and then off we go. Dark Beetle Forest is thankfully exactly the same layout, just with a colour filter applied and creepy music, and the enemies are a lot tougher. J Cocoon is effectively following the tradition of replay the game in an evil version, like Symphony of the Night or the Mirror World in Devil May Cry. However, those worlds
it's so
added
cool.
different things. Symphony of the Night flipped the map upside down, and Devil May Cry had a different boss fight with new mechanics. J Cocoon is just extending its runtime with exactly the same assets. In the center, we find the essence of the Chorus Cocoon Master. He is terrified of tradition, of ritual, of purification. He doesn't understand his place within the world, and the Dark Spirit is feeding on this, and the Dark Spirit manifests as a terrifying clown-looking thing.
Oh no!
So we fight, and the clown summons a skeletal scorpion dragon with wings.
That's
Okay,
fucking
now we're
awesome.
getting into some awesome creature design. These boss fights are way tougher than anything you've fought before, and they drain your MP quickly. And once the dragon is down, you have to fight the clown itself, or the Earth Spirit. Thankfully, they are way easier than the creatures they summon. And with them defeated...
Wait, Earth Spirit, but it's the fire boss, though.
Receive the Fire Jewel. So we go back to the temple, and the
I think you might have
corridor
said it
which
wrong.
previously just took us to the dark version of the Beetle Forest now leads to the dark version of the Dragonfly Forest. So if you missed any creatures in Dark Beetle Forest, tough, they're gone forever. No completionists for you. The Dark Dragonfly Forest introduces us to the basilisks who spam the stone petrification attack, and I actually lose every monster I have to stone effects and
Wow.
Levant. Because when stone you attack slower and weaker, so I really need some protection against this. Thankfully there is a ring item which gives Levant protection, and if you do capture one of the basilisks and merge it with anything else, the result inherits the basilisk's innate resistance to stone, making this a lot easier. Grind through the forest and raise to the rank of Hero Cocoon Master, and eventually reach the Foggy Center and it's Kikinak again. Except Kikinak is Kelmar, the blacksmith's son. They are jealous of our relationship with Mabu and our hero status, saying that they've always loved Mabu from afar and felt resentment that they were destined to only ever be a blacksmith and not a cocoon master.
Well,
Meaning they
fuck
had
you.
no chance with
It's your
an
problem.
argument. The wind boss spirit feeding on this negative emotion is even creepier and clownier than the first, and summons a
He's got a
skeletal
long...
slug with
Oh!
4 arms, and this is quite nightmarish. And unfortunately, this fight is super difficult.
That's
I'd say
awesome.
This is probably the hardest fight in the game because I get absolutely wrecked. This is the first moment in the game I've needed to grind levels and merge to a min-max status to really focus on attackers and blockers and elemental damage. And until now, the plot may have been an incomprehensible mess, but the pacing has been decent. But now it needs about 2 hours of grinding. And after a few hours, I do try the boss again, and eventually, after some luck, it goes down. Kelmar deals with his insecurity and the place he has within life, and the darkness within him dissipates, earning us the Jewel of Wind. Now for the Spider Forest, but
He
first
did
I
it.
popped to the shop. I found a cool new spear in the previous forest. Wanted to kind of get a
Thunderbolt.
gauge on the price. I can sell it for 7,000 gold, but to put that into perspective, the dragon sword I found from the drop will sell for 41,000 gold. So yeah, I did genuinely just luck into the best weapon in the game. The Spider Forest features the cute little Yami from before, but they transform into the Earth boss, and you need to fight this guy 3 times, just like the 3 Yami you met previously. It also seems in the Dark Realm, evil seniority is shown by the length of your nose. Around 1 hour of slogging through
Oh,
fights
that's a
later, we
penis.
reach the Dark Divine Tree, and the negative emotion here is actually our wife's resentment, her hatred of the traditional chains that bind her life, and her loneliness of sitting in a hut waiting for us to come back. She is afraid of living constantly in our shadow, being defined not by her own powers, but by how those powers relate to the cocoon master she's with, which is a very deep emotional struggle. And this has allowed one of the strongest dark spirits to feed on her negativity. So we fight, and this spirit summons its creature, a giant pair of legs with a head, and in a rather unfortunately placed crotch graphic, there's no way to deny this, it does look like a pair of legs
Cockleg.
with a giant dick. This fight takes about 15 minutes and takes my whole team down, but eventually we defeat old giant dick legs and our wife accepts her fate, which isn't really the resolution I was hoping for, but this is a game about tradition. And then we earn the final jewel, and with all 4 jewels in our possession, they swirl together and merge into one, and it summons the Dream
Chaos
Man we saw at
Emeralds.
the very start of the game.
Is it his dad?
He is the chosen of darkness, a
Oh,
being of pure
okay.
regret and loneliness, and we must fight and defeat him to unite the worlds together. But the fight just starts immediately, and hang on, I haven't had time to heal. I'm still recovering from the last fight. How is this fair? I lose the fight against the Dream Man because I've had no time to prepare or heal up, and then I get sent back to the start of the forest, and thankfully, you don't need to fight the previous boss again. You can just journey back and take on Mr. Dream straight away.
Oh,
There
thank
is no
God.
dark version of the
What about
Moth
Mr.
Forest
Dark?
Because the Moth Forest was where we found the temple, which unlocks the Nagi thing, which takes us to the dark versions of everything else. I think, honestly, giving you one of the jewels from the Tears of Reese ring might just be a cop-out so they didn't have to actually make 4 dark forests. It takes me about
Fair.
20 minutes to get back to the Dream Man to battle the final boss, and when the rematch happens, Dream Man is actually a very easy. Every other attack, he switches elements, meaning he's only actually attacking you 50% of the time, because the switch attack is a move within itself.
Oh.
Knowing this, you can use that to switch to Levant, heal, and then switch out to a stronger creature based on which element you know is coming next. This
Well-
fight is 4 minutes long and not actually that hard. So
Yeah.
we beat the Dream Man, and it turns out that the Dream Man was your dad.
Oh, for
all
fuck's
along.
sake.
Your dad knew the light and dark worlds would need reconciliation, and he knew that you would be able to rise to become the warrior of light. So he set off on an intentionally dark path to become the warrior of darkness himself, so the world could be reconciled through father-son bonding. And then
Ah,
we're
of
shown a
course.
cutscene where you play a duet together, you
Oh, what?
on your ocarina and him on his guitar.
Oh, I
thing.
thought-
This duet summons the
I was about to make a joke, like, and now we're jamming together to save the world, because that's what it looked like. Even I thought it was just like a staff, and it just looked like he was gonna fucking play a sick riff, but then he actually did. What the fuck?
Twin dragons of light and dark, and now the world is saved. I think. The village returns from stone to normal, and the sleep curse is broken. Credits roll, but the game is not over yet. Finishing the game unlocks the infinite corridor, but you need to save your game, then reset the console, and then reload the now finished game, and you will start in the Nagi temple. Traveling down the left corridor leads to a forest. It's only a few screens long, but
Yeah,
if you beat
Jade
it,
Cocoon
you'll
is
get
very
to the temple
special.
and unlock
It's like the ending. I feel like this is like a early 2000s towards 2010s cartoon ending type shit, where it's like, you know, at the end they always have like a dance party and they play cool music, and then everybody's friends and everything is cool. Feels like that, basically.
next forest, and this is essentially an endless battler mode, with each forest increasing in difficulty to a max level 26 and a rare spawn appearing as a boss of every 8th forest. The first boss, Pajula, has a chance to drop the secret tablet which explains how to merge one of the game's 2 secret monsters, the Birds of Paradise. You need to merge 4 monsters with very specific traits, the irony being the endless battler mode doesn't actually contain every monster, so if you missed stuff back in World 1 or 2, you can never capture all 171. And that is Jade Cocoon, a monster collector with a battler and a mystic plot and a rather impressive merge system. So
Damn.
now we've finished it, we can answer the simple question, was it actually any good? No denying it has strengths. The merge system, having unlimited combinations, is undeniably impressive. The lovely detail of the backgrounds, the fact the game is fully voice acted actually quite well, and filling a monster collector role on the PlayStation when that style of gameplay was all the rage. But it feels like 2 very different games. The mechanical gameplay is undeniably fun, but it also takes an hour to get through the on-rails opening, effectively front-loading the emotional experience when that's not what most people are there for. And then the unskippable cutscenes every time you try to summon a creature.
Yeah, that's kind of sucks, honestly.
Combined with
But it still seems like a cool game.
Travel through and the loading screens between each one means a good chunk of Jade Cocoon is just
Not something
watching
I
and
would
waiting
play
for unskippable
like
stuff to
on
happen.
a stream or anything
Starts
for
off
sure.
understandable enough and becomes so mystical and so cosmic so quickly,
Like, definitely
it
not,
eventually becomes
but
too complex to even try and decipher.
in
It's
general,
managed
it
to
seems
speedrun
awesome.
The Kingdom Hearts complexity trap. Reaching the Infinite Corridor took me 11 hours and 18 minutes, but you can easily spend way more capturing and merging for a specific look. It's a great technical achievement, and I'll remember my playtime fondly, but I don't have too much desire to replay it anytime soon. So yes, it was good for the time and it still holds up as a relatively short RPG, but its overly metaphysical plot bogs it down, and the merging system actually prevents it having any recognizable creatures or mascots, because of the fact it has unlimited potential aesthetics. It's a strong RPG, no doubt, but it doesn't leave you crying out for a sequel. But a sequel it got with Jade Cocoon 2, where you play as a new Cocoon Master under the guidance of Levant, starting in the Nagi Temple.
Cool.
It's got a completely revamped combat system with almost no plot whatsoever, leaving the focus entirely on battling and merging, which personally I actually enjoyed more, and I'll probably review that pretty soon. So to end the review, I will award Jade Cocoon, Pokemon in the primary slot, Final Fantasy in the secondary, and merging into an unrecognizable mesh of the two out of 10. Cheers for watching. Another massive thank you to all the supporters on Patreon.
That was cool.
Twitch,
That was also
and
like a
YouTube
really
who
good
keep the
review.
channel alive.
In comparison to the shit we saw earlier, it was kind of stinky. But this one was really good. I enjoyed that. I'm glad we watched it. It was very, very interesting. I feel like I've heard of Jade Cocoon before. I don't know if that's true though, but I feel like I've heard of it. So yeah, that was neat. That was fun. Okay, Fire Emblem is forever. I don't know what that means, but it's a Fire Emblem video, and I think Fire Emblem is cool, even though I only really actively played, you talk about it every now and then. Might have been that then. Might have been that I remember that then. Even though I've only really played, Three Houses extensively. Yeah, I don't know. Let's check it out. And one of the Game Boy ones, but Game Boy Advance ones. I don't remember which one it was, though.
Fire Emblem does a lot of things right. If I started listing them out, we'd be here all day. So instead I'll just... Yep. That'll do it. It's a franchise that spans decades, meaning it's stuck around for a reason. And don't come in here like...
Probably the one with Lynn and Eli Wood.
Modern-day Fire Emblem haters, like the kids who post L down the screen in Nintendo Directs whenever Scrimblow, Bimblow, and the mystical Chungus isn't the focus, while Fire Emblem is a sensible...
I remember the last video that I watched of this dude I didn't like. This one might be cool.
A game about little soldiers battling on a checker grid. It's also about royalty, romance, and empire. It's a game about war. And it's been waging war so long, it's even at war with itself. Who is that blue-haired man in the mirror, anyway? If you told a significantly younger me that Fire Emblem would be controversial to real-life people, I wouldn't have believed you. But Fire Emblem was smaller then, stayed in its lane, and nowadays, the franchise is almost unrecognizable. Still, this is not
fair.
a Fall of Fire Emblem hit piece. Instead, this is a sincere, heartfelt affirmation of Fire Emblem's unique worth in the broader gaming ecosystem. We are going to dig. We are going to get nerdy. We are going to care. But first, I have a confession to make.
Smell.
I was a real-life Fire Emblem fan. The series accounts for some of my earliest fandom, as it were. Marth, Fire Emblem's original blue-haired boy, appeared in Smash Bros. Melee, and he quickly turned into my main character. I didn't even know what he was saying. A creative decision that, when viewed through the lens of my suburbanite upbringing, can only be described as bespoke. On top of Marth, one of my friends and my own brother exclusively mained Roy. My playgroup had a majority of Fire Emblem representation. Soon
Beautiful.
after, I played through the bizarrely titled Fire Emblem on the Game Boy Advance, confounded that this man looked so much like Roy. Eliwood? Is that even a name? She Ellie on my wood till I... It's better known in Japan by its actual title, Fire Emblem 7, The Blazing Blade. Even more mysterious, it's a prequel to Fire Emblem 6, the game where you play as Roy. The first officially localized Fire Emblem game only reached the West because of the reception to Marth and Roy's Smash Bros. Appearance. 7 games deep. I guess Roy really is our boy. So, Fire
I
Emblem,
believe it was the
a
one with
relatively
Lynn and
simple
Elliewood.
strategy RPG where you recruit various people, kill other people. Geb is people, right? Like, this is a person. Geb is a person, right? Both strengthening yourself and your relationships on the path to the final boss.
A fucking drag
Is always fucking dragons.
It was an absolute epic for a young teen, and I loved it.
It's the one most play.
I picked up Sacred
Yeah,
Stones,
I mean,
the last GBA Fire Emblem
I
game.
wouldn't mind. Maybe which one did you guys say was the good one on 3DS? Maybe I'll play that at some point. Maybe this year, maybe next year. We'll see.
On the day of release, it was more full-bodied and feature-rich than its predecessor, with optional level grinding areas, branching class trees, weak but high-potential recruit characters, and bonus post-game material. I didn't like the characters as much
Awakening,
as my
right.
first Fire Emblem
That was the one I was
experience,
thinking.
and the Sacred Stones accessed a darker palette in portrait outlines, making characters better defined, but less faded history book. And so a tiny seed of fandom was sprouting, opinions about Fire Emblem preferences. It was a friend who broke the dam, though. I slogged through my first run, unwilling to repeat stages after a point, unwilling to grind experience, but willing to let characters die. By the end of the game, my squad was decimated, and I was left with
in the GBA games, there was no option for like not having them die, right? They just died.
a handful of remaining characters I didn't even like, totally unleveled and unable to enter the post-game. My main gamers I didn't even like, totally unleveled and unable to enter the post-game. My main game force dead and buried. So my friend goes, "Didn't you know you can level your guys to 20 before you promote them? Then the game is easy." Oh. Fire Emblem allows players to promote their units to a stronger class of unit at level 10, turning a knight into a general, for example, but you can also keep leveling up to a cap of 20 before ever promoting. I was hasty and always promoted early just to access cooler units faster, but I never considered taking the slow road. I grabbed the remaining units from the aftermath of my main game run, Artur, Kyle, Marissa, Naomi, and Tana, headed
Literal
to the grinding
who's.
area and proceeded to create my first ever Fire Emblem Death Squad, link cable multiplayer ready and post-game viable. This experience warped how I engaged with Fire Emblem completely. Within only a few years of learning about Fire Emblem, suddenly every mission in every game was about maximizing XP gains for whichever units I wanted to use that run. I reset the game whenever a unit died. I abused the arena. I trained up initially weak units explicitly to watch them obliterate enemy forces later. I moved my squads in a ball formation deliberately, unequipping bulkier units at choke points so they could tank enemy blows, allowing me to soften the opposition and finish them off with whoever I was feeding experience to. I was obsessed with breaking the games over my knee, and this pattern continued through Radiant Dawn into Awakening and Fates until the obsession with optimizing got so bad I was sincerely trying to create the ultimate units for Fire Emblem PvP, something that could not, in any universe, conceivably matter less. Fire Emblem is the only game I've ever
Sorry,
attempted
Fire Emblem PE?
to create ROM hack assets for. Fire Emblem got me interested in learning sprite art, recoloring units, and splicing portraits together to make hodgepodge original characters. Fire Emblem got me to make things. Fire Emblem almost got me onto a forum. But I
Damn.
never hurt myself like that.
Yeah,
For all my
well-
obsession, though, I wasn't really engaging with the series. I was only ever aesthetically interested in the GBA games and Ike titles later. They were the heart and soul of the franchise to me because they got me hooked in the first place. As the games became bloated and increasingly served different audiences, I started getting tired of the series as a whole and eventually found an excuse to dismiss it completely. Getting deeper into games coverage, but still mentally behind where I am today, I played through Final Fantasy Tactics and Gungnir and decided that Fire Emblem was overly simplistic, not meaningfully tactical, and personally, wholesale unworthy of a spot among the pantheon of the greatest strategy RPGs, which maybe gives away my preferences for tactical games at the time, crunchy, dynamic, etc., but also ignores the things that make Fire Emblem uniquely good. It was a sort of toxic mindset, the kind that would place Resident Evil 4 at the top of some confabulated list for the sake of being basically perfect, when I hadn't really interrogated what that meant, how that could be a problem. I care about very different things these days, and so I had to look back and reconsider Fire Emblem.
And yes!
All you do is move and attack!
And that's a good thing. The thing I grew to dislike about Fire Emblem relative to other games is one of its greatest aspects. At its core, Fire Emblem is uncomplicated. Let's hop onto the battlefield and take it step by step. When you place your units in Fire Emblem, you can optimize for fast runs, or arrange your army with meat shields in front and healers in the back. Any number of combinations, but most of the time, it doesn't matter. You can get away with being inefficient because Fire Emblem is not chess. It's not that sharp. Your squad is big, or gets big enough, and resembles more of a jagged ball than a Roman legion. The basic goal is moving your army into enemy units and attacking.
God, fucking Three Houses was fun.
Reacting. Like how you treat Jehovah's Witnesses, you know, the big retaliatory strike. Either strategy can work, but Fire Emblem's computer is not particularly...
Which was the... I think it was... It was, Golden Deer was what I didn't do, in Three Houses, right? On stream. I believe that's what it was. Golden Deer and then like the DLC house, I think. Might be worth revisiting at some point again. I really enjoyed that game.
Intelligent, meaning that your foes will often funnel forwards and break themselves upon you or allow you to collapse in. It can be more dangerous bothering to move. You have to read over the list of enemies, check what they're equipped with, if any of them might have a favorable matchup against one of your units, if an enemy mage can pelt you with long-range magic, but that's no big deal. At least in the early stages, one bad combat won't outright kill most units, and even still, having to read a little information is the tactical equivalent of checking your rear-view mirror.
The warrior... No. Pain Three Houses is the real one. Three Hopes is the Warriors one. I played both, and I could play both again. I don't know. I enjoyed those games. Maybe I should. We'll see. We'll see how I feel after Doom. Maybe I'll take a trip down. I'm assuming I can probably transfer the save file to the Switch too. Maybe I would play it on the Switch too. Who knows?
Sounds easy. Unless you've driven on the highway. Fire Emblem is flat. I use the term strategy RPG instead of TRPG or tactical RPG because there is no meaningful physicality to these games, things readily apparent in FFT and Gungnir. Your arrows can't collide with terrain, you can't be swept down a river. It doesn't matter where your units are facing to prevent back attacks and things because they're always staring straight at the screen. At you. Forever. You don't have to worry about the physical world being complex, you just have to mine the tiles. Forests give higher evade rate, same with mountains and ocean tiles, and the rate of evasion on a square generally scales with how much they reduce movement. You can't plow through forests or barrel through mountains. Most units can't cross the sea. Occasionally, the player is asked to handle doors, chests, and even traps, but these aren't particularly complicated either. Most of the tactical engagement on offer is a series of if-then statements. You know, if I move my soldier here, then he gets domed with a bow. If I eat 3 chili cheese dogs, I'm dead. You know the score. But even more comedically reducible is combat. Combat is so simple, its core mechanics are covered in preschool. The weapon triangle. Swords beat axes, axes beat lances, and lances beat swords. Other weapons are part of other weapon triangles in other games. It may not logically follow, at least in real life, that these weapons have this kind of relationship. Spears easily skewer the bulk of the competition, but we can slightly abstract the concept to understand it better. Swords are the purview of lords and those engaged in the art of swordsmanship. Mercenaries, sword masters, they care about the blade more than they care about armor and efficiency, hence the light weapon. And so they may lose to a well-trained, well-armored cavalier or knight. That sword won't cut very deep through plate mail, and the lancer only needs a couple clean hits. Lances are wielded by those stately folk with military aspirations and training. The spear is the perfect dweeb weapon, honed to peak efficiency to puncture any would-be aggressor on the field of battle from a safe range. Of course, such a person is unaccustomed to dirty fighting, guerrilla warfare, and might be ill-equipped for the
Guerrilla warfare.
leaping out of the trees and taking them down with their log splitter. The axe wielder fights with what he has, too busy scraping out a life to worry about petty things like proper form or honor. The axe wielder can eat softer combatants alive, people who haven't suffered the way they have, but may lose to someone well-suited to battle, a well-placed strike, someone daring enough to wade onto the battlefield with only a sword, the only protection, their own skill. In anime at least, Chuni beats necessity. There are other weapons. Bows don't have similar strengths and weaknesses because
nice,
they're not direct
nice,
combat weapons.
nice,
They fire at range.
nice.
Flying units are picked off by arrows. Many physical units are obliterated by magic users, not because of dealing extra damage, but rather physical units often having lower magic resistance. But while they can dish it out, they can't take it back. Fringe. Magic has its own triangle. with
Okay,
its own
some of
internal-
these are not bad, I have to say. The comedic timing is... It is true though, like... I don't know, from my limited interaction with Fire Emblem, they aren't very complicated games. I think the strength of Fire Emblem usually lies more within the story and the characters, right? It's like, it's less so about Play Awakening, as in like a counter to what I'm saying right now, or just in general. Is Awakening more complicated? General, okay. I mean, I want to. I'm not opposed to that.
lineage in the series, but it's less relevant to regular battle because magic is simply more rare. Many new weapons were added over time, and the concept has been interrogated at a fundamental level over the course of the series, but regardless, Fire Emblem's combat is not difficult to understand. It's even easier pre-Fire Emblem 4 because there was no weapon triangle. You waltz into battle, and the rest is math. It's the perfect game to interest people in the genre. Unlike something similarly beginner-friendly, FFTA, Fire Emblem is less focused on
Awakening is easier than Three Houses even, really.
piles of skills, but about focusing on a few characters because you like them. You like what or who they are now, especially if they're a grimy, dirtbag bastard, and make them better, rather than crafting them from scratch and inventing their identity. Fire Emblem characters are designed to fulfill the mechanical necessities of a Fire Emblem game. One wonders if they are designed top-down or bottom-up. That is, if the visual of the priestess precedes the mandated Fire Emblem need for the priestess. How many outfits should Ike's sister have? How critical is it that we draw her feet? Or if one particular character ends up warping the entire game around their individual concept. I'd argue it's more the latter. Fire Emblem is known for maintaining a well-established, even formulaic set of design principles. Just how anyone who's watched any amount of Seinfeld could construct a series of parody exchanges between Jerry and George. Anyone who's played any amount of Fire Emblem can arrange the necessary pieces and make Fire Emblem. They did. They do. But Fire Emblem is not a traditional strategy title, at least how prehistoric gamers might conceptualize of them. It was bold, maybe too bold, for featuring no truly generic units. Your army is a pack of real, in-universe humans you collect along the way, a ragtag tumbleweed of concerningly beautiful people. But that distracting aesthetic is an important narrative point. Only beautiful people can break molds and
Nice.
change things. Even
Perfect.
if the beauty, realistically, comes from their incredibly high strength stat. They're unique, worthy people. There is no generic fighter, there's Dorcas. There is no generic cleric, there's Sarah. Enemy units are unnamed on that note, with the exception of bosses. Fire Emblem, with necessary development constraints and a penchant
Dorcas
for
hot.
telling the
It's funny that he says that, you know, enemy units aren't I guess, well, no, that's true. Kinda in Three Houses as well. A lot of them weren't named unless it was like actual story characters.
player's own version of history flattens the humanity of the soldiers you fight. This too works as commentary. Suddenly, everyone but the people sympathetic to your cause, or powerful enough to pose a serious threat, are denied their humanity. But that's fine. Oftentimes the opposition is unsympathetic. The player is rarely a bad person. Though I do think there's a point where low-grade Fire Emblem villains kind of become less sympathetic, less humanized, as it were. You know, Fire Emblem is the series that gave rise to the term Village Burner the Bandit. You know, maybe they should be unionizing for equitable plot treatment. Regardless, it's the human
Unionizing.
faces
I mean
that make
unionizing.
Fire Emblem what it is. You field them, place them, fight with them, compare and contrast. You develop a mechanical understanding, as well as a narrative understanding of any given character. Sane sure does damage, but Kent is so much more consistent. I guess I'll have to pick neither. Simply playing Fire Emblem encourages deeper thought about Fire Emblem. You learn soldiers' backstories through their various introductions and relevant cutscenes, get samples of their personalities told through support conversations, and develop interest. You come to favor some characters over others, especially where two characters
Someone
of
who
the same
actually
class
mentions echoes. Do
appear in
people
the
not like echoes?
same game. Matthew is, for all intents and purposes, a more mechanically sound thief and eventually assassin than the competition. At least if you feed him XP and actually intend to level an assassin that isn't strong out of the box, like Jafar. And that's why I can tell you, with the straightest possible face, that Legault is the best thief in Fire Emblem 7. Believe it, be incorrect, and say it anyway. Because he is. And if you dislike him, you are wrong. This isn't my problem. Personality is...
He couldn't say it with a straight face. It's just forgotten since it's the remake without the weapon triangle. Since it's Fire Emblem 2, which didn't have it. Ah, I see, okay.
Something that came to Fire Emblem with practice. Take a minute to consider Maji and Saji, or as the English audience knows them, Board and Cord, a pair of fighters acquired at the start of the second mission of the original Fire Emblem game. There's only so much experience to go around. The game hands you two fighters. What do you do? Board and Cord are nearly identical, minus some statistical minutia. They have as much personality as their names suggest. They're handed to the player to fulfill a mechanical role. Meat shields you may or may not decide to bother with, and a narrative role.
Excuse me.
Members of a mercenary captain's squad. When asked whether to focus on Board or Cord, the answer is obvious. Neither. Because the game hands you, at the same time, Barst, a superior fighter, and Ogma, a highly useful mercenary. But through Board and Cord, we see the beauty of what Fire Emblem can be. Players can decide that, you know, Ogma's kind of overrated, and stick with a hipster pick, like Cord, or just keep them until they're picked off. You control the buttons you press, and Fire Emblem is very willing, outside of the main character, to let you shape your army. Like any good war story, the boards and cords of every Fire Emblem game illustrate that war isn't all princes and pegasi. Completely regular people need representation, and beyond that, you have a hand in the story now. Fire Emblem is about war. War is about people, and so the player buys in to whatever facet of humanity they gravitate towards most.
Oh, hell yeah, let's go.
Fire Emblem is a class war, and not always in the strict sense. I'd argue the class system is the real buy-in point for many players.
I would
because
assume so,
character classes
too.
are integral to player identity in Fire Emblem. Every combat-viable character has a stat spread: strength, skill, speed, defense, etc., and these numbers define a person mechanically. A fighter might have high HP and strength, but low speed and low skill, making them okay.
Oh
at
god,
surviving
not
attacks
Caspar.
and great at
Shittiest
dealing
guy
damage,
ever.
but only if they can hit their target.
Stupid
An
dent
old
head.
priest might have low HP and defense, but high magic and resistance, and critically, the ability to heal. The priest is therefore defined by how easily they're stomped into a puddle of goo on the battlefield, but also their undeniable utility. So the player innately understands that the fighter goes up front with the cleric in the back. If the fighter takes too much damage, the player can rush the cleric in for a heal or pull the fighter back. The mechanics are simple and buy the player into the gameplay framework. It doesn't take a tactical mastermind to figure out. Like Fire Emblem 7 insists, you may indeed be a brilliant tactician, and nobody's there to say otherwise. But really, we're all playing Fire Emblem for those sweet class promotions. Imagine a world where we can grow and change. That'll be the day! Class promotion is traditionally, though
Right.
not always, gated behind seals, items you find on enemies, in chests, or in shops. Increasingly, Fire Emblem has shifted away from the more restrictive approach seen in earlier games with fewer available units and a limited number of seals, limiting the number of decisions the player has to make over the course of a playthrough.
Yeah,
But the value
and
of
I
the
think in
system
Three
lies
Houses you could
in
do
those
everybody
choices.
can
You
be
couldn't
everything.
promote every unit. You had to zero in on the ones you really cared about and invest in them intentionally. It complemented stage buttons you really cared about. You couldn't promote the course of a playthrough. But the value of the system lies in those choices. You couldn't promote every unit. You had to zero in on the ones you really cared about.
It's the least fitting thing ever. Like, I think it would fit less if you just made her like a fucking tank. I'm sorry, but just like Flane as a mortal savant is aye. It's illegal, I think.
And invest in them intentionally. It complemented stage-by-stage play specifically because it communicated the importance of time. The plot was constantly unfolding and you couldn't sit on your thumbs. You had to act. It also ensured
Dragon?
that not everyone
No,
could
it's a
become
wyvern.
a hero in every version of whatever battle's history, that the tactician had to focus on certain soldiers where they performed such great deeds that they were remembered as some kind of great powerful being beyond regular soldiers, and it allowed the player to write that history themselves. In a sense, class promotion was customization before Fire Emblem ever allowed it. This time I'll run board. This time I'll run cord. The possibilities
Right.
are not endless, but they do matter. The insidious thing about character classes, however, is how they reflect the player. A lot of YouTube videos and forum posting is dedicated to optimal Fire Emblem play. Conventional modern wisdom would have you believe that Swordmasters are bad units, or lesser units, because they lack the raw utility of paladins. For example, a Swordmaster can only walk so far, where the paladin blazes through the battlefield. A Swordmaster is often smaller, physically, than a paladin, meaning a paladin can rescue more units, and retain their movement after the rescue, allowing them to jog off a distance because of their horse. Paladins, by the numbers, are more useful than Swordmasters, even having access to more than one kind of weapon. It's just that none of that posturing could ever matter for any reason on the planet Earth. I was shocked when I heard from the Fire Emblem think tanks what I was missing out on. It never occurred to me to field a majority of Cavaliers and eventually Paladins because frankly, I thought the sprite was ugly. And I liked Myrmidons, fighters, mercenaries, and other units more. They
You
were
know
cooler,
what?
more
Fair
interesting
point.
combatants. The image of a really cool guy wandering onto the battlefield outweighs anyone who needs something as crutch-like as a horse.
Yeah, fuck
Warriors
that.
ooze charisma. Swordmasters are pure, distilled 8th grader syndrome, trumped only by assassins, and heroes just look cool. You only need a handful of units to beat most Fire Emblem games, in the realm of 5 to 8. So it's entirely possible to ignore things that don't immediately spark joy. There is no real consequence to not fielding a cavalier.
Stop showing Casper. He sucks. Stop it. I'm gonna delete this part of the video. I'm gonna hack his account and I'm gonna delete every single fucking frame of Caspar. He sucks. Fuck him. I don't remember why why I hate Caspar. I just remember that I do. I'm gonna pass this on to my children. It's gonna be genetic. You just fucking hate this stupid blue manlet.
For slightly reduced utility, efficiency. And regardless, Fire Emblem isn't interesting because paladins have a greater number of use cases than swordmasters. Fire Emblem is interesting because it gets us, as players, to pore over stat spreads. See that this character has an enormous...
Hidor, shut your fucking mouth. I was emphasizing my hatred.
enormous constitution, bigger than most of your army, or that a sickly character is notably frail and never really gains much HP. And while that
What?
may
You dressed up as him and scared them. That way they developed the hatred towards... Oh, right, my kids. I understand.
And he's showing him again! It makes us consider what
Okay, Bernie's here, that's better.
Fire Emblem. And in so doing, Fire Emblem gets us playing Fire Emblem, even when we're not playing Fire Emblem. I'm 5'10", which despite being exactly average for my age, means I'm effectively 1 inch tall. My constitution is low. My strength is on the lower side of below average. My skill remains...
Where's
to be
Camilla?
seen. My speed might
Camilla.
be fine, but I haven't been exercising lately. I live in Canada, so my resistance is higher than some. I don't know about magic, but my intelligence is high enough to know that one should not presume to think they're above the curve. Hit points. Brother, my life is made of misses. While my base stat spread isn't stellar, I already know
Camilla's
I am
not in
a
this
fighter
game.
or a knight, and much better suited to the thief class.
Shitty idiot,
mage,
stupid
or
moron.
cleric.
I don't think you know anything about
My
Fire
growth
Emblem, which
rates
is fine.
are dwindling. Fire Emblem, by focusing on characters and representing them in plain numerical terms, invites
But yeah, she's
players
from
to
Fates, it's a
mentally
different
grade
game.
themselves within the fiction, the way a
I
Pokemon
am
fan
Ferdinand
wonders
von
what
Ayer.
kind of gym leader they'd be. Fire Emblem is about self-reflection and self-discovery, which I'd argue is why it's so popular with young people. Fire Emblem is about people. RPGs depicting conflict between nations, aka war stories, are some of my favorite video games. They can feel raw and real in a way that Gluppo's Idiot Quest can't. Though if we want raw and real in a way that Gluppo's Idiot Quest...
Gluppo's Idiot Quest! That's my video game, that's me. I want to play Gluppo's Idiot Quest now.
Can't. Though if we want to be serious, Gluppo's Idiot Quest was foundational to the Scrimblow fandom. Fire Emblem is a war story series. They depict fictional, historical battles between nations, and that makes them exceptional vehicles for poignant commentary, while the weight and impact of the messages can range wildly between entries. I don't think anyone would argue that Fire Emblem Fates is as thematically
there you
heavy
go.
as Fire Emblem 4. They all maintain an earnesty and willingness to engage with the human condition that elevates them in the medium at a narrative level. It's easy to forget, and especially for casual passersby, that Fire Emblem is very loud. Path of Radiance and Radiant Dawn, or the Ike games, are exceptional for making direct, pointed commentary about prejudice and undue racial tension. Quote, when everyone discovered Ranulf was a Laguz, all those people, they changed, just like that. Up until that instant, they'd seemed like such kind and decent people. I had no idea pure prejudice against the Laguz was so strong. Why do they hate them so much? How are we so different, Ranulf and I? Honesty doesn't come by video games. Well, it's a medium strapped with publisher interests, a
Yeah.
need for maximum palatability, the broadest possible audience. But Fire Emblem's historically been willing to say things that matter. Beyond using main story cutscenes
King
as a
Ligma.
cute observation canon, the games illustrate concepts like wealth and class disparity, the weight of tradition and parental expectations, trauma, abuse, and healing. And these are all easy slam dunks because they're deeply human problems, real problems, things any given player might deal with. After all, war is waged by human beings. A war story is just a story about people. It makes the series mildly more relatable than others in the genre, and partially because of the support system, characters can speak to each other in different ways in different games, generally by standing near them for turns on end, and these are opportunities for the willing staff to handcraft glimpses into the lived lives of citizens in any Fire Emblem universe. There are so many unforgettable Fire Emblem support conversations. Rolf and Taronio explaining the past general's ex-wife and his entire life falling apart while he pursued his career. Legault and Matthew, Legault discussing his past time with the Black Fang, being a criminal who realized he needed to get out. So many deep and impactful conversations.
Yeah,
There's
like I
still
said, like I
room for
think
silly ones.
that's
There's
the
still
big
room for,
hook
mundane ones.
for
There's play,
Fire Emblem,
there's humanity
especially nowadays. It's just the
underpinning
characters and
all of
the
it, which
the
is ultimately
interpersonal
the trick,
aspect, I guess.
having the player stumble across the humanity of their army, the faces behind the classes. I hope these examples illustrate why Fire Emblem Awakening and Fates were so alien to me on first pass, regardless of what changed in localization, and it was a lot. The people in charge of directing a financially failing franchise saw fit to pander to, presumably, a younger, dumber audience, deciding to crunch down multiple characters from person with a history that you meet on the field of battle to quirky individual, easily reducible to a single phrase, with some personality left over if you go digging. It's not that Gaius has no personality or history, or that he's just the candy man, even if most of his supports suggest it. So completely riddled with puns, such that regardless of the context, he becomes the candy man because the game won't let you forget it. It's not that Kellum is without humanity, a stone. It's just that the whole Kellum concept, the mysteriously, despite being large, I'm apparently invisible to everyone and this weird running gag never leaves my supports thing is so overdone. It's crispy by the end. Fire Emblem characters historically were written like this to an extent, but never so flagrantly. Lucius was often mistaken for a woman, and that was supposed to be a gag. But he's got plenty of sincere conversations regardless. Legault is kind of a flirt and kind of a scoundrel, but he's got a genuine history with the antagonists. Older characters were not crunched down into instantly marketable packages, so you'd have some easy way to remember their personality before getting to the meat. You know, Dorcas isn't presented with a character quirk. He's trying to make money for his sick wife. On one hand, the Awakening brand of packaging is understandable. It means you do have to dig past the surface to uncover the character, carefully unwrap the Gaius. It's just so immediately twee, it's hard
Ew.
to forgive coming from the older era. Fire Emblem doesn't need further simplification. It was always mature, consistently miserable, and kids
I don't know,
deserve
like I can't really say that I feel like this applies to Three Houses. Like, the characters, you know, like, they start off, I guess you could say simple, but then, like, as you go along and play the games and you get to know them better, I feel like there's a lot more depth there. With some characters more than others, but I don't know. I think it was pretty alright. Obviously, I can't say that that's the case for any of the other games, but Fates on the other hand, okay, fair enough.
the fullness of a game's story. Many North American teens grew up reading The Outsiders and other young adult fiction that didn't feel the need to shrink the social commentary down for the target audience. But you know, Kids Bop works too.
Hold on, it does still. Awakening was the same as Three Houses. Fates was really bad and everything before Awakening had better characters. Fates sucks. Okay. Okay, no, fair. Like I said, for me,
if I remember that if I'm remembering Three Houses correctly, I do believe that like the characters did have depth, but obviously like when you first meet a character, you're not immediately familiar with their entire story. And I think that's also what draws in people, or at least what drew me into Fire Emblem Three Houses, was the idea of like getting to know the characters better and getting to know their stories and understanding them better, right? It's like what was it, like Felix? Was Felix the guy? Like him being a complete fucking asshole, but then, you know, through more interactions and through, you know, getting to know him better, realizing that, you know, he's not that bad of a guy, actually. He's just got a lot on his plate. Same with a lot of other characters, right? And it's like, I think that's what's so impressive about this series, is that every single character has their own, like, story, right? It was Felix, right? I remember correctly. It's been so long. But yeah, every single character has their own story, and they're all kind of like unique to each other, right? They're all kind of like no two characters feel the same way, right? You can't compare Dorothea to a Ferdinand. You can't compare a I don't fucking know, a Lysithea to a Raphael, right? They're all very different, and maybe their stories are differently, like, they're differently serious on each level, right? Like, one's character will be about the fucking human experiments that they were going through, whereas the other character's story will be about the expectations they receive from, you know, from at home and from their parents and everybody around them. And yeah, I don't know. That's for me, that was like a big factor into the enjoyment. That's why I say Awakening and Three Houses are on a similar level with complex-ish characters, while Radiant Dawn or whatever the other Ike game was had wildly more complex characters in good and bad ways. Right. Like I said, I'd be happy to check out those games too. I'm just like, I'm always a little bit I always want to be a little bit careful about that, because I feel like the frustration might be bigger for me whenever I lose a unit, because I really don't like that, which is why I turned that off in Three Houses. I also don't have a problem with that, frankly.
Luck is the vital spark underpinning all of Fire Emblem. Because there's not a whole lot going on up in here. In a game that's so simple, whose combat is so reducible to a handful of basic principles that any player can follow and execute, luck becomes the monster lurking under the player's well-made bed. Just when you think you're cozy, the outlier detaches itself from the graph and hurtles straight towards your penis. Luck is fittingly a double-edged sword. You're rewarded on occasion with a critical hit, with a unique animation and a special sound effect. Landing a crit doesn't just feel good. It feels like Pop Pop winning the lottery after bad legislation hobbled his pension before retirement. And the devs made sure of that. The GPA generation took special interest in striking, impactful animations which even break the fundamental laws of human nature. That warrior simply did not spin that many times. That hero simply cannot jump that high. But damn, it looks good. And it keys into the very Fire Emblem need to celebrate your army, affix great mythical deeds to people, writing your own legendary war story. Critical hits are just tall tales, animated. However, enemies can crit as well. It's rare, but much more common on higher difficulties, which is a shame. Luck doesn't make for a great tactical consideration, something that hard mode players presumably care about, you know, the way one should not plan their life around actually winning the lottery. But the system needs danger still. Players have all the tools in the world. They can position their army in a way the AI can't. They can choose to play passively or aggressively. They can field an assassin. The player can and will rescue their own units, load them with healing items or fundamental rule rewriting equipment. The player can spend every available stat boosting item on a single, now godlike juggernaut. With so much community writing dedicated to optimizing the difficulty out of the experience, luck and some mechanical complications introduced in later
Oh
games
god, I
are
remember
the
these
last
things.
bastions against outright player dominance. Of course, luck isn't fun unless it's benefiting the player. Nobody takes a crit and nods sagely like, ah yes, I enjoyed Nino being vaporized for free regardless of my tactics. Incredible work, devs. Incredible! But the developers knew that sometimes shit happens, and to resist the player getting too comfortable with their strategy. Luck also factors into character level ups. Units don't progress in a linear fashion exactly. Every character has a set of growth rates for any individual stat that trigger upon level up. You can get a full spread. You can get nothing. Happy Halloween, motherfucker. But this again is part of the...
I think that happened to me once or twice. Or I only got like a single stat level up. Yeah.
narrative genius of Fire Emblem. War is messy, war is complex, and the campaign rolls forward regardless of who's ready for it. Luck and stat growths are an abstraction of the very real truth that our progress as humans is not linear. Sometimes we regress, sometimes we try our best and only seem to fail. Getting 0 stat points on level up stings, but this too is empathy. Fire Emblem was notorious for featuring characters that could legitimately die. One unlucky crit, one bad move, sometimes not even a bad move, but a missed calculation, could result in a character hitting the dirt. No happily ever after in the end.
No, not
dreams,
Bernie!
Ambitions, relationships scattered to the winds. Players would reset mission after mission just to ensure their characters survived till the end. It's another piece of the profound humanity lacing the series. You meet these people, recruit
I
them,
remember
and
Hubert was also like one of those like asshole characters that got better, right? Maybe I'm remembering it wrong, but I feel like that was the
sometimes
case.
through hard work. You grow them like seeds, like children. So how could you ever let them die? Permanent death is integral to the narrative experience of Fire Emblem. It's an admission that the player is not a perfect tactician, that war costs lives. It's an illustration of the raw and real fact that it takes human beings to win wars, even in a fantasy universe where, conceivably, a wizard could destroy a castle with a particularly large fireball. Could you carry that weight as a commander? Could you let people die if you knew them? And yet death is one of the most player-resisted Fire Emblem mechanics. As mentioned, I, and others, would replay chapters to save our precious characters. In my earliest runs, I would eventually get too frustrated to play perfectly and simply accept the outcome. But later, it turned into another vector of optimization. You can't keep your characters forever in their little glass case, your link cable PvP or Wi-Fi battle squad, if they aren't dolled up and preserved first. Which is actually what this video is about. In certain online spaces, expressing a preference for an older game in the franchise elicits cries of elitism, which is in the running for most misused word in the English language. I claim no fandom. My experiences are my own, and I expect no one else to understand them. I necessarily cannot commit video game elitism unless someone chooses to take it personally. But fans of older Fire Emblem games often catch side-eye for critiquing modern titles and glorifying the past. The problem is, I developed my entire Fire Emblem taste base on the GBA titles, and
I think it's like, in general, and this is kind of the same with, you know, every single video game franchise. Is that it's fine to like and even maybe romanticize the old games. And I can definitely see when people say like, oh, so and so game series used to be a lot more difficult and now it's like made for the normies, right? And I think that that's a fair point, because I've also made that point before, specifically with Elden Ring and comparing it to the Soul series, where I believe that the series was more accessible for everybody, and hence why Elden Ring feels a lot easier than the previous games by FromSoft. And I think that's fine to say, but I wouldn't, like, that wouldn't be my reasoning as to why I prefer the Soulsborne series over Elden Ring, right? The reason why I love Dark Souls 2 over Elden Ring, or the reason why I love Dark Souls 1 over Elden Ring, is just because, in my mind, the games are a lot better because they don't... I don't know, it doesn't feel like they're going beyond what they're supposed to be. It doesn't feel like those games are bloated way more than they should be. But I know that there's like a lot of people that say like, oh, the old games were better because they were harder, which, I don't know, I don't think that's necessarily right. If I picked up one of the Game Boy Advance titles today, I'd probably just want to play Three Houses, because I don't know, I like the fact that I can have my characters not die without having to replay the entire battle. I enjoy the story more, like, I don't know, but at the same time, you can still like the old games. I don't think there's an issue with that. Which is an insane sentence to even say, like, yeah, obviously you can like whatever the fuck you like.
Played forward from there, in the franchise at midpoint. Until this year, I never bothered looking back. Old Fire Emblem is not a monolith and should not be thought of that way, except for the single unifying creative force that is Shozo Kaga. Auteur theory may be a comedic reduction of development reality, but he still conceived of the series and acted as its creative director and heavily contributed to many aspects of the games, especially the writing. These early Fire Emblem titles are collectively referred to as Kaga Emblem because he shaped the direction of the series up until the 6th entry, the Roy game. That means he worked on the original game, then Fire Emblem Gaiden, Mystery of the Emblem, Genealogy of the Holy War, and Thracia 776. Kaga Emblem is a self-interrogating lineage. The original game is a solid basis, but limited in scope, and so when the sequel rolls around, the player is hauled out of sequential stages and allowed to navigate a map and explore dungeons. I played Shadows of Valentia, the 3DS remake of Fire Emblem Gaiden, utterly unaware that an NES Fire Emblem game had dungeon crawling and towns. They weren't modern additions attempting to expand the Fire Emblem concept. They were established all the way back in 1992, the year I was born. Fire Emblem owes everything to its history. Mystery of the Emblem retells the original game and abandons the new ideas, just expands the scope of the original, clearly desperate to reaffirm the series' identity. But then genealogy happens, and the entire concept is blown out. Literally, maps are sprawling, characters have skills and bloodlines. Fire Emblem 4 is crazy. Characters deploy from the castle being something you fiddle with mid-mission. You can enter the arena at any time and it doesn't cause permanent death, meaning grinding is passively encouraged. Characters have their own wallets and stock, and if you want to trade, you have to sell something first to the pawnbroker in the castle before you can buy it back full price from the pawnbroker with your selected other unit. Fire Emblem 4 is Fire Emblem run amok. And that is beautiful. Fire Emblem is suddenly crunchier, epic, and driven by a powerful generational narrative. And then there's Thracia 776. I played the Monster Hunter series, which was effectively the last domino necessary to force me to rethink the medium. I've seen what sleek, frictionless design looks like, and it's pretty, it's effortless, but it's boring. Frictionless design is the least likely kind of design to interrogate or reconceptualize the medium. It can only pass as inoffensively as possible. It's quite literally the reason fighting games are good, why horror games routinely continue to fascinate, why Monster Hunter, for all of its smoothing, still manages to capture an audience, because it will not hand you a win. Thracia 776 is like if a Fire Emblem game acknowledged most major systemic and mechanical complaints and actively answered those things, or doubled down, in 1999. Even when it's infuriating, it's entirely singular in the medium and one of the greatest tactical experiences in the entire franchise. Thieves not useful enough? Except in later games where they can promote. Now they can swipe weapons from enemies if their constitution is higher than the weapon's weight, enabling them to disarm tougher enemies later on, and
Wow.
mages by default. The series is too easy between juggernauting units and passively moving as a death ball? Remember that Fire Emblem weapons deteriorate, but that's usually not a problem. Shops are plentiful. Well, let's complicate things. In Thracia, you're incredibly strapped for cash and resources, denied the regular means to restock weapons until Chapter 6. Narratively because you're leading a tiny revolutionary force against an empire, but it recharacterizes the experience. Now you can capture units with a special half-stat attack, but if you finish off an enemy, they're captured and you can take all of their items for yourself. Enemies can capture your staff
That's kinda
users
cool.
for free because capturing is free if the target isn't armed with a proper weapon, which can help curtail the overwhelming utility of staff users between heals, warping, etc. You have to fight, engage with the game in a clumsy, suboptimal way sometimes. You can get screwed over in frustrating new ways. Frustrating, but brilliant, mind you. It's a scrappier, riskier kind of experience overall, and the map design also exhibits multiple cases of interesting artisanship that pivots away from the slog the series was becoming. But Kage Emblem didn't last. He left Intelligent Systems for an unclear reason. Speculation points to dev staff dissatisfaction with his vision regarding things like permanent death, disagreements over strategy, and scope. Speculation aside, the relationship was clearly strained, and Kage went on to make games like Tearing Saga, which elicited legal action from Nintendo. Because Tearing Saga, originally called Emblem Saga, did not adequately depart from the traditions, the established play framework of Fire Emblem. It was his own short-sightedness, unfortunately. In a developer interview, he linked Tearing Saga specifically so closely to Fire Emblem, only taking the time to say, it's not exactly Fire Emblem, just like, similar and stuff. In advertisements, Tearing Saga looked to take after Final Fantasy Tactics
Wow.
Ogre Battle. But how much it was Fire Emblem. When Kage's company, Tirnanog, lost the bulk of the lawsuit, it's hard to imagine anyone wondering how. But this incident buried the series' creator from history. Shows how Kage does not appear in the making of Fire Emblem 25th anniversary
Wow.
development secrets.
That's crazy.
Awakening and Fates. Kind of a mouthful. A piece of intellectual property and its legacy hijacked. Modern-day Fire Emblem is, like Kage Emblem, not a monolith. Most of it isn't actually modern in the first place. Children can play games more technologically advanced than Fire Emblem Awakening on a cell phone. Directors change game over game, with the only truly notable and sweeping shift in design occurring for Fire Emblem Awakening and Fates. When people express a preference for one era of Fire Emblem or another, they're usually referring to Kage Emblem, assorted mid-era hodgepodge, or the Awakening and Fates era on. These parties have wildly different ideas about the target audience, the intention, and the scope of Fire Emblem, which is unsurprising. It's a 30-year-old franchise, and so when someone expresses a preference, it isn't something as trifling as elitism, but rather enjoying one set of design principles over another, and other people taking it personally.
I think that's like extremely fair, because yeah, you know, when you look at it that way, it becomes like not three completely different eras of game, but I think different enough to where you can say you can clearly pick a favorite, right? And I guess if you have the comparison, you know, if you've been here for the 30 years or you've decided to go back and play all of the Fire Emblem games, you can just pick your own favorite, but I mean, I don't know. It's very funny that everything, I guess that's the nature of the beast though, is that everything gets kind of written off as elitism, or you're just a tourist, or you aren't a real fan. Which I've said those things too, and in my mind, they were always legitimate, but I don't know. I guess it depends on your perspective, possible. I've played games from each era, so yeah, they feel very different, even though they are essentially the same. I think the framework, like the very, very core framework, is the same, but there's you know, as technology advanced and as mechanics advanced, that's where the real differences lie, right? Like at the core, it's always move guys on a board and fight other guys, but they're just things that you know, sometimes the older games did better, sometimes the newer games do better. I don't think it's as easy to say as like, oh, definitively this is the best era of this game series. I don't think you can say that, obviously, because it's such a subjective thing, but I don't know. In my mind, from what I've seen and from what I've compared, which may not be fair because I didn't play the older games as extensively, I prefer the modern, just because I'm also like, I enjoy challenge, but maybe not the challenge that Fire Emblem games are posing.
For a time, modern Fire Emblem still resembled Kaga Emblem, but pared down, if only slightly. The GBA games still tried to tell war stories and kept most of the aesthetic pageantry of Fire Emblem, but also drifted back to a mechanically digestible space, one that erred more on the side of the beginner, at least compared to 4 and 5, for fairly obvious reasons. Fire Emblem hit a surge of popularity with young folks coming from Smash Bros, and specifically Western players who'd never played. So it's no surprise the mechanics of Thracia are absent in a game developed for a handheld and for an entirely separate target audience.
Yeah.
And it would be wrong to imply that modern-day Fire Emblem games lack mechanical cruft. Radiant Dawn had weapon forging and 3 tiers of classes as opposed to the traditional 2. The maps were large, and battles dragged on, the numbers inflated. The war story was powerful. For a time, Fire Emblem felt spiritually similar to Genealogy of the Holy War, a triumphant return to the full-bodied scope of Kaga Emblem, but in a digestible package, empowering the player to slog things out. Shove, but no capture. That said, Awakening and Fates were the Fire Emblem boom. What they established became the Fire Emblem brand to most people.
Right. That's, I think, that's the big issue. Is that what Awakening and Fates, I think, said, and I'm speaking as, you know, an outsider, or just speaking as like a general idea. I think because those games were so popular, that's what a majority of people who had previously never interacted with Fire Emblem saw as, this is what Fire Emblem is, and this is what it has to be. Right? And I think that also still happens a lot today, where a game will come out, or a game will have come out, and because it was very popular, and because it was so well received, people will look at it and say, this is what it's supposed to be. And I don't know if that's necessarily fair. But, I mean, you know, who's to judge?
People today, sheerly by the numbers. And let me say in no uncertain terms, modern Fire Emblem, and especially post-Radiant Dawn Fire Emblem, is a stroke of design brilliance. Most of what I blame Fire Emblem Awakening for was introduced in the Japan-only New Mystery of the Emblem, a remake of Fire Emblem 3. It meekly and humbly approached the customer, because the customer is always right, and asked them to shape the play experience, normal mode or casual mode, death or no death, so they wouldn't go online and write a mean review about how level 10 kicked their ass. At the very least, it's helpful to maintain the option. I am pro-choice. Luck shouldn't determine whether a character dies, even if it almost never happens on anything but difficulties above normal. Casual mode was clearly implemented to attract and retain newer fans, allowing them to leap over a key design feature for the sake of just having a good time. I remember being irritated, but not being able to explain why in anything other than stumbling douchebaggery. Now it's just confident douchebaggery. While casual mode may count as something like an accessibility feature, it critically removes the weight of the war story in any game it's selected. The narrative of the game.
Every Zelda game should be open world and not this old dungeon bullshit. Everyone I disagree with. By the way, I fucking absolutely disagree with that too. I think that Zelda, frankly, after seeing and loving Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, absolutely adoring both games, it would be, why is it that I always want to return to Ocarina of Time? Why is it that I always want to play Majora's Mask, Wind Waker? Why is it that I want to play these old games? Why am I fine with the idea of going back to Skyward Sword or anything like that? I don't know. That's what Zelda is to me. And it's fine. It's fine to branch out a little bit. It's fine to take a detour, try something else. I think they knocked it out of the park with the Breath of the Wild series. It was beautiful. It was wonderful. I think it's time to retire it. Either do something completely new or go back and perfect the old system. Because I would love dungeon style Zelda again. I honestly, I would adore a new Zelda game that has like, and what I mean is like a new, like big I don't know, not mainline Zelda, I guess, but you know what I mean. I'm fine if we're done with the open world. It was cool for 2 games. I enjoyed the fuck out of it, and I will always say that I enjoyed the fuck out of both of those games because I remember them nothing but fondly, minus a few nitpicks here and there. But I would love to see classic Zelda again. Can we go back to pixel style Pokemon? I don't think that's gonna happen. I don't think that's going to happen because newcomers love the new 3D stuff. And the thing is, the 3D stuff could be okay if Game Freak like put enough effort in to make the games actually enjoyable. I think it's through the 3D era of Pokemon, we've kind of, and the non-top down era of Pokemon, we've come to learn that Game Freak is actually very, very lazy, which was something we didn't realize earlier because, number one, they might have not been as lazy back in the top-down era, but also there was a lot less effort involved in the top-down era and in the pixel style era. And now that, the bar has been raised because you can't hide as many imperfections anymore as you could on the 3DS and previous games. Now we're seeing that this company is actually very, very lazy and is not putting in the effort that they could easily put into as a billion-dollar franchise. And it's sad, honestly. It's very, very sad because I still like Pokemon. I still enjoy Pokemon. I'm still excited for Legends Zaza. But it's sad because the level of quality has sunk instead of risen. It became worse because of the advancement of technology, which should be the other way around. It should be because the technology is better, they're not capable of doing better. And with that not being the case, it just hurts. Pokemon Zaw looks interesting, yet I'm not gonna get it. Yeah, that's fine. Like I said, I'm gonna get it. I'm probably gonna play it on stream too.
And then everybody can decide if they want it or not. I don't care. I'm just here to have a good time. And if I don't, then I guess I'm down however many dollars or however many euros that shit costs.
Of fighting with and humanizing and eventually losing people over the course of a war dissipates. New Mystery of the Emblem and eventually Awakening allowed players to step into the world with a custom avatar.
$89.99? What? Are you just posting numbers now?
Emblem was always about identity, and the developers realized that the next logical step was allowing the player to additionally create their own Fire Emblem identity, especially in a series that might
Physical or digital? Digital. Why the fuck would I buy it physically?
present you with too many characters you definitely should use, but don't like. Not unlike Animal Crossing's best-selling Switch game, modern Fire Emblem will let you kick the stinkies to the curb and pave over their utility with a little time. You can even have your own Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire secret hideout. In fact, a lot of what makes modern Fire Emblem brilliant is treating the franchise more or less like Pokemon. Fire Emblem Fates allowed Japanese players to pet their real in-game army soldiers' faces with the stylus until they emitted sound effects. A feature that was stripped for the English release, maybe because of potential concerned reception to such a feature. I personally can't imagine using it, not because I'm an unfeeling hornless husk, but because the idea of wasting my time petting a digital avatar, when I could instead use that time grinding them to peak efficiency or taking my wife on a date, is legitimately impossible to comprehend. Imagine a military commander petting one of their soldiers, especially one who didn't really have that kind of relationship with the commander. We're talking bare minimum dishonorable discharge, guys, but plenty of modern Fire Emblem is designed to accommodate dishonorable
titties!
DLC content includes
Holy you know what? I'm not gonna rewind.
fan service beach scenarios, a level of consumerish schlock that the old era was mercifully spared. Petting wasn't allowed in North American Fire Emblem games, but that doesn't mean the series ignores player-unit relationships. In Three Houses, players can invite their students to tea, engage in something vaguely resembling conversation. Skinship may be dead, but staring weirdly at Princess Edelgard is forever. Fire Emblem elevated itself from mere series to capital F franchise.
Yeah, the autism stare. It works on her, though, so I don't know what to say.
With the launch of its mobile title,
More
Fire
Camilla.
Emblem Heroes, and its modern spin-off games, Fire Emblem Warriors, Fire Emblem Warriors 2, or should I say, Fire Emblem Warriors 3 Hopes, to capitalize on the success of Three Houses, and Tokyo Mirage Sessions. Fire Emblem is a Muso game, a slot machine, something that resembles Persona. Modern Fire Emblem irritates me the way an old Resident Evil fan harps on about Resident Evil 4 as the death of the franchise, but in a less uncool way. The way an old Monster Hunter looks at Rise and its wire bugs. It looks back at its past, acknowledges it with palpable fandom pull, constantly hearkening back to those games of yore in both Awakening and Engage, and lights their legacy on fire, the core principles that made the series biting and interesting in the name of broad appeal, like many series before it. And if you don't find that kind of irritating, I understand. But it doesn't strike me as spiritually different than, for example, an artist giving up on a passion project so they can fit the mold better, be received better, shave off their rough edges, and shrink themselves down to be accepted. But like I've learned over the years, that's the exact reason I no longer maintain fandom. I can appreciate what the series was, what it accomplished, and even where it's going, but it's gonna be at a distance. Otherwise, I might end up on a forum. Art, when sufficiently money-hungry, will always irritate its enjoyers. People are bothered by YouTubers getting the bag. The cry of "sell out" is a reaction as old as time, for bands and authors alike, but nowadays, Fire Emblem carries some heavy expectations. As a dreadnought Nintendo franchise, one of its highest-grossing properties, the series will never not cater to the widest possible audience. It's a piece of gaming history that was abandoned.
Yeah, I mean, that's the sad fact about everything, right? That gets popular.
It necessarily persists to appease fans and make number go up. The trick is, most art created under our society's economic conditions exists for this reason. You know, Fire Emblem wasn't published in a low distribution zine at a public library. It was a boxed video game. You expect the kind of relationship it maintains with its own history. And still, among the Nintendo dreadnoughts, Fire Emblem is mercifully willing to interrogate its core conceit. Fire Emblem Three Houses is an entirely fresh take on a very old series. Even when it scrapes up to old tropes and established rules, it's willing to renegotiate what they mean. It's willing to ask questions, and that is the key. Three Houses chooses to put the player in the role of the teacher, the guide at the side, at a time when the students are learning and figuring out who they are. Modern day Fire Emblem, Three Houses in particular, understands what Fire Emblem is at its core. Why Fire Emblem is good, why it's interesting. A laser focus on characters, making you pick your squad and uncovering the others on separate runs. A direct hand in guiding, shaping your army, their character classes, growing them how I would have killed for when I was really passionate about the series. It's a game that lets players choose whether death is a factor, sure, but forces them through harder moments between old acquaintances, past friends. It's willing to make you suffer in other ways.
Which I think, you know, negates the whole idea of like picking the classic way, right? It's like, okay, sure, your own squad mates can't die, but then, you know, you might be killing off characters, which can be mitigated by the fact that I think you can technically make them join you with very specific conditions, but I don't know. I think it's cool. I think it's cool that it hurts you in that way. It's very interesting, especially because, like, it gets worse the more often you play it, right? Because you learn the stories of one character in one faction, and then on your next playthrough you have to fucking nuke that character out of orbit, and it's really funny.
Because that's the reality of war. And it's all wrapped up in the core series play with some fresh twists. When something becomes a franchise, it will let you down. No questions asked, because whatever that thing is faces incredible pressure to perform. When the developers are willing to take a risk and do something as bold, as wide scope as Three Houses, it shows the health of the creative staff, that they won't simply fold to fandom expectation and will push the boundaries. Fire Emblem Radiant Dawn 2 would not be a worthwhile game to make. Whatever comes after Engage might be. The way the series' aesthetic changes generation to generation, you find yourself running alongside your favorite, but whatever kind of joy you want from video games is somewhere in that parade. Fire Emblem's design team acknowledged its roots, reevaluated what it could be, and charted a course into an uncertain future. And even if things fade into history, they're still there for the people who know. You can play Turing Saga. You can play Kaga's independent series, Vestarius Saga. The franchise may well persist as long as Nintendo makes games, far into the future, but even if it doesn't, Fire Emblem is forever.
Hey, it's K-Bash. Huge thanks goes out
That
to
was,
my
I think that was a good video.
Check 'em out.
That was a really good video.
And double special thanks goes to my extra.
I think, what was the other video that we watched of him? Oh yeah, no, it was the I remember now. It was this video game. That was cool. That was really nice. Let's see. Elden Ring Night Rain proves AAA has learned nothing. All right. I'm interested. Show me your good opinion, Mr. Endymion TV. Show me what your opinion is.
Elden Ring Night Rain is officially out and is unsurprisingly taking the entire gaming landscape by storm yet again, like From Software usually does whenever they drop their latest games these days. There's not a single developer that is operating at the level of pedigree or quality like From Software in the world right now, in my humble opinion. They are, by and large, the premier game development studio. Every game that they've released has been nothing but modern masterpieces back to back, and yes, that also also includes Dark Souls 2. I love that game as
Okay, but it doesn't include Dark Souls 3 then, because that game is fucking dog shit.
well. So when the rest of the industry has been
It's not dog
faltering and
shit,
suffering
but it's
layoffs
not
and
good.
being drenched in ideology and more, FromSoft has stood stalwart like Udex Gundyr himself guarding that flame in Dark Souls 3. And the industry has been changed for the better due to FromSoft's involvement within it. They've been
I don't know if that's true necessarily. I don't know if that's... I think it did some damage.
pioneers of creating core unique gameplay mechanics that have changed the way that people perceive how games work these days. It's incredible how far their influences have reached. Games like Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order and Survivor, they adhere to FromSoft's design, and that's really cool. Hell, even Claire Obscure's battle system, Tainted Grail, and you got entire Souls-like games such as Lords of the Fallen and more. We are all better for From Software being here, is what I'm trying to say. So
Agree to disagree, I think.
color me surprised when I saw the announcement for Night Rain, which is a full-blown multiplayer spin-off title featuring the lands between, but it's like Fortnite sort of. It also has a shrinking zone.
Shut the fuck up. The zone gets smaller. Eat Fortnite. Please fuck off with that shit-ass opinion.
Map loot to pick up that also unironically does the whole, you know, white weapons are the weakest and orange weapons are the best, like it's Borderlands or Destiny. All those.
Yes. Invented by Fortnite and also Night Rain.
So far, you can't twerk in Night Rain. So far. We'll see in the future. Who knows? I'll admit, fellas, though, my initial thought.
I hope the Recluse can start twerking.
Thoughts upon Night Rain's announcement was simply one word, which was why. Why would From Software do this?
Why
They're
not?
exactly known for this kind of game, and well, looking at how things have gone down already with Night Rain, I feel as if my worst fears might come true, and the industry will do nothing but learn the worst lessons from really all of this. As you can see here, FromSoft has confirmed that well over 2 million people have already bought and played Night Rain, and the game literally just launched. We're talking not even a full day when they announced that milestone. Not including taxes. This means that From Software and Bandai Namco have already made like over $100 million in profit from Night Rain already, which is, yes, as insane as it sounds, but it's true. So I think it's safe.
It's not that insane. It's not that surprising either. It's fucking FromSoft and it's Elden Ring. People dick ride Elden Ring to fucking hell and back and then to the moon. And somehow it's surprising to people that the Elden Ring spin-off is successful or like sold a lot. Are you fucking stupid?
To say that Night Rain is a success, and From Software has likely already made back their investment and then some in literally not even one day on the market.
Yeah, I
and while
mean,
this may
yeah.
be seen as a good thing for FromSoft, which I mean it is, because that's great, no layoffs for them, which means thank God for that. But I'm also worried that the industry is going to look at this and go, see, we do need to make more live service, always online experiences in the future, because people will buy these things, because we can succeed.
Okay, but they're doing that already anyway. I'm sorry. Also. Night Rain is not the initiator for that. Because a couple months back, we had Space Marine 2. Super fucking big success. Before that, we had Helldivers. Massive fucking big success. I'm sure I'm forgetting a lot of other ones. Not disregarding even all the 4-player indie titles that are coming out, which you can say that those are streamer games and that's the only reason why they're popular is because they're advertised by streamers. Whatever. Night Rain is not the initiator for this. And frankly, the fact that people are like, oh no, they see From Software doing it, and now they're all gonna start doing it. They've been doing it. It's not new. And this isn't me, like, defending Night Rain. This is me saying, stop fucking freaking out over every single fucking thing that From Software does. It's the gayest shit imaginable. They make good games. I've enjoyed a lot of their games. I've enjoyed games of theirs that I would assume 80% of today's From Software fans haven't even fucking seen once, okay? That's my elitism. Stop fucking dick riding the fuck out of FromSoft, please. I love them too. I like their games. Elden Ring was mid. The DLC was incredibly based. I like Night Rain. It's almost, and I said this in the Discord, but I also said this when the DLC came out. It's almost like Elden Ring can be good if it's streamlined a bit more. My point is, just fucking chill. It fucking EA, and here's the thing. You choose where you put your money, right? If EA comes out and says, hey, check out our new Super Anthem. It's Dark Souls, but in space. Sorry, it's Elden Ring Night Rain, but in space. That sucks. That's ass. You decide where you put your money, okay? You can just not buy the AAA game. Secret hack, life hack even. You can just not buy the game. It's extremely effective.
Like Night Rain or Helldivers did instead, except they're not understanding what has led to such a success like this happening in the first place. Night Rain didn't just randomly come out of nowhere and make literally tens of millions of dollars
well, I mean,
overnight for nothing. This level of performance is solely based on the brand recognition of not only Elden Ring as a franchise, but From Software's pedigree for quality products. You can't just manifest a Night Rain level achievement money-wise or something just out of thin air. The game is doing what it's doing because...
I mean, isn't that kind of what Helldivers did, though? I don't think a lot of people were caring about Helldivers 1 when Helldivers 2 came out. Palworld 2. With Palworld, arguably you could make the argument that it was the combination of a funny premise and the frustration with Game Freak and the Pokemon series. Though I would also say that, yes, Palworld also did kind of come out of nowhere all of a sudden. So it still counts. Still out of nowhere, yeah. Again, also Helldivers. I don't know if I would count Space Marine 2 there, because the Warhammer franchise kind of stands on its own. There are a lot of Warhammer games anyway, and there it's like, okay, there's a lot more media that isn't just, you know, the games, but Helldivers, Palworld as well. I didn't even think of that one. It's absolutely correct. They did manifest. Arguably, those games were extremely lucky because there was also a lot of effort in there, and they essentially gave their audience or their potential audience exactly what they wanted. That's the issue. That's the problem, is that AAA companies, it's not the fact that they see, oh hey, this game popped up out of nowhere and it made millions of dollars. The problem is this game popped out of nowhere, gave people what they wanted, and then made millions of dollars. They don't see the part where it gave people what they wanted, which might not always come at the massive profit that they would assume. That kind of shit takes money. But yeah, this is a fucking L take. I'm sorry. Brainlet take, even.
people trust From Software to give them a good product when they pay them. Because based on their track record, that's literally all From Software does anyways. Plus, Elden Ring was expensive to make, clearly. For those unaware, the original Elden Ring went into development in 2017, right after Dark Souls 3's final DLC was finished. It then took 5 years for From Software to make Elden Ring in total. The game, even to this day, is a marvel of game design.
And that's why it's bloated as fuck with a fuck ton of repeat content. You're welcome, FromSoft fans. But the DLC was based, so.
Is easily considered to be one of the best games of all time by many, especially, and it completely swept the award season, and I mean rightfully so. It just destroyed everything.
No, not rightfully so. The first win of Game of the Year, I will say, fair enough. It was, I don't think a lot of other, I don't know if a lot of other good shit came out that year. I think it was Kirby that also came out that year. But it was acceptable that it won because it was FromSoft, it was Elden Ring, and despite my not love of the game, I understand it's a big deal. The DLC winning, as much as I adore the DLC, was fucking bullshit. It was DLC, not a full game. Doesn't count. I fucking hope that Night Rain doesn't win Game of the Year. I genuinely fucking hope it doesn't.
Around it, even submerging God of War Ragnarok in its light. I mean, Elden Ring was just devoid of all the Western ideology.
I'm afraid to rewind. I'm afraid to hit play too.
Ragnarok in its light. I mean, Elden Ring was just devoid of all the Western ideology nonsense for the most part. It came out when the industry, in a Western sense anyways, was absolutely just hell-bent on ensuring the future of games would be full of all sorts of that kind of nonsense.
The final boss of Elden Ring is trans, technically. Sorry, buddy, Elden Ring is woke. Sorry. I'm just saying, like, America and Radagon, I think, the same person, right? So, woke ring. Elden folk. That's it's not an argument. You know what? Let's not. It's fine. It's fine. I'm gonna try to not.
It was like a golden light that pierced the bleak darkness that was trying to consume all video games for the rest of time. But it
Bro.
really wasn't only that. Elden Ring was expensive as hell to make too. From what I could find online, Elden Ring's budget was around $200 million, which may sound like a lot. I mean, it is, but Elden Ring has since made well over $1 billion and then some on the base game alone. Then you look at Shadow of the Erdtree, which sold somewhere in the 5 million plus copies when that released too, making From Software a few $100 million and then some. And now with Night Rain, they're like 3 for 3 in terms of massive successes with this Elden Ring IP. A lot of reviews for Night Rain claim that the game reuses a lot of assets from other games that FromSoft has made, which, I mean, that is not a negative.
I mean, but also that's the point, though. Which, this is where I flip over again. That was the whole point. That was the whole idea of the game. Is that it's Elden Ring and also some of the stuff from previous games. Like, do people now watch the trailers and everything? Like, how is this a surprise? And also, like, you know, arguably you could say, well, maybe that's not a bad thing because the assets were good in Elden Ring. Although, I will say, like I said at the start of the stream, Elden Ring in and of itself is an asset flip of itself because it just fucking reuses assets all the fucking time.
FromSoft has been reusing assets since literally forever. Hell, even the weapon icons in Elden Ring are quite literally a one-to-one copy and paste pretty much from Dark Souls, even the weapons themselves. After all, when Hidetaka Miyazaki
It's a roguelike, they aren't making new stuff besides final bosses. Why make new stuff if you can reuse all the stuff in base game? Right? Also, like, again, that's the point, is that you're playing with the stuff from the games.
Miyazaki, who created the concept of Soulsborne games, said that Dark Souls as a franchise was officially over. Well, he kind of lied, actually. Because if you ask me, Elden Ring is basically Dark Souls 4.
Thank you.
Since you now have bosses from older Dark Souls games like the Duke's Dear Freya, the Nameless King, and so on, suddenly just appearing in Night Rain all of a sudden. This just kind of confirms that the Dark Souls and Elden Ring universes are, as many theorized, hell, even I did some videos when Elden Ring first came out, like all the way back as you're seeing on screen right now, that even I theorized that Elden Ring was pretty much a nexus point for From Software's games. I mean, the world that Elden Ring takes place in is literally called the Lands Between. Doesn't help that so many weapons, even enemies, show up in both Elden Ring and Dark Souls that look identical too, even magic. So Elden Ring represents the natural evolution, if you will, of what Dark Souls was aiming for. And with Night Rain, it proves that Elden Ring is no longer just a game anymore. It's now a bona fide franchise at this point. The existence of Night Rain does make sense in the grand scheme of things too when you really think about it. Obviously, modern game development is really expensive, and companies look for any way they can to cut costs and speed up development time. The reality is that when I first saw Night Rain get announced, and I saw that they were pretty much reusing the open world format of Elden Ring's map for a multiplayer game now, while yes, I was disappointed because I'm not really into multiplayer games as much these days, it still made sense. This game has cost cutting and smart reusing of assets all over it, and that's not a bad thing, by the way. There's no way this game also costed anywhere near what the original Elden Ring did at all either. The whole game's designed, it feels like a weird mod or game mode a fan would probably cook up in their room, but to give into actual professional game designers to make instead. Look, I'm not saying Night Rain is somehow bad. Clearly it's found an audience and then some, but it does prove how smart FromSoft have and are becoming with every single release that they have. Because there's no way they're not also making an Elden Ring 2 in the background. I think we can all agree that's a given. However, it will take years for obvious reasons, and in the meantime, you need stuff to make money to help fund future development costs. And Night Rain is kind of the gold standard ace in the hole, if you will, for what the industry has been trying to replicate and has instead been failing at for a really long time now. Because the game is an asset flip in every single way pretty much. Yes, sure, there's some new enemies here or there, but the majority of what was already in Elden Ring is here. It's not really surprising either. I mean, Elden Ring at its base game has more weapon types and varieties than multiple other games combined, and then some that released around it and before and even after, honestly, too. You have tons of swords and whips and spears and hammers and axes, not to mention all the magic and what all the special arts of war can do and then some. The game is like this perfect toolbox, if you will, of what they can do in the future. Personally, I think the idea of a roguelite but made with an Elden Ring is actually kind of genius.
Well, it's not really a roguelite. Well, I mean, I don't know.
Because it is the perfect kind of game that's like a setup for such an idea to work really well. You could load into an area, fight enemies, open things up, find weird weapons, because there's literally over already 100 of them made in the base game, all the armor, the relics, accessories, and so on. It just makes sense for a game like this to exist. Of course, despite it sounding good on paper, it's not exactly going as well in every regard. Firstly, its reviews from critics have been, well, a little all over the place if I'm being real. As seen here, Night Rain scored a 77 on PS5, where the majority of the reviews came from. The
Based on 77 critic reviews. Based on 8 critic reviews. Based on 45 critic reviews. Where the fuck is this from?
Xbox version is much higher, but also has a much smaller amount of reviews within it too. And the point remains that in terms of the Soulsborne games that they've made, Night Rain is officially, unfortunately, the lowest rated, which doesn't really surprise me considering what this game is. And although people have said this means From Software is now a live
Rotten Tomatoes? Are you just saying that, or do you know?
service company? Not really. This comes from PC Gamer all the way back in January 2025, and it reads, Elden Ring Night Rain is not what we consider a live service game, says From Software. We wanted to have a game that felt like a complete package. As Junya Ishizaki, the first-time director of Night Rain, said himself, with Night Rain, we wanted to have a game that felt like a complete package out of the box on the day of purchase, so everything is unlockable. Everything is contained with that purchase. It's not what we would consider a live service game, Ishizaki would continue. Of course, we are concentrating on the release of Night Rain first and foremost, but we will make considerations after the game's release, especially in the form of post-release updates, balance updates, things like this that we've done with previous games. This will definitely be a priority going forward. For anything else, we're still in the process of thinking about the possibilities. So,
oh, the boss is having the Emil treatment. I misremembered. What? Oh, just saying. Right. Yeah, I don't... I mean, it's fine. So far, what I've noticed is you definitely do just unlock shit. There's no option of buying anything with, like, you know, real life money. Yeah. I don't... The guy being in the woman body or something, base Elden Ring. Oh, right, you mean the final boss? It's like... I don't know, it's like some weird thing. It's like... The way it works in Elden Ring... I was basically making a joke earlier, to clarify. The way it works in Elden Ring is that, like, everybody kind of has, like, a shadow form of themselves. And they can, like, access that somehow. They can also cast that off. That's like a thing in Elden Ring. They're basically, I don't know if they're like brother and sister in one, but it's kind of weird. It's from soft shit. It's strange. Yeah, and you meant Nier, right? I remember. I know that you meant Nier. I think just Pain didn't. Alright.
So if you hear anyone saying they're turning this into Fortnite, no, they're not actually. It's a weird experiment, yes, absolutely. But as of now, anyways, don't expect a battle pass or like a premium shop where you can buy, you know, Nike shoes and put them on your character like in Fortnite. Night Rain is still unapologetically From Software at its core. It still adheres to their way of doing things uniquely. So no, the game doesn't have premium currencies like, I don't know, Elden coins or something and you spend it to buy a more revealing outfit for a character. Despite Night Rain being a multiplayer-focused spin-off of Elden Ring, it is still at its core a game that is, as the director said, intended to be feature-completed release. You can.
I also have to say, it kind of just does feel like Elden Ring with just like fixed multiplayer. I don't think it's bad necessarily. Like I said, it's a lot of fun, and it's fun because it's not just a big-ass world with the same shit copy-pasted. But it's, you know, more streamlined. The areas get smaller every time. There's a high focus on working together. I think it's very enjoyable. I think also one of the issues that people are saying, like, because I've seen people say like, oh, it's boring. There's like, it's all the same. The problem is, with a lot of people, is that they're playing nothing else but Elden Ring Night Rain. I noticed it last night, and I noticed it earlier today. When you play this for a couple of hours on end, it starts to drag. That's because each run takes, like, minimum 20 to 30 minutes. And if you play nothing else other than that to, like, you know, give yourself a bit of a mental reset, yeah, it's a little annoying and it's a little shitty. But with taking breaks in between and coming back to it every now and again, I don't know. It feels very rewarding. When you beat bosses, it also rewards you still a little bit less, of course, when you fail. I think it's interesting that they made like fixed character classes. You can unlock more character classes, which is really cool. I didn't. There's a character class that I haven't even unlocked yet, which is like a summoner lady. It's cool. I don't know. I like it. It's because I like roguelikes or roguelites, either way. I like FromSoft games. I like Soulsborne style games. I'm fine with multiplayer and playing with randoms. I totally don't see the issue there. It's fine, and it's $40. Honestly, like, what would you even complain? Hell yeah, The Witch with Jordans. I feel like that goes against Miyazaki's like philosophy of having all the female characters have naked feet. No way, you mean a roguelike game is supposed to be similar each run? Yeah, but like that's what I'm saying, like if you play that shit for like 25 hours on end with nothing else, yeah, you're gonna get bored. I've done like, I don't fucking know. Let's take what's another roguelike that I've played? Dead Cells. If I do like 10 hours of Dead Cells runs, I'm gonna get fucking bored and frustrated too. But that's why I go in and I say like, okay, you know what? I'll play Night Rain for 2, 3, 4 hours. Me with 400 hours in Isaac and still having fun. Yeah, but did you play those 400 hours all in one go? No, that's my point. It's not about the total game time. It's about the idea of you only play this one game for an extended amount of time and then you say it's boring. Yeah, no shit. She's fun, but she's made out of paper. Well, she's a summoner. She's a magic build for all intents and purposes. They're all paper.
Play it right now, get your experience, and it's probably worth what you spent on it. I bought the game myself because, well, I gotta know what this is all about, obviously, and I'm a big, massive, From Software fan to begin with, so I gotta play it. And I'm okay with FromSoft doing a little weird experience here or there in between their huge releases myself. And frankly, I wish more big game studios made weird spin-off games more often. Like, okay, I'm not saying From Software should just make a million Night Rain multiplayer games in the future, no. But I would, absolutely, love a 20 to 30 hour From Software single player experience for like $40 myself. I would buy that. You kidding me, dude? If they
Well, what does that mean? What? I would love a 20 to 30 hour $40 experience. Yeah, and I'd like all games to be free forever. And also 50 million hours long. Yeah. Me playing Ellen for 500 hours in 8 to 10 hour sessions. Well, yeah, okay, but you're an addict, so that's different. Ellen isn't a traditional roguelike, I wouldn't count that. It's a traditional torture device.
From Software single player experience for like $40 myself. I would buy that. You kidding me, dude? If they just made a game around the same size as like Demon Souls again, which is not that big of a game, especially when you compare it to say the other games. But listen, I love Demon Souls. That remake that was on PS5, that was S tier, dude. I loved it so much. If they gave me a game like that for $40 or $50 max asking price, and it's not 100 hours long, but much shorter and linear focused, and instead encourages new game plus runs aplenty.
So just the regular Dark Souls games then, that's what you want, buddy? That exists. That exists. It's called Demon Souls, Dark Souls 1, 2, 3. It's called Bloodborne. Sekiro, You're set, buddy. Those exist. And you probably already have them. Don't even have to spend more money. This dude is basically just asking, like, okay, give me another new FromSoft game. I don't know why this is I don't know what this has to do with the video, but yeah, I'd also like a new FromSoft game. True. I have a new FromSoft game. It's called Elden Ring Night Rain.
Oh, hell yeah, dude. Give me that right now. Take my money. I will buy that. I mean, me personally, I know this is not a popular opinion, but I don't really want From Software to make a ton of open world games myself either. Look, I like Elden Ring, but I don't even consider it top 3 games From has made for me anyways. Mostly because it's just too big. That subsequent playthroughs for me anyways is not what I look for when it comes to replayability, which is a core thing with these games. Don't get me wrong, okay? That first playthrough through Elden Ring, magical, but I still prefer me a game size and design wise like the first or third Dark Souls game over Elden Ring any day of the week. I could replay Dark Souls over and over again, no problemo, cause sure, it's not a small game, but I mean, when you compare its size to Elden Ring, it's like throwing a house into the Grand Canyon. I personally want From to return to that smaller, more focused game design myself, like
So basically what I'm saying about Zelda, but also FromSoft.
Bloodborne even. Because the best parts of Elden Ring for me anyways were the legacy dungeons, because unsurprisingly they felt more like I was playing Dark Souls again. Night Rain, however, is this weird shift where I understand why it exists and all of that, but I personally don't want From Software to focus on tons of multiplayer games going forward. Because remember, they also got Duskbloods coming out next for the Nintendo Switch 2, which is yet another multiplayer focused title and also a new IP as well. But I hope in the future From returns more to their roots. I think
people are freaking out over nothing. I think that this is just a way for FromSoft to rake in more money to be able to fund whatever next big thing they're doing, right? And you could say that that's a cash grab, and I wouldn't even necessarily disagree with it. However, not full price, it's $40, which I can absolutely... It's fine by me. That's the maximum of what video games should cost. Even the ones I enjoy. And there's technically infinite replayability. So, I don't know. In my mind, it's okay. FromSoft isn't necessarily known for doing scummy shit like putting in microtransactions. I don't think they will. They might release, like, character DLCs or whatever. And if it's like a $10 character DLC, I can fuck with that. The Western dev shit was just in there because, like, I don't know, I guess every single video game that came out around the same time when Elden Ring came out was woke, except Elden Ring. I don't know what the fuck that point was. Yeah. Here's the thing, Elden Ring was a good game, or considered to be a good game when it came out. And a lot of other games weren't. That's not new, though. That's not new. You have years where dog shit comes out, and then there's one game that's great, and then you say, like, okay, that's gonna be game of the year, and then it turns out it's Elden Ring anyway, but... 90 Elden coins to remove the witch's dress, slams credit card. Pain, I agree with you, but, like, pour some cold water over yourself.
Love? Like a straight up Metroidvania made by From Software themselves. Like, I'm talking straight up 2D side-scrolling. Like...
The Dark Souls games are already Metroidvanias, but 3D. If you want to be technical about it. A 2D Metroidvania made by FromSoft? What? What are you talking about?
Castlevania Symphony of the Night, but it's, you know, From Software making it instead. Now, an Elden Ring spin-off title made as a side-scroller? Hell yeah, brother, sign me up for that. Oh my god, I would play
that sounds gay as shit.
I do think with how well Night Rain has clearly already done, that Ishizaki and his team are definitely gonna double down on this one. I mean, how can't they? I mean, Night Rain hit over 300,000 players on Steam alone within 30 minutes of launch. Currently, as of this video being made, as you can see, it's sitting in the high 200,000s, which is actually crazy crazy because the game came out midweek too. It's not even the weekend yet when that got happened. And that being said, the game has, well, a lot of problems that are also rightfully being brought up too. Here's this IGN article.
I think he wants a game called Hollow Knight. Yeah, right? This... the least damaged Silk Song fan.
Titled Elden Ring Night Reign's massive Steam launch tarnished by mixed user reviews over the lack of duos co-op voice chat. Yeah, you heard that right. So, Night Rain...
Sorry? Over lack of duos co-op and voice chat. Are you... Bro, I swear to God, FromSoft fans are, like, mentally stunted. I think FromSoft fan there must be some form of like permanent mental damage that they took from somewhere. Elden Ring alone didn't have fucking not a single FromSoft game has ever had voice chat. And they've all had like multiplayer capabilities. And why would you want duos? That makes the game harder. What are you talking about? Oh, I only have one friend who I can play this game with. The third guy must be some random... Like, okay, so then just talk to your friend. Impossible to make progress without voice chat. Are you fucking stupid? Wesley Yinpool, are you mentally are you restarted? Have you restarted your computer? I kind of want duo since it also allows you to play solo. What, you can play solo? Why would you want to play solo? That sounds fucking stupid. What? Why would you play solo? Contrary to popular belief, I think you can totally play with randoms and it can be totally fun. I do it with like most games because most of my friends don't buy online games, or they buy them like a lot later after release. And I've had issues with randoms, but I've also had a bunch of fucking amazing games with randoms. So I don't... Well...
Reviews over lack of duos co-op voice chat. Yeah, you heard that right. So Night Rain is either one player or three, but no duos, unfortunately, which is very weird. You're probably going, wait, what?
I think it's weirder that it is solos. That's frankly, that baffles me more than anything. Souls fans are here for the challenge, or just to see how to beat bosses with DK Bongo controller. Whatever.
Why? Good question. Nobody really knows the answer yet. For some reason, From Software just doesn't allow you and a friend to play together, even if you guys wanted to. Instead,
that's not what that means.
You need two other friends, or you're all SOL and just need to play solo. And yes, it's as stupid as it sounds. I agree with you. Why you can't just queue with two people and then grab a random, I have no idea.
Oh, okay, that doesn't work. Okay, fine. Then I understand it. I didn't know that. I thought it was like... I thought people were just being insane. That's a fair point then.
Yeah, but this is just a weird oversight on their part that, frankly, I'm kind of surprised it even exists in the first place. But it doesn't even stop there. The game also doesn't have voice chat in-game. Yeah, that is another very bizarre...
Wait, does it work? Wait, does it actually work? Like, have you tried that, or what, Payne? I've been doing it, me and a friend with a rando. Oh. Okay, thanks for lying then.
But it doesn't even stop there. The game also doesn't have voice chat in-game. Yeah, that is another very bizarre and WTF thing to not have in a game.
A very bizarre and WTF thing to not have in a video game.
Where stuff like communication is absolutely 100% vital to the game.
Today is bad faith reviewer day. I'm sorry. It takes longer because the game can't understand to find one person. Okay, but it does work. Okay. Of course! Of course it works! There's a matchmaking thing! Yeah, there's a matchmaking fucking option. Yeah, of course! This is ridiculous.
Gameplay experience for very obvious reasons. Okay, the game does have a pinging system like other games, but no.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, the pinging system works just fine. You can ping, and then the other character, or the other players, can ping that same pin to confirm, like, okay, we're also going there. It's enough. It literally is enough.
You can't speak in-game unless you invite that other person to a party chat, I guess. And that's hoping that the other person you match with randomly both wants to talk to you, which means must be real, probably not, or even has a microphone to speak into. Oh yeah, and if you were hoping to play on PlayStation and play with your PC buddies or vice versa, sorry, but you can't do that either. Because Night Rain has 0 crossplay at release. No word if it'll even come in the future either, but this is also one of the most bizarre things about this game, especially when
Pins a location, rando runs to the opposite of the map. Well, I mean, they would do that regardless of voice chat. People are just that fucking stupid. Also, the crossplay thing, there's no info. That doesn't mean anything. And even if there's no crossplay, shame? I'm okay, though. I don't need... I don't want PlayStation 5 Wi-Fi players, please.
So many other games these days have crossplay already enabled because obviously it allows your overall gameplay experience to have more potential players if everyone can play together. Duh, common sense, I know. But here it just isn't. PC's only with PC, Xbox is Xbox, and PlayStation 5 players can either play with other PS5 or I guess PS4 players, and that's it. Yes, it's as stupid as it sounds and seems more like a limitation on From Software's part more so than anything else because all of these consoles and PCs are
Was Elden Ring cross-platform? I don't remember. I don't think so. Okay, I don't remember. Maybe later, hell, I can Elden Ring all over the bosses with this with the racist slime.
capable of this, we know that.
Sure,
To me,
we
the
can.
combination of no crossplay and no in-game voice chat is kind of insane because of what this game is obviously trying to be. How the hell are you marketing a game like this where death is coming for you all the time and you obviously need to work together, but you can't communicate with people? This basically
Does not. Okay, thank you, Tidor. Let me Solar apologize that he couldn't help anyone besides PC. Ah,
players
okay.
into 3 camps pretty much going forward. You either play with friends, which bold of From Software to assume that everyone has 2 friends to play with at any given moment.
You don't have to play with friends. You can play with randoms just This is such a... These fucking losers... I'm sorry, I'm being mean. Chill. These people always come with this fucking dog shit argument of not everybody has 3 friends to play with. Nobody gives a fuck. Just play with randoms. It's fine. I'd rather play with a random than with one of my fucking dumbass friends who doesn't know how to hold a fucking controller. I don't mind playing with randoms, because they're probably just as good as the people that are on my team anyway. I know my friends. They're all dog shit. Unless it's fucking Minesweeper. Or some obscure roguelike card game. Fuck off, Sasha, you moron. Motherfucker. I mean, Slay the Spire isn't exactly obscure, but... or Ellen, it's fine. I don't expect Floof to play Elden Ring anyway. Or Tidor for that matter. I don't expect it from them. That's not my point. I mean other people that I play other stuff with.
And this is obviously considered the most optimal way to play. Or you play alone pretty much, and then you either play with randoms and the experience ends up being you probably being alone for like 90% of the time that you're playing. Because let's be honest, your teammates are probably going to immediately just leave you alone to go do whatever it is they want to do. And
They don't. You can tell where everybody is across the map, and in every single game that I've ever played of Night Rain, as of right now, they're either I've stuck together with at least one person, or one person has at least stuck together with me. So maybe I've been lucky. I don't know.
Yes, the scenario of your teammates saying F you to working together, running away, and then dying somewhere alone in like a...
And who's guaranteeing that you're I can think of at least 4 people. I can think of at least 4 people who would do that even if we were in a call together. One of them potentially is Payne. Maybe not, though. He was actually very cool in Split Fiction so far. Completely uninterested in Night Rain? Yeah, Oh, because Payne said that. Yeah.
A dark corner of a ditch in the map as you're suddenly left alone surrounded by hordes of monsters, and then they like...
You can run away from the bosses.
Like disconnect or leave the game because you didn't revive them. Now they have to like watch you play the game instead. Yeah, that's gonna be a very common experience, I would assume, for many people who play.
Also, your teammates are forced to come together with you at one point. As you see the blue flames in the background, they're what limits the map. So eventually, you're going to be forced to be together. Not worth the money. Yeah, I didn't ask anybody to buy this game to play with me.
Night Rain, that does not sound fun at all. Look, I have no doubt that many runs will be ruined because the people you randomly play with will just not be team players at all, and not every player is like that, let's be real, which means...
Not at all. Not at all. Every single game that anecdotal evidence, I realize, every single game that I've played with every single person, they always rush to revive. They literally always try to get you back immediately. Stop asking, fuck you. I've been playing for over 10 hours, and I will say this for Xbox, at least 50-50. Sometimes I get randoms that are fully together all the time, or the guy that drives to fight the dragon while being level 1 and die and disconnects. Yeah. I feel that.
You're kind of at the mercy of random morons most of the time. You can play alone, however, from all the reviews I saw in Night Rain, playing alone like in offline mode, that's actually the real hard mode of this game. Because yeah, you can play offline, sure, this then gives you NPC teammates instead of real players, obviously. And of course, while that's nice and all, it's not going well for many players either. And apparently, the solo play offline mode is so hard for most players that FromSoft has already confirmed that they're going to be balancing that mode specifically about a week after release from now. Here's what FromSoft said themselves. The following improvements for solo expeditions will be added to the game. The effect automatic revival upon defeat, which allows revival once per night boss battle, will be added to solo expeditions. The amount of runes gained will be increased. Thank you for your support. Oh, so right now, that isn't even implemented. Oh wow, so if you die even once playing alone,
the game is out for like a day. Okay? Yeah, they're figuring shit out still. 2 days? 2 days. The game's been out for 2 days. They're figuring shit out still. It's fine.
oh, that's it for you. Yeah, they weren't kidding about that difficulty then. Oh yeah, every full run of this game, assuming you even live long enough, should last you about 45 minutes. So it's gotta suck to get curb stomped in single player, and then your NPC teammates can't revive you because the game doesn't allow it, I guess. But if only you had two friends with similar schedules like you to play the
No, just play with randoms! Stop! That's not a fucking argument!
all the time, like From Software intended. Like, that's just very unrealistic. I mean, can we agree on that?
Yeah. Sorry. It's very unrealistic for From Software fans to have any friends at all. I agree with you.
Then you could be, I guess, saved by your friends all the time, but I don't know, man. I just think this game personally should have been single player focused first and then multiplayer second. But instead,
Then it would just be fucking Elden Ring again, you moron. What? Yes, I would like Elden Ring a second time. I would like second Elden Ring, please. He loves this video. I think board games are kind of stupid. These fuckers think you have friends. Wouldn't that just make it a mainline game? It would just make it fucking Elden Ring again.
instead, they did it the other way around, where all your previous games were not like this. That does seem like a bizarre decision, if I'm being honest. But
Can you fucking repeat that again for me?
Focused first and then multiplayer second. But instead, they did it the other way around, where all your previous games were not like this. That does seem like a bizarre decision, if I'm being honest. But
Am I understanding this sentence correctly? This game should be single player first, multiplayer second. Instead, they did it the other way around. So they made it that the older games were not like this. So they went back in time and changed the old games. Please proofread your scripts. Please don't just make fucking stream of consciousness video reviews. By the way, try Raider based character. Is the Raider the guy with the big axe? Because with the bone helmet, right? That's the guy I'm always using. That's the guy I'm maining. Why is everyone always making the same game? Why are they not making the same game? It's some token.
this has also led to, well, this is from Games Radar and it reads, Elden Ring Night Rain is immediately From Software's worst reviewed game on Steam. This is not the Elden Ring you are looking for. As they say here, I wonder if most people would much rather FromSoft stuck to making what it does best. That certainly explained the current...
Never... FromSoft is never ever allowed to try anything. You know what? You know what? These are the same exact fucking people that are... actually, no, you know what? Read Tior's comment again. That's exactly these fucking people. That is exactly the same fucking people that complain about every single... Why don't they innovate? They always make the same shit. Everything is always the same exact... Wait a second. FromSoft tried something different? Hold the fucking phone. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Stop it. Stop it. Illegal. Alerta. 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 Illegal. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Steam reviews for Elden Ring Night Rain, which came out yesterday and quickly became FromSoft's worst reviewed game on Steam. Personally, I would have preferred that.
Also, not a single one of those reviews is, like, illegitimate, right? They're all genuinely earnest reviews that aren't just from people sharing the same exact dog shit fucking opinion because it's cool to hate, right? It's definitely, everybody believes this, everybody came to the exact conclusion of their opinion on their own. Definitely not mob mentality. Shut it down. Shut down From Software right now.
That myself, mostly because to me these games are the epitome of a solo lonely experience through a hostile land, and I really wouldn't want to say play Dark Souls 1 again but with like other people even if I could, mostly because as I read and comb through reviews from players on Steam at least, they are complaining that besides the the whole no crossplay and voice chat not really existing and so on, that From Software has also buffed many of the boss's health pools and made them even harder than they were in the earlier network test that players played in. And
Maybe you just fucking suck at the game.
honestly, when I look at the gameplay of Night Rain and I see 3 people facing off against some big boss, is it just me, or does it just look like Monster Hunter to you as well? Because that's the vibe.
Monster Hunter, huh? Monster Hunter. Why? Is it because you hit the thing with the weapon? Is that why it's Monster Hunter? Is that why? Yeah? Is that why it's Monster Hunter?
Vibe I get when this is like, of course, going to be even harder because, well, it's a Soulsborne game or whatever. But it's a big reason why I'm very against ever, summoning help in these sorts of games too. Because one,
Okay. He's one of those people. Got it.
is because yes, my ego will take a hit, but 2, because whenever you do summon help, the bosses obviously get a boost in health or even damage to compensate for the added firepower of another NPC or player. And personally, for me anyways, when you face a boss in one of these games and now they're buffed because you have help, it doesn't make the boss seem more interesting or really fun to fight. If anything, it just feels more like a mess, and it tends to make bosses feel more like damage sponges than these articulated design fights, if that makes any sense. But the whole gist of Night Rain is personally just not what I look for in an experience like this. You get like 15.
Then why did you buy it? There were guaranteed thousands of content creators online. I know, don't give me the real answer. I know what the real answer is. It's to cash in on that that money stank. Ooh. That stank of those dollar bills. I know that that's what it is. Why didn't you just fucking watch other content creators? And then decided, hey, you know what? This game doesn't look like it's my type of shit. How dare they make it harder after playtesting? How dare they adjust the difficulty down after playtests?
15 minutes per day within a 3-day cycle to get stronger. You spend that first 15 landing, gaining weapons and such, then you fight a mini-boss. Day 1 ends, assuming you live, of course, then you repeat it again on day 2, but obviously new things are happening. Then you get to day 3, then you fight one of the unique Night Lord bosses, which there are 8 of them in the game. And as long as you beat, I think it's about 4 of the 8 Night Lords, I could be wrong, but then you gain access to the game's big bad and then reach like an ending, I guess. Then there's also the classes, and from what I gather, the most OP characters are apparently Iron Eye, which is like the archer class because he can make enemies take more damage and shoot infinite arrows safely from a distance to cause damage. And then you have people
Meta losers are already in the game. It's been 2 motherfucking days. Bean getting piping hot. I'm about to pipe your mom. Do you not want them to listen to any feedback? Isn't that what you would probably criticize for any other game? How dare they not listen to customer feedback? There is no hope. There is no hope. Video games are dead. Unless you just play them on your own and don't care about what other people think. It's just infuriating because, like, this is a dude with, like, 350,000 subscribers. And it's just, I don't know. Yeah, no shit, if they implement ammo, the character will be 0% use. Same with the mage. Although the mage is limited, but she can, like, recharge magic pretty easily.
Well, like Wildler, which is the guy on the cover of the game who's kind of like a grapple hook melee dude that can cause big damage.
That's not even the character you're showing, you fucking moron.
And then some of the weaker classes at release anyways are apparently the Recluse, because she has this magic cocktail mechanic that is very skill dependent on how the player uses it, and then you also have the Revenant.
Ah, yes! The crux of every Soul player. The game is dependent on the player's skill. Yeah, no fucking shit, dickass. Welcome to video games. Oh my fucking god, that's good. That's good. I like that. That's your fucking, you're good in my book, you fucking piece of shit, you motherfucker. I'm gonna rain hellfire upon you.
Cocktail mechanic that is very skill dependent on how the player uses it, and then you also have the Revenant, which is the class that relies basically on summoning spirit ashes, if you will, if I remember correctly. There's not really a character that perfectly matches how I want to play the game specifically, which is usually sword and shield and two-hand swords with faith-based magic and such. Well,
oh, so you're just fucking cheap. You're just fucking, yeah, alright. So I can't play the Elden Ring meta. So this game isn't for me. I can't play the Elden Ring base game meta because that's what that is. That's what that is. Like sword shield or any combination of sword with holy magic is basically the meta in Elden Ring. Because it usually means like extended healing and a lot of buffs, and also just like ridiculous damage. So because I can't play the Elden Ring meta, I cannot play this game. That's that. You know what? Yeah, I have. To be fair, that could be a style bias, but I somehow doubt it for this dude. Anecdotal evidence, maybe. I don't know. What I've noticed is that in most of the multiplayer, most of the people use sword and holy magic. Now, here's the thing. In Elden Ring Night Rain, much like in a lot of other roguelikes, you have a chalice. This is kind of like an equipment, like a permanent equipment belt, basically. You have 3 slots. You get gems of differing colors, which all have all sorts of effects. Some of those effects are fully based boosting. Some of them even give your weapon, your starting weapon, a either an arts ability or a elemental damage buff where you are able to do holy damage. Here's the thing. Every boss has a different weakness. Just like in Elden Ring. Just like in every other fucking FromSoft game. Or every other game in general. If you're wanting to play a sword and shield character, you kind of can do that. Like Raider works. I'm pretty sure that I don't know what the bird dude is called, Pain. And I mean, technically, you can pretty much mix and match your build anyway as you pick up items. I don't know how effective it is, but you can technically just like swap it up. I just call him America. Yeah, sure. Grr, I'm spending money to get angry. Remove his right to play Souls games. It's just like, what an argument. What an argument.
Maybe to a degree, but not exactly how I would play these games, I guess. And I don't know, man, maybe it's because there are classes and they're treated like heroes and like a hero shooter. That's kind of a problem for me. I kind of wish you could just make your character how you want, like in other...
Yeah, and then... Bro. Has this motherfucker never played a roguelike? Because that's how all roguelikes work. Or most of them. You usually have, like, preset characters, and then you build around those. Yeah, literally just play Elden Ring, then. Yeah, literally.
Other From Software games, it would allow for more unique identity, but I guess the reason why they didn't go down that route is simply because some YouTuber will probably find the best build combo, and then everybody will just, you know, copy and do that.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Problem for me, I kind of wish you could just make your character how you want, like in other From Software games. It would allow for more unique identity, but I guess the reason why they didn't go down that route is simply because some YouTuber will probably find the best build combo, and then everybody will just, you know, copy and do that. But that...
No, they went down that route because it's a fucking roguelike. Plays a roguelike game, compares a roguelike mechanic to a hero shooter. It's a sad state of affairs when people like this are allowed to be alive. Yeah, literally. They would do the same thing. There is a build mechanic. You can have a build because you can find weapon drops and chests that drop weapons, and you can take those and make your own build. You can be any class, technically, any class, and use any weapon, and it works. Probably for some more than others, but it works. You can build your own fucking character. This motherfucking dude, did he even play the fucking game for real? Did he actually even play the game for real? I don't want to throw accusations, but like, how do you miss these? How do you miss these gameplay mechanics? Or is he just fucking dumb? Did he just load in, drop in, and then just like run straight to a boss? And even then, like, the bosses also drop weapons and upgrades. How do you miss that?
Being said, either way, this game is still a mega hit. And before I go, there's one more fear, or thought, I guess, that I had while thinking about Night Rain's overall...
He was that random that went off on his own. He described himself projecting.
Success, which is that with so many AAA studios working on live service or multiplayer focused games right now, that they will probably...
So many AAA studios. Can you give examples? Because I would love to know about the AAA studios that are working on live service games right now at this moment. Well, you have Bungie with Marathon.
Take the wrong lessons from Elden Ring's success here. They'll think that this means players actually want more live service multiplayer games, not realizing that the only reason why this was successful in the first place is because it's uniquely From Software ultimately in the end, and that this sort of game would not work nor sell like it has with some, you know, new IP, and that it's only...
You don't know that. You have no you do not know that. People love roguelikes. And evidently, people also like multiplayer games because they're still playing Helldivers and they're still playing Space Marine.
too. And they're still playing a fuckload of other multiplayer games. Would it be the smash hit success that it is because it's Elden Ring? Probably not. No. You don't know. You don't know that this wouldn't still be successful, though. In his world, Vampire Survivors wouldn't work, right? As the roguelike guy here, everybody's the roguelike guy here, Peyton. We all love roguelikes. But yes, you're the roguelike guy, it's fine. I would definitely try it because I have 49 roguelike games in my backlog. He should end it with, I believe with more time, they would have made it a good game. And I believe in this game anyway. Oh god, we have... Floof, we have like 2 minutes left. Exactly. That you know he could still say that.
Doing what it's doing because of the pedigree of the developers behind it. You don't...
He really likes the word pedigree. Pedigree and then some. He really likes those two phrases.
Just gain this level of respect and blind loyalty, if you will, from seemingly nowhere. It's built over years, and ensuring that you don't at any point screw over the consumer to fill your pockets. But I think the industry, especially the executives who obviously don't play video games, will just look at Night Rain succeeding and go, see,
You motherfucker, you don't play video games.
people do want these sorts of games.
You play Elden Ring. What the fuck do you know about video games? What the fuck does she know about cameras?
Yes, they want more Elden Ring, not a live service Horizon Zero Dawn spin-off, or some crappy imitation of Dead by Daylight, or another battle pass.
Do I play games? No. Not anymore after today. I think I'm gonna just go be a monk in the mountains somewhere.
Battle whatever, Royale shooter, where you fill it with diverse cartoony characters again. Let me repeat this, I know some will misunderstand either way, just because Elden Ring...
Night Rain has a black lady! Woke Rain. Night woke. I want to break my chair. I'm gonna break my fucking chair. I wanna rewind and hear it again, but I'm afraid I will like spontaneously fucking explode if I hear that shit again. Okay.
Live service Horizon Zero Dawn spin-off, or some crappy imitation of Dead by Daylight, or another battle pass, whatever, Royale shooter, where you fill it with diverse cartoony characters again. Let me repeat this because I know spin-off, or some crappy imitation of Dead by Daylight, or another battle pass, whatever, Royale shooter.
I don't know if that was on purpose. I just like to think that his own stupidity melted his stupid fucking pea brain.
Where you fill it with diverse cartoony characters again. Let me pass whatever, Royale shooter, where you fill it with diverse cartoony characters again. Let me repeat this because I know some will misunderstand either way, just because cartoony characters again. Battle pass, whatever, Royale shooter, where you fill it with diverse cartoony characters again. Let me repeat.
This is where we landed with one of my favorite hobbies. Why they put black people in game? All right. Sorry, I know. I just had to listen to it 27 times because I thought I was just imagining it.
Eat this because I know some will misunderstand either way. Just because Elden Ring Night Rain succeeded does not mean that this is some trend that the industry can now replicate or should. And 9 times out of 10, the studios or companies who think they can copy what From Software did here are going to be in for a rude awakening when their games don't nearly hit a similar level of achievement, and they're all gonna think, oh, 9 out of 10s will be that 1 out of 10 that succeeds. They all think that, and it never happens. Remember, this game is doing well because it's built upon the solid foundation of years of Soulsborne games made by the masters of that specific subgenre. Don't think for a second this means people want this from other franchises. Not everything needs to be always online or live service. Yes, I know Night Rain isn't technically live service, but you know anyone ripping this off will definitely add their own cash shop and then some, cause because people are really greedy, obviously. So whatever. While Night Rain is a massive success in its own very unique way of delivering such a game, it is also a problem that I'm worried the industry will try to replicate and just end up wasting millions and years of time again for nothing. So you can call it a threat, a problem, whatever you want. Night Rain proves that AAA will still learn nothing from this in the end either way.
I'm baffled by the fact that this guy thinks that he made some sort of commentary on the video game industry, because I don't think this was made to be clickbait. I don't care about the face. I don't give a fuck about the face. Don't report the video as scam. Don't do that. This entire video had very little to do with the idea that AAA has learned nothing. And you know what the issue is here? I should have known this going in from the start, because this game has been out for 2 days. And this video was nothing but speculating on the idea of, well, if this game does well, other developers might also bring out more multiplayer games. Despite the fucking fact that this motherfucker himself said, oh, there are so many AAA video game developers out there already making their multiplayer online only, always online games. So what the if they're already fucking doing it, why would they take the inspiration from this one FromSoft game when they're already doing it anyway? What? Claire Obscure? Did he make a video on Claire Obscure? What? Claire Obscure Expedition 33 just forced the industry to hit the reset button. Oh, it was, oh, right. Oh, activists admit that forced diversity has destroyed AAA gaming, yet they want more. Okay. Alright. Okay. Alright. Doom the Dark Ages proves AAA gaming needs to alter its trajectory. Why? It's a fun game. Warhammer 40k destroyed and conquered by Reddit activists. If I genuinely hated myself, and all of the people watching right now, We're not doing it. I'm saying right now, before anybody says anything, we're not doing it. We're not watching any more videos of this guy ever again. Pain, it's not your fault. You posted the video. We didn't know what it was going to be. It's alright. It's okay. If I hated myself and all of the people watching, I genuinely would watch any more of these videos, but I don't think I would survive that. You hate yourself? No. I'm saying if I hated myself that much. It's, okay. I like the AI Pikachu with the gun. I think it's AI anyway. Or it's stolen. Yeah, I mean, some people can just... see, here's the thing. It's so easy to do this. It's so fucking easy to do this. This is such easy content to make. Bro, fucking look at this thumbnail. Activists just declared war on Gamergate and they're out for blood. These motherfuckers are still butthurt about Gamergate. The fucking anime characters with the American flag. Bro. This is the most NPC content. Excuse my ignorance, but what is Gamergate? It's pain. Honestly, look it up. Look it up. It's there's a lot. There's a lot. I don't want to go over it. It would be so easy to make content like, cause like, what does it take? What does it take to oh, that's a VTuber? Okay. What does it take to like sit down and just say a bunch of shit into a microphone and then turn that into like into this slop? I like look at this shit. The entire woke movement just opened the gates of I can't even speak. Of Oblivion. Activists demand Oblivion remastered is censored or else. Some like 100% guaranteed it's some fucking like shit ass Polygon article with 3 views that's saying this. And this warrants a 25-minute video. You're not allowed to play this game. What's the game? Looks like Elden Ring. The entire woke movement wants this game to fail. Or random Twitter dude, exactly. Marathon proves nobody wants DEI slop anymore. Schedule 1 is racist, bigoted, and activists want it gone. I think this one might be ironic. I love the buzzwords. Activists, the woke movement. I like do or I mean, is it, do you pronounce it die or is it DEI? I always say DEI. Yeah, everything for the fucking algorithm. And then I love it because it's like it's literally every current topic ever, right? It's Night Rain. It's, I don't know what the fuck this means. I think this one is also like ironic, right? It's talking about how like, oh, Clair Obscur is so good, but the woke mob wanted deleted. I really love how he misspells die for no. Pain, not pain, Tidor. DEI means what was it? Diversity, equity, inclusivity. It's the new code word for woke, basically. Something like that. Or I don't know if you were making a joke. Brain capacity low. What I was going to say is it's literally every single fucking like current topic. It's Night Rain, it's Clair Obscur, it's I know it's still do or die misspelled, so it's his message. Very true, yeah. Borderlands 4 pronouns. I don't know what the fuck this is. Fake Elden Ring, I guess. Oh, no, it's Oblivion. Nintendo. Warhammer woke. Borderlands 4. Let It Die. Ugh, fuck. Marathon. New Doom game shitty. Borderlands. Last of Us Season 2. The fucking TV show. Like it's slop. It's slop. It's slop content. The entire woke monolith is admitting defeat. Monster Hunter Wild's success is not fair, says Western devs. Plus, woke future is done. Like, and look at this dog shit. 17,000 fucking videos on Avowed. Bro, I played the game for like 8 hours. It was fine. It was fine. It was okay. To be fair, the Borderlands dude was kind of stupid, telling people that if you're truly a fan of my game, you would buy my game even if it's too expensive for you. Really guilt trippy. Yeah, I mean, people are shitty. The woke agenda has lost its mind. Sweet baby defenders demand players reject Gamergate. The woke movement is out for blood. The woke movement is rebranding itself. The entire woke... Bro. How do you live with yourself? Warhammer 40k is losing players' trust as trans activists hijack hobby. Gay. 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 Valve and Steam accused of anti-woke agenda. Activists reject white male future. Warhammer 40k erases female custodies. Plus, Henry Cavill announcement explodes Game Shop's fucking future. And then the next video. The next video. Warhammer 40k writers confirm female custodies are canon. Plus, woke artist Sprites fan and fails horribly. Or Spites fans, sorry. Players abandon Space Marine 2 plus female custodies leak reveals dark woke future for Warhammer. Actually, I want to see that now. Also, I got Warhammer Gladius or Gladius for free because it was free the other day. Shut the fuck up. Okay. Do you see this right here? Yeah, this is... Oh, are you for fucking real? Are you for fucking real? This is... I don't know if you guys can see this. It says mostly negative, and there's like 65 reviews. All reviews mixed 383 in the thumbnail. This is the actual numbers for Space Marine 2. All right, now let me see the reviews. Oh wow, blue, red. The single player campaign is pretty good, but this game's servers and multiplayers has nothing to do with it. Blue. Game looks good if only it doesn't crash every time. Okay. Oh wow, blue. Everything blue. Oh wait, hold on. That's German. That's also German. These are all German, probably because I'm... So, most of these are talking about the issues, about the technical issues of the game, which I remember were pretty bad. Originally, when I also first played it. Higher level gear is blocked. Okay, blue. Great game. Connect friends. Okay, yeah, something bullshit about the mechanics. No thanks, I'm gonna watch Antitrust again. I don't know what that means. Blue. No. Blue. Campaign is way too short. Okay, that's... Sure. Alright. Game ends essentially with no warning, nor wrap-up, only that continues in detached TV show episode. Nothing is resolved, nothing is explained, nothing is worth repeating. Yeah, alright, fair enough. So... Where are the people going away from this? Where are the people going away from this? Okay, you know what? I want to see something. Player count Space Marine 2. Okay, fair enough. You know, fair enough. The player numbers are down. the game released 9 months ago. I don't know how much new content they've released. Kind of makes sense though, since, you know, a fuck ton of other games came out. Last 48 hours, yeah, it's around this many players. Not surprising, you know? But I'm sorry, but this is like... Sorry?
What's up? It's Endymion. Today there's.
Oh, okay. Wait, I thought the preview was like right at the beginning. Always goes down after a bit. Normal, absolutely. I would also be more surprised if the player numbers were the same still, because I've already said this a couple months ago. I'm waiting for some DLC or some big new update where they add a lot of more content, because otherwise, unfortunately, the game is just always the same stuff. And I love it, and it's great because it was a lot of fun. I really liked the story mode. I thought the extra missions were also really cool. I like Warhammer still, even though I guess it's conquered and ruined and destroyed by Reddit activists now. But yeah, we are getting Horde mode next month. Oh, really? Okay, cool. Then I know something to look forward to. All right.
What if you could push a button and reset the
Literal arcade shooter game, which people praised it for. Yeah, and it's fine. It's good. It was great. I think there's just more fun things to play currently. And whenever they bring out a new update, I'm sure it'll be fine again. People said the same shit about Helldivers, right? When the numbers dropped. And then, sure, the numbers aren't the same as at the very start anymore, but people are playing it a lot again. It's showing up on all of my feeds all the time. So,
What if you could push a button and reset the entire video game industry?
Ouya is a new game console for the television. More and more people are moving away from the television. Anybody that wants to develop a game for television, there's a lot of hurdles for developers to get games onto the television. I love the television, and I want those games on the television. You have a relationship
they're still not on the television, though.
with the television and what's coming at you.
The project having successfully received $8.5 million of funding.
I don't think the majority of people are going to buy it.
When Topolsky asked Julie Ehrman,
is there a game that you feel like is going to be the game yet that brings this to when people see it, they're like, oh, I'm going to spend the $99 because I have to play this game?
she looked off stage and she was like, what's the name of the one that I was playing?
Stalagmite.
The company has also received an additional $15 million in venture capital funding.
There is nothing special about this board. Nothing. Nothing, right?
By the way, you don't hear a lot of people when they're promoting their product
Say
pick
that
it up
any one
and
of you
pick it
could
up and
go
say
make it.
there's nothing special
There's
about
nothing.
this.
The company which owns
Damn. I'm sold.
and operates the E3 Expo called the Los Angeles Police Department yesterday in an attempt to shut down Ouya's public presence at E3 2013.
How many have you sold?
A lot.
Can you give me a range?
A lot.
Like, you're not going to tell me a number.
No, I'm not.
The Ouya Android console was supposed to ship to Kickstarter supporters in March, but as of today, many of those supporters have yet to receive their console.
Ouya has pushed back the launch
Ouya.
of its console system until June 25th, which is 3 weeks later than when it was originally supposed to ship.
I bought it. It's the Ouya console.
Dreamt by gamers, designed in California.
Ouya comes with what you need to get coding and get famous.
The little box inside this box has big dreams.
The controller just pops out, so I don't recommend opening it up like that.
And so begins the revolution.
And so begins the revolution.
Thank you for believing. It's probably in here for the Kickstarter.
Here's where all the extra Kickstarter money they got went to.
The company says the launch is delayed because it needs more time to meet high retail demand.
Is a joke.
Ouya's CEO also said the company's making adjustments to improve the controller.
The most important part of this to us is the controller.
We really focus a lot on what gamers are looking for. Precise controls, tactility.
Yeah, controllers made out of wood.
Right sizing.
Our controller has a touchpad. You're not going to find that somewhere else.
Ooh. Now that That aged wonderfully.
And the reality is,
the new PlayStation 4 controller has a touchpad.
That's
doesn't
true.
It?
They could build it for that.
So
the Ouya.
This is such a breath of fresh air.
Ouya's controller is awful. Buttons routinely stick after hours, even minutes of use. The right trigger was stuck and had to be pried loose.
It feels very cheaply made. The D-pad is stiff and kind of unresponsive.
It has started to wear from only about a week of use.
The controller itself is $50.
Boy, do I wish controllers were $50.
Controller is literally half the price of the system.
There we go. New account. Here we go. Payment.
I know,
This
right?
is not a great way to start Ouya. Let me just make that perfectly clear. Sony fucking gets hacked all the time, and we're gonna trust Ouya with your information? Yeah, right.
Hell yeah. Yeah, of course.
So hardware hackers can mess around with it. And the other big addition is the fan. So
What was that?
Sony fucking gets hacked all the time, and we're gonna trust Ouya with your information? Yeah, right.
Ouya was made to be opened, so hardware hackers can mess around with it. And
Nice.
the other big addition is the fan, so that you can really crank performance of these games.
Where does the air go? Where does the air go?
And the other big addition is the fan.
That's yeah. It's good to heat up the plastic with. It's sold for $50. Magic Box, right? Of course. Sorry, you're right. Magic Box, forgot.
So that you can really crank performance of these games.
Right.
With over 600 games free to try.
Oh, Final Fantasy 3. Okay, who doesn't know Neon Shadow? Come on now. You guys remember Neon Shadow. Sonic? Ooh, nah.
There's something for everyone.
Oh, there was a
There are no
Jackbox
games
game
of
too.
the Ouya. 99% of these apps are just little clones of
Shut the fuck up, German.
Candy Crush and Angry Birds.
That's not Candy Crush, but fair.
It's Mike Tyson on a motorcycle. What more could you ask for?
The caliber of games is also lacking. Many are good for 20 minutes of novelty, but I found myself getting bored quickly and never revisiting them.
Still 6 out of 10 though.
$60? This game sucked. $60? Oh, I could have bought food. Ouya.
We created a game.
I definitely want the ad for my console to have a lot of vomit in it. That's really sending the right message.
Gateway to the independent gaming revolution.
That man was not writing anything.
Rain, that's all it is it's just rain on your screen, just like that.
Really?
Yo, I can do that on YouTube for free.
Yeah, I'm not kidding. What? What's going on?
Yo! Sexo! Oh my god. Ouya has built-in sexo porno.
Absolutely check it out. What is going on? Absolutely.
What is happening? We believe that every single game you should try before you buy.
The Ouya no longer requires games to be free to play. Now this latest change feels like another kick in the teeth for Kickstarter backers, as a free to try feature was one of the main selling points of the console.
It's slow.
My guy, you bought a physical game, you can return it. Yeah, but you'll only get like $20 back if you go to GameStop.
And it's not working that well. And everything just seems off.
The settings, you'll see it's entirely unchanged from what you would find.
Oh, the old ass fucking Android menu. Oi, 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 oi.
On your phone.
If they do not give me a fix for it this week, I will film myself pissing on the Ouya.
Well,
Like many
a man of his word, pissed on $100.
of the games that are on the system, the Ouya is very rough. It's unfinished.
We just have to rethink television gaming. It's
Didn't GameStop die anyway? Did they die for real?
about taking advantage of the most immersive device we have with the best controller and creating a new experience.
Ouya.
Sorry, what did that say?
We have with the best controller and creating a new experience.
Why console gaming is dying. She was ahead of her time.
Ouya is now on the auction block. It is horribly in debt, and it has made no money, and it is screwed.
They're gonna have to sell the company to make money to refund the investors.
So basically what happened is Razer bought Ouya.
Oh, jeez. Yeah.
Yeah. After a few months of rumors regarding Ouya's future, CEO
New YouTube title. Why console gaming is dying.
and co-founder Julie Ehrman revealed the acquisition on Twitter today. Ehrman also hinted at her own departure from the company, stating, quote, Ouya was once in a lifetime experience. Now I'm off to find the next. Stay tuned. Best joke of the year! The Ouya!
God, simpler times.
Imagine if you could press a button and reset an entire industry. Imagine if you could press a button.
I don't have to. I just did.
And reset an entire industry.
Ah!
Was a year of
Jesus. Scared me. Big nose man. Get out of here. Okay. Alright. Alright. That's enough. I've had enough. I'm retiring from this viewing stream. Oh my lord. That wasn't bad. That wasn't bad. We had some good ones, we had some stinkers. It was alright. It was fine. I gotta say, for real, no joke, no cap, as the kids say, that fucking Elden Ring video really took a lot out of me. Really took a lot out of me. I was here, I had strength with the Cuphead one. I no longer have strength. But it was alright. I mean, we what was it, like almost 7 hours or something? Oh, almost 9 hours. Jesus Christ. Didn't even notice. Holy fuck. But either way, that's gonna have to be it for me for tonight. Next Saturday, we are continuing with some more Doom. Probably gonna beat it, I would assume. Would be my guess. And then after that, we'll see what I do. Otherwise, we have a couple of playthroughs lined up that are going to be coming out pretty soon. Hope you're looking forward to that if you can speak German. If not, then I mean, there are still other videos releasing, so you're fine. But yeah, that's all that I got. So thank you guys a lot for joining me today. I hope you had fun. I hope you enjoyed. If you haven't yet, please go follow the Bottom Boys. All of their links are in the description. And I will hopefully see everybody on the next stream. So please stay safe. And goodbye. Same time as yesterday. Oh, for tomorrow for the recording? Yeah. Should be. Goodbye. And don't watch shitty clickbait fucking stupid videos. Bad for you. Shouldn't do it.